My guys put their faith in Mamoru. When I say this story begins decently enough, then it starts getting dramatically better. By the 15-minute mark, once the field scene begins, it already feels like a masterpiece. It goes seriously hard. It also has one of those massive creatures, like this fairy commander, and then there is this powerful muscle mommy. But I mention that because this is not your usual story. It is not the kind of manhwa where the main character becomes unstoppable by chapter 3. This boy had carried a sword since he was little, learned swordsmanship from a retired mercenary living in his village. The man told him Encrid had remarkable talent, saying that if he was already this skilled so young, he might one day become a knight. From that moment his dream was born. He dreamed of becoming a knight powerful enough to end a war on his own. With that dream in his heart, he set out from the village. But later, the story jumps ahead to a bar. A few men are laughing, saying the new recruit was ridiculously amusing. They wondered how someone could be so terrified, yet still claim he wanted to become a knight. That was the day the boy realized his talent was only ordinary. Still, he was never the kind of person to simply quit. As time went by, he kept believing that effort, along with constant training, would eventually help him overcome everything. He strikes down another creature and gains more real combat experience. He was determined to become the so-called end knight, yet with one clean blow, someone knocked his sword away. Blade's tip struck his stomach, and in that instant, his dream cracked apart. The reason was that this young boy was only 12 years old. He had only just begun studying swordsmanship. Even so, because of his extraordinary natural gift, he could defeat Encrid without much effort. That was when Encrid realized all his hard work had meant nothing. Overwhelmed by despair, he collapsed. He wondered whether there was truly no path forward. But this was a man with an unshakable will, so by the next day, he had already returned to training. He pushed himself through many more hours. This man is basically Rock Leona. If Rock Leona fought with swords, he would strike the tree thousands upon thousands of times each day. He trained until the iron itself seemed to tremble on its own, and when the sun rose, he would lift his sword once more and return straight to practice. If he could not become the strongest, then he would become the one with the most experience. Now, 3 years later, he has become the leader of an ordinary squad. After dedicating his entire life to this path, this is the farthest he has managed to go. He asks one of his friends to spar with him. He does it because he knows a massive battle is approaching. Thousands of blades will clash, and his unit is among the weakest. The scene then shifts to the heart of battle, where soldiers roar and shout. As the protagonist takes down a man on the ground, another enemy rushes in, aiming straight for his face. He glances toward the side and avoids it with skill. Then another attacker tries to strike from behind. He blocks with his shield. After that, he turns his gaze aside and spots one of his teammates crying out. He realizes that this soldier is about to be struck by an arrow dropping down from above, so he steps in front of him and blocks the shot. His friend is still stunned when another enemy rushes up from behind and strikes at him. The MC shoves him out of the way and brings the attacker down in one clean move. Then he finally hears the scream he had been waiting for. The body crashes heavily to the ground, and the man raises his sword. This is the scumbag he must defeat. The two of them stand directly across from each other, and the boy vows that this time he will bring this man down and make it out alive. In a flashback, he recalls something one of his comrades once told him: to live, he must keep his eyes wide open even when a blade is already at his neck. Like a wild beast, he should act as if death means nothing to him, so he must not fear it, not even at the very last moment. The enemy before him drives his sword straight forward. The MC watches death closing in on him. He has no reason to fear it, because each death only makes him stronger. He avoids the strike with practiced movement. For the first time, he actually has a chance against this opponent. He spins back, ready to launch a counterattack, but the man suddenly switches to a strange grip on his sword and lands a serious blow to his throat, sending blood spilling out. A moment later, his body collapses onto the ground. In the next instant, a boat drifts past him. Death tells him to give up, accept his weakness peacefully, and step onto the boat. But he only smiles and says that day will never arrive. And with that, his loop begins once more, because that battle against the man was not his first attempt, nor was it his second or even his third. In truth, it was already the 20th time he had fallen on this battlefield. Though he is the weakest one there, he is also the only person who refuses to accept death. The first time he died and opened his eyes again, he believed it was nothing more than deja vu. He thought he had simply dreamed about falling in battle, so he returned to that same war once again. Then it happened again, and he died once more. On the third and fourth tries, every day still began with the same man banging the pans, and the memory of the enemy's blade cutting into him never truly faded. The same day repeated endlessly, forcing him to face that same man again and again. After his 12th death, he wakes up and tells his friend there are bugs in his boots. The protagonist then says he will challenge it one more time. The story then shifts back to the battlefield, and by now he has already reached his 33rd life. Once again, he avoids the thrust. When the soldier turns to continue the assault, Encrid tries to slip away. He is still too slow, and his throat is cut. He sinks down onto his knees. As he collapses, a necklace slides free from his body. Encrid remembers that back when he worked as a mercenary, he had defeated many monsters. Then one day, a small village came to him for help, and he agreed. After all, protecting the weak is what a true knight should do. Later, the village elders admitted they had little money, so they offered him something else instead. It was a charm, which felt almost laughable after he had risked his life for them. But the elder insisted it could fulfill a wish born from desperation. Encrid begins to wonder whether that charm is the reason this day keeps repeating. The soldier who struck him says he must be in pain and offers to end it gently. The MC thinks, mercy my ass. It is clear that the man takes pleasure in bringing him down. After that, he puts an end to Encrid. The pots and pans start clattering once again. This time, he tells Rem he was the one who slipped the bug into his own boot. Rem asks if he has been to Krace again this week. It happens early the next morning. He tells him to quit shouting and step outside, saying he wants to grasp the heart of the beast. Rem swings his axe straight at Encrid. Encrid keeps his gaze fixed on the strike and moves out of the way. Rem is startled and asks how MC suddenly stopped flinching. MC simply says he trained. Rem refuses to believe it, saying no one can change that quickly. He also says there is no chance someone else taught him his family's technique. Encrid answers he happened to learn it by accident. Then he picked up a few weapons and asks Rem to spar with him. Rem studies him for a moment, then breaks into a grin and says that sounds just fine. Rem attacks, but Encrid slips away from it. After some time, Rem asks how long he plans to do nothing but dodge. Even while closing the distance, he narrowly avoids another swing. He says the only sword method he actually knows is the Volan mercenary style, the same one people dismiss as a cheap trick. Encrid begins to lose his balance, and Rem immediately rushes in. The protagonist steadies himself in time and prepares for the incoming leap. Rem notices it, and just like that soldier, Encrid is always fighting. MC drives his sword, aiming at Rem, but Rem knocks it clean from his grip. The blade slides away across the floor, across the ground, and he says that even for a single instant, he managed to imitate that bastard's thrust. Encrid says his body has already learned the motion. Rem tells him that technique should have left him wounded. Among everything the protagonist has displayed up to now, that thrust was honestly quite impressive. Rem even begins giving him advice on how to make it sharper. He warns Encrid that if he keeps second-guessing himself, it will only lead to trouble. Instead of being trapped by fear, he has to think about the next move. In Rem's rough way, that is how he teaches him to keep control of his blade. MC looks at him and says that messy explanation somehow made complete sense. The difference between his throat and the soldier was confidence. Encrid never trusted his own blade, so the soldier defeats him again. Once again, the soldier speaks of mercy and runs the sword through him. Then he returns to training with Rem, who sends his sword spinning away once more. The soldier brings Encrid down again, and he immediately returns to sparring with Rem. He says he will keep enduring this harsh loop, moving forward one small step at a time, no matter how little each step is. He falls again, and by now he is on his 111th life, yet it still is not enough. Then the scene shifts to his 123rd life, with that same sword once more at his throat. In the next attempt, Encrid shouts as he launches his attack at Rem, and this time he actually pushes Rem back, forces Rem's axe away with the very thrust that had kept defeating him. Rem stares at him and asks if he has lost his mind, and Crit's hand begins to bleed, while Rem points out that the blood is flowing heavily. He asks why the protagonist is laughing like a madman, but the protagonist is overjoyed. He has finally mastered the thrust. Now he finds himself back on the battlefield, standing before the enemy he despises most. MC lunges at the soldier with a thrust. Now that he has finally mastered the move, his strike skims hard across the man's helmet. The soldier drives forward with a second thrust, yet the blade still pierces straight toward Encrid's throat. He admits that first exchange failed, but he never blinked or let his grip weaken. He falls to the ground, his sword still clenched in his hand. The soldier presses one foot down on his chest, then grins and says he looks like he's suffering badly. After that, he repeats the same words about offering mercy. Frigg tells him that tomorrow, without fail, he will bring him down. The soldier laughs, saying the fallen have no tomorrow, and ends the fight. A small bug crawls out from inside Rem's shoe, but Encrid quickly crushes it underfoot. He explains that he saw it fly into the shoe earlier. Rem thanks him, and the protagonist says that if he's truly grateful, he should take over guard duty. Rem is confused, wondering why he's ordering him around so naturally. Then another squadmate appears. Big Eyes MC tells him to bring a shield, armor, and a dagger, promising to pay later. Big Eyes is stunned, but since Encrid is his superior, he still agrees. Rem asks whether he has always acted this commanding, and Crid says they usually push their duties onto him anyway. More members of the squad arrive, and Rem comments that the protagonist is behaving oddly today. He normally never seems this tense. Before long, Encrid returns to thrusting his blade at the tree. He says every single death came with pain beyond belief. He wonders what will happen if he still cannot win, even after tens of thousands of attempts. Could he flee and survive? If he escaped, would tomorrow finally arrive, or would the same day simply begin again? He even considers settling for the strength he has already gained, but then scolds himself for thinking so weakly. He will never give up. He will smash through this wall and see what waits beyond it. He thrusts his sword into the tree over and over again. He vowed to waste this strange gift of reliving his life. At last he cleaves the tree cleanly in two. Afterward, he puts on every piece of his equipment and prepares himself for battle. This time he truly believes he will win. 4 horn blasts ring out, and Incred leads his squad onto the battlefield. As the battle begins, MC says the only reason he has come this far is a mix of luck, preparation, and staying calm. An enemy suddenly charges at him from behind, but Incred blocks the attack and swiftly takes him down. Another enemy strikes toward his leg, but the shin guard stops the blow, and Incred counters with a heavy strike. A third opponent throws an axe from behind him. Protagonist moves aside and avoids it. Then he throws his own weapon back in return. He says he can only move like this because of all the lives he has repeated here. He sees Krang shouting and blocks the arrow aimed at him, just as he did before. Then he brings down the attacker. Now, the time has come to confront the wall standing before him. The soldier glares at him, and the two lock eyes in a tense silence. Then the soldier rushes forward. Incred blocks the attack, but his shield breaks apart. He throws the ruined shield aside and steps in closer. He catches the next strike with his sword. MC says the soldier has real talent, almost enough to be called a prodigy, but he lacks true battlefield experience. That makes him easier to surprise. Incred slams his head forward into him. The Volan sword style, full of rough and underhanded tricks, fits perfectly here. He kicks up dirt with his boot and flings it into the soldier's eyes. While the man panics, Incred closes the distance. The soldier catches the movement and thrusts his blade toward him. The protagonist slips just past the edge of the attack. The soldier lands after that missed strike. Missing his mark, he turns immediately to launch the next attack. But Incred has already prepared himself, because by now, he understands everything about that stance. He slams into the enemy's blade and breaks it apart. An archer draws his bow and launches an arrow across the battlefield. The soldier lets the remains of his shattered sword fall. As Incred closes in to end the fight, he believes victory is his, unaware the arrow is still flying toward him. Right before it reaches him, an axe knocks it out of the air and Incred drives his sword straight into the soldier's throat. Rem was the one who stopped the arrow. He says he will crush the archer, but Krang warns him not to waste his energy. The soldier begins to fall, his eyes still filled with disbelief. He looks across the battlefield before sinking onto his knees. Incred breathes heavily and lowers his gaze, and sees the soldier shaking with fear. He lifts his sword and says, "Mercy," before striking the soldier down. And Incred smiles. At last, he has broken through the barrier that always stopped him. Suddenly, someone kicks him hard in the back. Behind him stands a man with a ponytail. Incred groans from the pain as Rem quickly rushes over, shouting that it is a frog. The ponytailed attacker is actually a frogman. While the MC is still down, the frogman says he invested a lot in that soldier and cannot believe he was defeated. That soldier's nickname is Pervert. The frogman swings his weapon and shouts for Incred to die, but Rem steps forward and blocks the strike with his axe. Rem brings his axe down, but the frogman holds it back. The two clash at close range, exchanging one heavy strike after another. Another enemy moves in, trying to finish Incred off. Krang leaps in and cuts him down. Rem jumps back, and the frogman retreats at the same time. They stop for a moment, and Rem says that if he wants to take down his squad leader, he needs permission first. The frogman asks why someone as weak as Incred became commander instead of him. Rem explains that frogs are made for battle, and to defeat one, you either burn it with magic or end it in a single clean strike. The frogman eyes Rem, wondering why someone like him is fighting on such a small battlefield. He says defeating Rem would likely cost him his own life as well, so he decides it is not worth the risk and walks away. Rem calls him a coward as he leaves. Krang runs off with Incred in his arms, while Rem holds back the soldiers blocking their way. Another enemy tries to pursue them, but another squad member steps in and cuts him off. Full line of soldiers falls when yet another ally enters the fight. Incred's vision begins to fade, and when the command to retreat finally comes, he closes his eyes as they pull back. Then he finds himself in the underworld once more. There, the boatman says he survived one more day, but that is all. Eventually, the walls before him will become too much for him to endure. Giving up and drowning in despair is meant to be his destiny. Incred slowly gets back on his feet. He glances toward the wall behind him and tells the boatman that those walls are there, so he can climb over them. The boatman smiles and says he will wait for the day the greed and ambition in Incred's eyes finally fade away. He wakes up covered in bandages with Rem nearby. Rem says he is inside the infirmary tent and has been asleep for 2 full days. Rem tells him he pulled him away from the frogmen, leaving the protagonist stunned. Incred says that if it really was a frog, he is amazed he survived. Rem asks whether Incred remembers calling him his best friend. The MC says he never once called them friends. Then he suddenly blurts out that Rem is a noble hunter, making Rem quickly cover his mouth. Rem clamps his hand over him and immediately checks whether anyone heard. He tells Incred he cannot just yell out someone else's secret, especially when it has nothing to do with him. Rem says he thought they were best friends, while Incred realizes he has finally moved beyond that cursed day. We also find out Big Eyes is actually named Kreis, and he says the protagonist now owes him 3 times what he spent. The MC wonders why Kreis is here at all. He points out Kreis was nowhere to be seen during the battle, but Kreis only smiles and says he will settle for double as a discount. Krang also steps into the infirmary. Encrid asks him what he wants. Krang says only once, then throws something over. He tosses it to Encrid and tells him to use it every morning and night. Encrid notices that Krang hates sharing his personal items, yet he still handed this over. We learn the tall monk is named Odon, and while he cries and prays, Encrid reminds him that he is still alive, so he can leave now. That night, the protagonist starts wondering why they keep taking turns watching over him. Could they actually be worried about him? And another member of the squad enters. He is surprised to find Encrid there. He asks why Encrid is in the infirmary, and it turns out to be Ragnar. Ragnar quickly steps back out. The MC thinks there is no way Ragnar came out of concern, since he is usually far too carefree. Aside from him, 2 other soldiers are also inside the tent. One is a platoon commander who constantly tries to pick fights with Encrid. The other is a soldier Encrid does not recognize. He simply sits there, staring emptily ahead. Encrid begins wondering why that man is here. Then footsteps sound from outside the tent. Everyone turns as a long-haired elf woman enters and asks who is in charge of the 44th squad. Encrid does not understand what is going on. The other platoon commander calls her a fairy. She asks which unit he belongs to, and he says he is Vancento, 3rd platoon commander of the 2nd company. She asks whether his company taught him to greet others by pointing out their race. He quickly apologizes and falls silent. Encrid realizes she must be the new commander of the 4th company. Then he tells her he is the commander she is looking for. She says she has heard he is managing his troublesome squall, and she expects him to keep performing properly. The protagonist is surprised that she came all the way here just to say that, but as she turns to leave, she asks for the young soldier's name. He answers that his name is Krang, though his tone sounds suspicious. Encrid wonders if he just invented that name, thinks his attitude is poor as well, and starts suspecting he might be a noble. Before leaving, the commander gives the MC one last look, then walks away. He still has no idea what is happening. Later, he says he feels worn out and wonders whether he should begin training again. Vengeance asks where he is going, and Encrid says he is heading to the training grounds. Vengeance calls him a fool, saying a bottom-ranked soldier should not try to act so tough. Noble remains silent. The protagonist says he needs to go over the last battle again in his mind. He had paid a heavy price to learn that technique when he was young. Then he reflects on how his final move failed, realizing that risking everything on one strike is far too dangerous. He compares it to Rem's attacks, where every movement is meant to end the fight. Just then, the noble from the infirmary remarks that he has been working hard. Startled, Encrid admits he does not fully understand it either. His hands kept twitching in the barracks, and now his mind keeps drifting. He says he was strengthening his grip while replaying the fight in his head. When the man asks why, MC answers that it is to survive. The noble asks whether surviving is part of his effort to become something greater. He hesitates to answer, since people always laugh whenever they hear his dream. Even so, he raises his head, lifts his sword, and says he wants to become a knight. The noble is clearly taken aback, and Encrid realizes this is the first time anyone has heard his dream without mocking it. The man says he had forgotten, yet those words make him remember something important. At last, he understands what he must do next. Encrid silently watches him leave. Before going, the man tells him that if he truly becomes a knight, he should remember his name. Back at the camp, a bard sings as the soldiers discuss Cyprus, the hero of the battle. Vengeance complains about breakfast, asking if they really plan to feed them almost nothing. Instead of training, Encrid takes a walk, and Jackson asks how his injuries are healing. The protagonist says the medicine worked very well and thanks him for it. Jackson replies that if he is grateful, he should return quickly. That night, the noble calmly wishes him good night. MC answers him in the same way. Vengeance wants nothing to do with any of it. Encrid feels as if the entire day passed without purpose. Then he hears the bard again and wonders whether he was already there that morning too. Vengeance repeats the exact same complaint about the morning ration. In that instant, Encrid understands the meaning behind it. He bolts upright, saying this cannot be real. Jackson once again asks about his wounds, and Encrid gives him the very same answer as before, only to receive the exact same response in return. That confirms it. He has been trapped in another loop. He remembers what the boatman said about the next wall. Encrid wonders whether he passed away in his sleep without even realizing it. He says this feels even worse than falling on the battlefield, but it only makes his resolve stronger. He steels himself, knowing he has been given another trial to overcome. That night comes again, and he tries to uncover who struck him down and why. The only person who could enter would have to be a knight, so he suspects an assassin is hiding among them. He recalls the commander's words about a fairy being light and fast, perfect for silent work and covert attacks. That makes him question whether she came earlier only to inspect the place. He decides to confirm it. Since the barracks has only one entrance, he can shout and wake everyone if he sees her. All he needs to do is stay awake and wait for the assassin. But suddenly, a needle strikes his throat. He turns in shock, unable to believe he never sensed anyone approaching. Pain surges through him, and he can barely force out a broken sound before slipping from the bed. He realizes the needle carried a numbing poison, then notices that Vengeance also has a needle lodged in his throat. Someone is standing over Krang as well. At last, Encrid catches sight of the assassin. The figure raises a blade over Krang and brings it down, ending him instantly. Then another figure appears and forces their way into the tent, revealing a second assassin. Ingrid looks up and sees the commander. He realizes it truly was her, the leader of the 4th company. He wakes once more to the sound of the bard's song. He says this is already his 3rd attempt. He still could not detect them at all, which means this will not be simple. And with the company leader taking part, even stopping the first assassin would not be enough. There is no way he could face her afterward. He feels utterly powerless in that moment. It brings back the same feeling he had days earlier when facing those perverts. Even then, he eventually found an opening and brought him down. So as long as he keeps trying, another route to victory should appear. He pulls the blanket off Vengeance, who immediately snaps that he must be insane. Encrid says he's mistaken to focus only on the base interior. They also need to watch for threats coming from outside. Vengeance sneers and asks if today's lesson is cockroach hunting, saying that kind of work fits a lowlife like him. The protagonist says he is touched by how much Vengeance cares, which only irritates him more since he was clearly being sarcastic. MC lets out a sigh and says he was too. Krang asks if they are arguing again. Again, he says perhaps he should return some other time. Encrid tells him it is alright, while Vengeance lies back down. He says Krang is obviously the true target, and he wonders who Krang really is, because something about him does not feel normal. Even so, he has no desire to dig into Krang's past. If Krang refuses to speak about his past, Encrid will respect that, just as he does with the others in his squad. But now Krang has been dragged into this situation as well. So he decides to ask plainly what Krang really is. Krang goes still, and the protagonist instantly wonders if he phrased it badly. Krang answers awkwardly that it is not something he can easily explain. Encrid asks why, and Krang only replies that it is a long story. MC pauses before saying that he understands, which makes Vengeance snap. He demands to know why Encrid would accept such a useless answer. If he planned to let it go that easily, why did he bother asking at all? He adds that Krang's manners clearly show he is not from this kingdom, then asks which country sent him as a spy. Krang simply looks at him, and Vengeance falls silent. Then Krang steps forward and says he is not, never will be, someone who betrays this kingdom. And Crid says he can tell from Krang's eyes and the way he carries himself. There is something about his movements that feels almost like a knight's presence. Vengeance asks if that is any way to speak to a superior, and Krang lets out a laugh. He says he cannot be a true knight, since he was helpless against the assassin as well. Still, it is clear that he is hiding something. That night, they say goodnight once more, and Vengeance clears his throat as if joining in. Crid wonders if Vengeance joined in, because he is actually afraid of Krang. He keeps his eyes fixed on the tent. He watches the entrance, thinking that if assassins charge in, none of them will survive. He sits upright, and Vengeance reacts. He asks why Encrid is awake instead of sleeping. Encrid warns that assassins will arrive soon, so Vengeance should help if he wants to stay alive. Vengeance gives him a disgusted look and says he has completely lost his mind. Krang smiles at the whole thing, and the protagonist says that is more or less what he expected. Then a voice asks how he knew, and a poison needle pierces through the tent wall toward his throat. Encrid is stunned. They had already slipped inside. He reaches for his sword, but the assassin bursts in and swiftly takes Vengeance down. And he drives a blade into Krang's chest, and Encrid falls as well. He wakes for the 4th time and understands that without evidence, no one will help him stop the assassins. So he tries warning the higher-ups, but one of them tells him to be quiet and leave. Next, MC tries to predict the exact moment they will strike. Then he hears a scream. The flap at the entrance shifts in the wind, and he wonders if this is the moment. He shouts, "Assassin," but still gets struck in the throat. Blade is pulled away, and blood spills heavily. Then the attackers rush in through the front entrance. Afterward, he realizes he must move against them first, before they can make their move. The problem is, how can he fight an enemy he cannot even sense? In the next loop, he keeps watch from inside the tent. Once again, they strike from behind and drive a blade toward his throat. He realizes nothing will change unless he first learns how to avoid those poison needles. Then he wakes into his 20th loop. Even now, he still cannot do a thing against them. Then he begins thinking, and a smirk appears on his face. He has only died 20 times. First, he needs to find a way past the poison needle. He notices Jackson sitting close, nearby, cleaning his dagger, so he walks over. This is the key. Encrid asks Rem why he calls Jackson a perverted wildcat. Rem answers that it is because Jackson really is a complete pervert. He always attacks from behind and vanishes right after, just like a sly wildcat. Jackson spots him and asks whether his wounds have healed. Encrid thinks Jackson could surely handle the assassins, but he cannot bring him along. He has no authority to command him, and this is a wall the protagonist must overcome alone. He asks what someone would need to do to avoid being assassinated. Jackson thinks for a moment, then says he has no idea, since no one has ever survived one of his ambushes. That answer makes Encrid realize he has chosen the right person to ask. So he asks again, if someone like Jackson attacked him from behind, how could he stop it? Jackson considers it again, and gives the same reply. No one has ever lived through that. But the MC still looks determined to find a real answer. Jackson keeps thinking for a while, then releases a a long sigh and says Encrid would need eyes in the back of his head. Encrid asks what that is supposed to mean. Jackson says the timing is just right. Then he asks whether Encrid notices the wagon behind him. The protagonist asks, and Jackson points toward the area behind the tents. Encrid wonders how he sent something so far away, asking if he truly has eyes behind his head. Jackson says that the wagon is about to fall apart. A moment later, the wheel comes loose and the wagon tips over. The MC is shocked and asks if Jackson can see the future. Jackson says no, he has just spent too much time around that barbarian. When Encrid tells him to stop joking and explain, he does. Jackson points to his ear and says it comes from sound. I heard the axle creaking. If you listen closely to everything around you, you can predict what will happen next. Encrid is amazed, since he never heard the wagon at all. Jackson explains that sight is not the only way to sense your surroundings. You keep listening, sharpen your senses, and learn to separate one sound from all the others. The protagonist says that was actually a useful explanation, especially since Jackson used to be too lazy to answer him. Jackson replies that this is just how he is. Still, giving him a hand is better than having the MC cling to it. Especially since lately he seems far too stubborn to give up anyway. That night, Encrid lies in bed and says he has reached his second wall, death without a face. If he can sense the assassin, then he can survive. So he concentrates on his hearing, catching the patrol's footsteps and the sound of torches crackling outside. The assassin rushes in, yet Encrid still cannot hear him. He wonders where the strike will come from. The assassin lands, but Encrid still cannot detect anything. Then the assassin vanishes from sight. Needle suddenly flies into Encrid's throat. His eyes snap open and he already knows he has failed again. The next morning, he wakes to that same chant about Cyprus. He says he has not advanced at all, but his body remembers every single attempt. That includes pulling out the beast's heart and the sensation of being stabbed. Jackson explains that sound reveals a lot. From its volume and direction, you can tell where something is, and once you catch faint noises from far away, your ears begin to work like another pair of eyes. Jackson snaps his fingers and says, it is simply a wave spreading in every direction, even when everything seems quiet. With thousands of sounds colliding together, he has to pick out one wave from the rest. Encrid begins hearing pieces of everyone's conversations and realizes how tangled the noise really is. He needs to divide those sounds and organize them one by one. He says all the flags sound like one massive flag, then tries to remember how many there actually are. He truly understands it, then shifts his attention toward the sound of footsteps. Nearby, he begins sensing the noises around him, starting with the familiar ones. He recognizes those first, then moves on to the unfamiliar sounds. Krang calls out to Encrid. Encrid opens his eyes as Krang asks what kind of training this is supposed to be. The protagonist asks about the nickname. Krang says it is just a shortened version of his name, and although he dislikes it, he lets it pass. Then he asks how this can be called training when Encrid is only sitting there like a fool. Krang says he already knows Encrid well enough. He knows Encrid is not the type to waste time. That night, another needle shoots in and strikes him. It hits him in the throat, and he turns just in time to see Krang get stabbed in the stomach. The assassin moves in for another attack. Krang coughs up blood from the impact. By this point, it is already the 33rd loop. The 34th loop follows the same pattern. He still cannot hear anything. Once again, Krang loses his life. The same thing keeps repeating. He sits there over and over, forcing himself to focus on every sound. He tells himself this wall will not be broken through experience alone. No miracle or sudden answer will appear. He can only keep repeating it until he can hear the bird. When one lands on the flag above him, he hears it clearly. If he can catch that, then hearing the assassin's footsteps should also be possible. He opens his eyes and sees Krang. Krang says he is surprised Encrid failed to notice him sneaking closer. He points out that he has been standing there for quite some time, and he guesses Encrid is training his senses, since he knows Encrid never wastes time. Something in the MC's eyes has changed now. The assassin raises his arm and sends a needle toward his throat, but Encrid avoids it. He grabs the blade. Hidden beneath his pillow, he slashes the assassin's back, causing the assassin to lose balance, panic, and stumble to the floor. Sweat begins to run down the man's face. Encrid grins and says he is no longer some nameless death in the dark. The assassin grits his teeth and charges, calling him a rat, while the protagonist realizes this enemy is not as skilled as the pervert, meaning he can deal with him. He glances to the side. Worried about the others, he sees Vengeance with a needle in his throat, but Krang is still breathing. The assassin rushes at him again. Encrid dodges, reminding himself not to let his guard down, just because this is still a trained killer. Then a dagger suddenly flies in. It shoots toward him, and though he barely avoids it, the blade still cuts across his chest. Refusing to miss the opening, the assassin charges straight forward. The tent is suddenly sliced open, and Encrid looks over. He sees the company commander and realizes that if he does not attack first, he will be finished. So he thrusts his weapon toward her. The assassin shouts that the MC has a guard, then scatters poison needles in every direction. Encrid turns, but by then it is already too late to stop them from flying toward Krang 2. The company commander leaps over Encrid and uses her cape to block every needle, making him realize she did not come to harm him. She came to protect him. Either way, this gives him the opening he needs. He lowers his stance and lunges straight at the assassin. The assassin tries to defend himself, but the strike knocks both of his hands aside. Gritting his teeth, he decides to flee, knowing he has no choice but to escape immediately. Encred does not pursue him. He only says he cannot believe the man ran away like that. At that moment, Krang sits up and says the assassin was most likely targeting him. The protagonist says he already knows, and Krang asks how he figured that out. Encred explains that no one would pay an assassin to target nobodies like him or vengeance. The company commander agrees, saying he catches on quickly, but as her hand shifts toward her sword, MC realizes that even if she saved them, she still cannot allow word of this incident to spread. She intends to make sure no witnesses remain. He tightens his grip on his blade, but then Wang steps in between them and asks her for a favor. He says he does not want anyone to fall here today. Encred cannot understand what is going on. Then she bows and replies that she will do as he wishes. Krang adds that this includes vengeance, since he is not gone yet. She says they have an antidote, so he will survive. The protagonist realizes she must know poison well if she recognized it with just one look. Krang says they need to deal with the scene, because trouble will follow if people learn an assassin came here. Encred asks whether removing every trace would be enough. Then he looks toward the fire and says there is one simple method. Soon, the tent is burning and soldiers hurry over with buckets, shouting that it is on fire and that 2 people survived. Encred says that with this, any sign of the assassin is erased, and the rest can be taken care of. Later, Krang stands beside the company commander. She says that if MC had not delayed the assassin, Krang would have been finished. Then she asks if that's what made him change his mind. Krang says yes. He asks whether she also thinks Encred is interesting, but she merely turns her gaze away. Krang says he has been trying to stay away from this, then recalls how fiercely Encred trained every single morning. He smiles and says the protagonist determination must have influenced him. They will meet again, each standing in their own position. A scythe rises from the water, then vanishes as he recognizes the boatman instead. The boatman says they will meet again, and Encred answers that he is ready anytime. He says he has survived the second wall and opened his eyes once more. The next day, he can sense most things around him, yet he still failed to detect the company commander, proving he has far to go. Encred adds that, fortunately, his injuries are not serious, so he can return immediately. Vengeance asks if MC was the one who pulled him from the fire, and why he bothered. He wonders why he is being criticized for saving him, and why Vengeance dislikes him so much. He simply answers that they are comrades, and that reason is enough. Vengeance turns his eyes away, looking slightly ashamed. He says that after everything he has done to the protagonist, that answer is far too selfless. Then he asks if MC is returning to his squad. MC says yes, and Vengeance warns him his luck is terrible, because the mood there is awful. And he asks why. Vengeance says rumors are spreading that the entire base is cursed. Someone from the protagonist's squad yells at Rem, calls him an underdeveloped monkey, and shoves him. Rem looks delighted, while everyone else starts running, shouting that the squad is fighting again as Rem lifts the guy up and slams him hard into a table. The man swings back at Rem, but Rem dodges smoothly and returns with a solid blow to the face, then draws his axes and says he will decorate the man's skull with them. The other man pulls his sword and threatens to cut Rem in two. Encred finally arrives and says maybe the base really is cursed, cause these fools certainly feel like part of it. He sighs and tells them to stop already. They say they thought he was dead, and MC replies that he is not, though they may drive him mad. 4 days after returning to his squad, he is lying in bed when he opens his eyes and sees Jackson standing above him. Jackson says he was trying to leave quietly and asks if he woke him. The protagonist says no, since he was getting up to train anyway. Jackson says he only started recently, yet has already become a fine listener. MC says he has been practicing, and Jackson tells him to keep at it, because it will help someday. With few battles happening for now and winter drawing closer, the best choice is for him to focus completely on strengthening his body through harder training. While he is doing a one-arm pull-up up in a tree, someone suddenly calls out to him. Encred looks down and notices a boulder. Beneath it is Odon, who asks if he is returning from morning training and says he has been keeping busy. Protagonist drops the boulder and says this kind of training suits him. Odon begins to stand, rising high above Encred, and says that a well-trained body can become a weapon on its own. He says even a frog's kick can hurt, but MC is still too thin, so he needs to keep training. Encred says Odon is just absurdly huge, but he will still give it a try. Odon starts explaining the training method he mentioned earlier, but then they hear something. A commotion breaks out in the next tent, where Rem is throwing out the same man he fought before. Rem says it is his duty, then calls him lazy for still being asleep. The man drags himself toward his sword. He grabs it and swings, hurling an insult at Rem. Rem swings back and Encrid steps between them, asking why they are fighting again. Odon tells them that violence will not solve anything. Rem says he is trying to starve them. The protagonist says if it is his turn to cook, he should just do it, and Ragnar agrees. Rem tries to hand him an apron, saying none of this was necessary if he planned to cook anyway. Ragnar knocks the apron aside, saying it smells awful. Rem sniffs it and says it smells perfectly fine. Encrid asks if he is so bored that he is starting pointless fights. Rem admits it must be obvious, saying the lack of battles is driving him crazy. MC tells him to stop bothering random people and fight him instead. Later that day, Encrid takes a kick to the side and Rem tells him he needs to endure hits better as he charges in again, with his axe sending Encrid's weapon flying away. The protagonist steadies himself, using the heart of the beast. When Rem strikes again, he deflects it and reminds himself to rely on his hearing to block incoming attacks. He keeps using everything he has learned through countless repetitions, and sends a thrust straight toward Rem's face. Rem avoids it, though he admits the attempt was not bad. Then he catches Encrid's sword with his axe, traps it in place, and grabs him by the collar, turning MC's own movement against him to throw him hard onto the ground. He says he expected more after seeing Encrid improve lately. Still, he asks why Encrid suddenly feels so predictable. He has seen that same thrust many times, so he wants to know what else he has left. The protagonist forces himself up again and says he knows he has changed. He can repeat the same action hundreds of thousands of times. Staring straight at Rem, he tells him to come again, saying this time he will break through it. Rem thinks that even if MC's skill is still, or he never gets tired of that stubborn look in his eyes. A wide grin spreads across his face. He says Encrid can talk like that once he manages to land even a single hit. Then rain suddenly begins to fall, making both of them look up in surprise. Back in the tent, Encrid says the rain comes and goes as it pleases. Rem jokes that at this rate, mushrooms will start growing on his feet. Ragnar is asleep, while Odon sits in prayer. Another soldier enters, asking how many duels he has to cancel because of this rain, then says he is starting to almost believe the curse rumors. Encrid asks what he means, and the man asks if he has not heard. Encrid falls silent for a moment. Then he says Vancento did mention something about it. The man explains that the weather has been strange, casualties are increasing, and people keep getting injured, especially Jackson and Ragnar. Because of that, people began saying the place is cursed. He does not believe it, but the strange craze weather helped the rumors spread. Encrid says the higher-ups will not ignore something like that. The man asks why he is standing out in the downpour, and the protagonist says that is the point. Rem asks if he is some stray cat and what this is supposed to accomplish. Jackson says it is a good idea and tells MC to keep going. Reminger only scoffs, and he starts yelling, asking what Jackson has been teaching him and when he started caring about the squad leader. As the argument begins, Odon says there are training methods they can do inside the tent, even while lying down. Ragnar offers to check his stance again. Rem turns toward them, points, and says to look at these guys. But they all keep staring, while Jackson casts a glance over. Odon gives a smile and Ragnar continues, staring at Encrid's back. Rem says he has noticed it too. Protagonist keeps glancing outside the tent. Elsewhere in the war room, a man tells the commanders to keep their soldiers under control. He says they need one more scouting mission before winter and asks who can fill the empty positions. The ferry commander recommends the leader of the 444th squad. The man immediately says Encrid is rather foolish and would only slow the scouts down. She argues that he might produce unexpected results. When asked why she thinks so, she says it is simply a ferry's instinct. Next day the MC speaks with her, asking why he has been assigned to the scouts. She only glares at him. The scene returns to the earlier man, who asks if Encrid somehow angered the company commander. He wonders what he could have done, and the man says he must have done something. Otherwise, why would she pick him in particular? The protagonist wonders whether she is trying to get him killed now that Krang is gone. Rem asks if he is truly going. He says he can help him avoid the order while gripping his axe. The MC says he cannot exactly swing an axe at a superior, and unlike Rem, he would never try. Rem says that is not what he meant, but the MC warns him not to try either, given his violent past. Odon prays they will not take him away and wonders what is wrong with everyone. Ragnar sits upright. He says he could go instead, but everyone looks at him oddly, because they know how easily he gets lost. Jackson says that if Encrid scouts through tall grass, he must watch how the blades shift and look for any signs of disturbance. That is the first step to surviving an ambush. Rem cuts in, saying he already told Jackson to stop teaching the protagonist such strange things. The MC sighs, realizing that once he leaves, no one will be there to stop Rem from fighting. He wonders if leaving them is really fine, but even he knows no one is better suited for this task. After joining the army, his lack of skill kept getting him reassigned to fill different roles. His squad was the first place where he finally felt useful, and Jackson and Rem both moved into attack each other. Encred stepped directly between them, catching them both by surprise and stopping their strikes. He tells them to cut it out. Rem asks whether he is brave or just foolish. Jackson says he should be thankful, or he would have ended up badly wounded. Encred says both of them are too valuable to lose, while he would not weaken their combat strength as much. This is not some sudden act of self-pity. He understands his place clearly and knows he still has far to go. Soon, he moves through the forest with the scout unit toward the front line. One scout notices the protagonist walking with his eyes closed and tells him to pay attention. He says they may be in the same unit. He leads the scout squad, and if Encred has a problem, they can settle it with a fight. His name is Andrew. Another man laughs and asks Andrew if he really thinks the MC would challenge him, calling the MC an outcast. Andrew smirks and says that if he does try, he will make sure not to hurt him too badly. Then he shouts that a squad works because of its men, and if they meet the enemy, they will crush them. The protagonist says they are far too noisy and asks whether they even understand scouting. To him, Andrew is too inexperienced for this. They discover tracks on the ground, and Andrew says they are fresh enemy traces. He decides they will follow them and enjoy barbecue tonight. At night, Encred points out that a moving enemy group has at least 20 people, so if Andrew truly wants to fight them, what is he thinking? Another man laughs and says that is not an enemy at all. It is a gazelle. He notices the MC glancing around and says Andrew can be annoying. His name is Enrique. Enrique used to be a hunter and did not care much about Encred at first, but after a chance conversation, the two became close. He begins teaching him hunting basics, which proves useful, and explains that animals usually create separate trails through fields. He promises to teach him more tomorrow. At night, Andrew keeps insisting it was definitely an enemy, and says he needs achievements more than anything, while the protagonist watches him. The next day, the squad moves out, and as they arrive at the fields, Andrew says this is the area they are supposed to scout. Green Pearl, also known as the absurdly tall grass field. Andrew says they will cross the field, locate the enemy unit, and bring them back alive as prisoners. The men answer firmly and begin moving. As they head forward, Encred asks if they are truly going in when they were only supposed to scout, but Encred is told it is the squad leader's command. While they push through the tall grass, MC thinks this mission will not be simple. He thought Andrew would quit quickly, but he does not. That surprises him, though at least Andrew is treating this seriously. Encred notices there are almost no animal droppings nearby, so he asks if that is a bad sign. Encred says it is, because if food is plentiful but animals are gone, something is wrong. Suddenly, a paw rises and crashes down. A cold shiver runs through Encred as a panther darts through the grass beside him. Their eyes meet and the protagonist immediately pushes Andrew's head down, telling everyone to stay low. The panther had been running from something else. Moments later, two men are struck in the head by stray shots, and Andrew shouts that it is an ambush as enemy soldiers emerge. He orders everyone to retreat, and the squad breaks into a run. One man is pinned down, while Andrew ends up captured. Encred is struck in the chest, and Encred turns to see enemies pressing in from all directions. From what he can sense, he is completely surrounded. Encred keeps running as a crossbow is raised behind him. He hears it and realizes Jackson's listening technique truly helps, allowing him to dodge the bolt from behind. But soon the sounds around him become overwhelming. He can no longer sort through all the noise, though in the end, it still helps him until spears come flying. They rush in from every side, and he is quickly brought down. It only makes sense that trying to avoid the ambush still leads him into one. He remembers trying to warn Andrew, only for Andrew to snap back and ask if he wanted to lose his head. That made Encred realize no one would believe him, so he might need a way to escape on his own. He keeps warning everyone that it is an ambush and that they need to run, but every route is blocked by more enemies, and Henry falls too. Still, he tells himself it is fine, because he can always try another path while time. Troops remain on his side. Then a firing squad appears. Arrows slam into his chest as nearly 20 crossbowmen catch him from the east and rain bolts on him. He tries heading north to avoid them, only to run straight into a unit of spearmen. With arrows lodged in him, he claws at the ground and drags himself forward. Even when he avoids one danger, they keep hunting him. Their green uniforms make it obvious this was planned from the start. Encred wonders what could possibly be so important in a place like this. As he crawls onward, he sees a fire and a flag. Then one clean strike ends him. As his life fades, he keeps thinking about what they are hiding here. The loop resets to Andrew telling the squad they will cross the field and capture the enemy. Encred has heard those words again and again. Every time they enter, they die, proving the enemy is protecting something. He has to find out what it is. If he stops searching for the truth, he will not have to keep dying. Henry calls out to him, snapping him back, and the protagonist realizes that avoiding this would end the loop. Even so, he decides he cannot keep running from this wall. Andrew calls over and asks what he is waiting for. One soldier tells Encred that Andrew may be awful, but he should go along with it since Andrew has his own troubles. MC asks why he should, saying there is only so much stupidity he can tolerate from an idiot. and he asks whether the man is tired of flattering Andrew, and that finally provokes him. He pushes past him and says he is done playing along. Andrew reaches for his sword and asks if he is refusing orders. Incrid realizes he needs to change the entire situation, so he says he is not refusing, he is taking command instead. Andrew grows furious, and the protagonist points out that the ones who survive longest are him, that other soldier, and Henry. The scar-faced soldier is just as dangerous as his appearance suggests. He is the strongest person here, yet he sticks close to Andrew like a guard dog or caretaker. Andrew draws his blade and says Incrid can lead if he beats him, then tells him to draw. MC says an ordinary soldier would never have a bodyguard. His stance also shows proper training, so Andrew must come from a wealthy noble family. But if that were true, he would not be so desperate for results. So Incrid guesses he is a fallen noble. Andrew snaps back that the protagonist's weak skills and high rank make him look like a spoiled brat living off family money. Incrid says whatever Andrew may be, he cannot keep obeying his orders, and Andrew starts saying he is different from him because there is a mission he absolutely must complete. MC tells him to come at him already, mocking him for talking so much when he looks easy to handle. That provokes Andrew, and he rushes forward. Incrid knows this would usually be difficult, but Andrew is looking down on him, and anger like that always creates openings. Andrew aims a thrust to Incrid's head, but the protagonist knocks the strike aside with his hand. With that hand movement, he knows a single careless mistake is the opening he needs. As Andrew's arm is knocked off course, he realizes too late that he has slipped up. Protagonist steps in and lands a punch straight into Andrew's stomach, making him choke and drop to the ground, coughing hard. Incrid and Andrew's guard are both stunned that one punch settled it, since they had assumed Incrid was weak. He announces that he will lead the squad from now on and asks whether anyone objects that decision. Hankry is left completely speechless. Meanwhile, the guard silently thinks it through and looks toward Andrew, who is clearly frustrated with himself. The man remains quiet for a moment. Then Incrid says this is only where it begins. As they cross the field, the others wonder what the protagonist is trying to do. The protagonist asks Henry what dream he is chasing. Henry is taken aback and asks why Incrid suddenly wants to know. Still, he admits he wants to marry a beautiful woman who runs a flower shop. Incrid tells him he must survive first. He asks another soldier, who says he has just become a father. The protagonist gives the same answer, saying he must live if he wants to remain one. He continues asking. One man dreams of opening a business, while another simply wants to return home. When the protagonist turns to Andrew, Andrew says he wants to fulfill his mother's wish by restoring House Gardner. Incrid says they all have dreams, and if they want to reach them, they need to get out of this place alive. Then he stops. He tells them they are not merely going to try. They will make sure every man possible survives. Matt surprises everyone by saying he needs them to think for themselves, because nothing drives a man harder than the will to live. The enemy will appear soon, and his plan is to break through. He points into the grass and tells Henry to shoot an arrow there at head height, but Henry says nothing is there. Incrid cuts him off and orders him to shoot. Henry fires, sending the arrow forward. It strikes a hidden soldier directly in the face. The enemy shouts that they have been ambushed, leaving Henry and the others stunned. Incrid draws his sword and tells Andrew to stay right behind him. Behind him, Andrew grits his teeth and rushes in. The protagonist says he was wrong before, because if they want the advantage, they must find the enemy first and strike before they can react. He drives his blade into one man's back, then immediately turns toward the next target. The enemy falls into panic, shouting for everyone to take them down. Andrew drives his blade into one man's throat. As the man drops, Incrid says they must use the confusion to bring down as many as possible. He brought Andrew because the bodyguard would follow as well. When one enemy approaches from behind, the guard reacts instantly, taking him down with ruthless precision. Incrid knows this is their best chance. As he disables another enemy, he notes their numbers have fallen from 12 to 8. The remaining enemies are closing in, and then the rest of his squad arrives. He orders them to bring down every last one. One by one, the squad surges forward. In grass this high, even the enemy struggles to follow their movements as well. There is a reason the protagonist spotted them first. The panther darts past once again. Then one enemy suddenly becomes startled by it and swings toward the beast. Incrid rushes in from the side and strikes him in the gut. At once, the protagonist realizes they had been chasing that panther the first time, which is how they stumbled across his squad. Now they fail to notice his ambush because their attention is fixed on hunting it. Since things are finally going his way, he refuses to let the beast die. Henry reports that it is over, while Andrew breathes heavily and his guard calmly wipes his sword. Incrid says they move out immediately, right away, while the panther watches quietly from behind. After losing one person, only 6 remain. Even after all these loops, the protagonist still cannot save everyone, but this is the best he has ever done, and he wants to go farther. Ahead of them, an enemy guard is standing, keeping watch, and Incrid quickly takes him down. From the loops, he knows where the enemy units are and how many there are. If they move straight ahead, 30 crossbowmen will destroy them, so they must turn right. fight. The spearmen who chase them in every loop must be handled quickly, or the entire escape will be slowed down. Escape. By striking in quick ambushes and pulling back, they manage to slip through the encirclement. Andrew brings down one of the enemy soldiers. His babysitter warns that he is pushing himself too far, and once night falls, finding the exit will become much harder. They have to break through before the sun sets. MC tells them to keep moving. When someone asks why he is leading them deeper in, MC says this is the right route, and he will not accept complaints. They only need to follow. Babysitter clearly hates that answer. All of it. Then Hentry is stunned when the man aims his sword at Encrid and says he will not walk straight into death. If taking Encrid down is what it takes, then he will do it to survive. The protagonist answers that even he should understand it is already too late to turn back. After all the noise they made, the retreat route is already crawling with enemies. The man asks if Encrid truly expects them to trust him, and MC replies that there is one thing he wants to make clear. He wants to survive as well. Andrew had believed he was nothing but useless trash, just like his father, who gave up on everything and squandered what remained of their house. But Encrid is not that kind of person. If anything, he makes Andrew think of his mother. She once told Andrew that even if their house was already ruined, she still hoped he would become someone capable of guiding their people. To do that, he needed to win their trust and restore the family. Andrew admits he has always wanted to become like her. Looking at the protagonist now, he sees someone opening the way forward. The protagonist tells everyone to trust him because they will live. Andrew steps up and says he believes in him, calling MC captain. His babysitter begins to protest, but Andrew says Encrid is the captain now and the squad will obey its captain's command. Babysitter is left speechless. Encrid tells everyone to crouch until he gives the signal and stay close together. The first step to escaping is to take the initiative and break through with an ambush. Step 2 begins as they quietly move through the grass and hear rustling nearby. Enemy soldiers pass close to them, and there are many of them. Encrid says the key thing he learned after dozens of loops is that only at this exact time and place can they let the enemy move right past them without triggering a fight. This is the only path that truly works. Everyone waits in tense, silent stillness. Encrid pushes his hearing to its limit, and once he can no longer hear anyone nearby, others wait for him to finish. He says everything has unfolded exactly as he planned. According to his plan, the final step comes next. Once the sun sets, the field becomes too difficult to escape, so Encrid tells them they have reached the crucial spot. Enrique stares in disbelief and blurts out that it cannot be true. One of the others simply smacks his forehead. After all their effort, they have somehow arrived right inside the enemy. The protagonist explains that Aspen soldiers are eliminating everyone in the field to keep a buried secret hidden here. Whatever they are concealing, no one can be allowed to discover it. In the middle of the camp stands a shrine, draped with flags and surrounded by bones. Encrid wonders what will happen if something more urgent than hunting them suddenly pulls the camp's attention away. Then he tells them it is time to move. If they go in now, a way out should open. Matt cannot believe it. MC is planning to set the enemy camp on fire, and to him, that sounds insane. He warns they will likely be surrounded and fall there. Encrid cuts in and finally asks for his name. At last, we find out that the babysitter's name is Matt. Encrid tells Matt directly that he will not tolerate anyone disobeying him. Matt starts to snap back, but Andrew quickly shuts him down. He tells Matt to stay quiet and immediately follows the protagonist's lead. Matt grumbles that Andrew has no need to lecture him. With clouds covering the night sky, they cannot find the way out alone. Whether they like it or not, they have to trust their squad leader. Tent and Matt is certain this is where they meet their end. When they slip inside, no one is there. That only makes Matt more suspicious, since Encrid knows far too much about this place. And walking straight through the enemy lines still feels crazy. Even stranger, they have not encountered a single soldier. They are clearly inside the camp, so how can it be this empty? Encrid finally stops them once they reach the shrine. He tells everyone to stay put. Then he reveals he has sneaked into this camp more than a dozen times. The first time he noticed that flag and touched it, the entire camp turned against him. So that is what the soldiers are guarding. The flag is their highest priority. Now he wants to find out what happens if the camp catches fire. Matt is shocked. How did Encrid know the flag was here? His thoughts begin racing. The ferry commander tell him? After all, she was the one who placed this so-called nobody in charge. He says that once the fire starts, the soldiers will focus on protecting the flag. Maybe that is why he took command and brought them into the camp from the start, as if he is carrying out some hidden plan. While the camp falls into chaos, they will use that chance to escape. From here, they split into two groups. One team draws the enemy away, while the other starts the attack. Matt says he will join the bait team, which catches Encrid by surprise. Guard. He has complained the whole time, so this sudden cooperation surprises him, but the protagonist decides it can help. He has brought people into this camp many times before, but never with this many companions still alive beside him. To Encrid, this is their best attempt so far, and for once, success feels possible. Then one of the guards is struck in the head by a rock. They spot Matt running away and begin shouting, sending the others after him. The MC tells himself that this time he will make. He reaches toward a torch, thinking this is their best chance to reach tomorrow. But suddenly, a massive man appears out of nowhere, beside him swinging his blade down with terrifying force, splitting the torch cleanly in two. Chill runs through Encrid. He never sensed this man approaching. As he grabs his sword, he realizes he has never seen this man in any earlier loop. Still, one glance is enough to tell him this man is dangerous. He wonders where someone this powerful came from. The man glares at him and calls him a rat. Encrid simply says they are too late. The man asks what he is talking about, then notices a tent already burning. A man in robes rushes out, shouting while others hurry away carrying barrels. The huge man orders everyone to put out the fire. The protagonist realizes Matt has drawn most of the soldiers away. Wei and Andrew use the opening to set the tents ablaze. Now Encrid only needs to survive and escape. He plants his foot, reminding himself that every strike begins from the ground as he prepares a thrust. Push off the earth launch forward and aim for the gap in the man's guard. Encrid lunges while the man is distracted, but the man snaps his head around and meets his eyes, avoiding the strike with smooth, flawless movement. In the next instant, he is behind the MC before the MC can react. Encrid knows it is bad the moment he feels the blow across his stomach. But, holding the wound, he realizes that was the strongest thrust he could make. He turns to face the man again as the man calls him weak. Encrid can feel the enormous gap between them, and right now, he cannot win. He survived endless ambushes only to be stopped. Here, loop after loop, watching everyone fall while he remained. He thought he had finally passed this loop's obstacles, but now he understands the truth. This man is the real wall. As the man raises his sword, Encrid thinks that if he falls, then next time he will take control sooner and repeat everything until he can overcome this monster. Instead of losing his nerve, he begins to laugh, which clearly unsettles the man. The man grows irritated and demands to know what he finds so amusing. Encrid smiles and points his sword directly at him. The man snarls that he will tear him apart and feed him to the dogs, then swings. Encrid lets his stance drop. Then he steadies his blade, vowing to break through this wall. This time he actually blocks the strike, and sparks burst from the clash. The man knocks his sword aside, sliding along the blade with a smooth pair of movements. Encrid is taken by surprise. The man immediately follows with another attack. When the protagonist slips past it, the next strike comes without a pause. He barely avoids that one as well, shocked that the man can attack from such an angle, yet the pressure keeps coming without slowing down. Encrid looks up just in time to guard against another heavy blow. He feels the weight behind every strike, and Rem is not there to counter for him. The difference in skill is simply too great. MC steps back and draws a throwing knife, flicking it toward the man. When it reaches him, the man casually bats it away with the back of his hand. Encrid had not expected that. The man closes the distance again immediately. He drives his blade straight toward Encrid's chest, then shouts about the spreading fire ring out, and the attack misses the protagonist's face when the man is distracted. The shrine has now caught fire. The flames are spreading quickly toward the flag. The roadman from earlier calls out to his company commander, asking whether he understands what is now at stake. Risk. The commander realizes Encrid is not the kind of man who will go down quietly. There is no fear in his eyes. So he calls out, promising that they will meet again. Then he turns away and walks off. Encrid is stunned that he is leaving so easily. Perhaps this was not the true wall after all, but whether it was or not, he still has to overcome this loop, and at least he now knows he can continue growing stronger. Then he hears Andrew shouting that they need to leave immediately. Encrid glances back one final time at the commander, while Andrew keeps yelling for him. The commander turns and their eyes meet. Encrid still wants to continue fighting, but in the end, he finally sheathes his sword. Knowing survival is the right choice, he orders a retreat while the enemy rushes to save the shrine. The soldiers hurry to put out the flames. They begin shouting for more help. As the squad escapes, MC notes that one man who took another route never returned. That leaves only 5 of them. Matt asks if that is all, wondering whether the enemy will send pursuers. Encrid says they will not. Then Henry starts coughing and stumbling. Behind them, a small group of soldiers gives chase. Them and the others immediately turn back to protect Henry. Encrid drops one pursuer with a clean strike. Matt brings down another opponent with his blade, and Andrew follows his example. The protagonist tells them not to hesitate and to keep moving. As Andrew supports Henry, MC says the enemy will struggle to follow if they run toward field fox and snake territory. Andrew asks if that will not slow them down too much. Henry smiles and says he knows a safe way, one the hunters use. Path. Encrid tells him he is counting on him to guide them. Right then, as they move deeper into the field, he notices the footsteps behind them have disappeared. Pursuit has finally fallen away. Thanks to what Andrew and Matt managed to do, they shook the enemy fast faster than expected, and without Henry's tracking, they never would have lost them so quickly. It took all of them working together just to make it this far. As the sun begins to rise, Encred shields his eyes and realizes he has reached the next day. They keep running until they finally arrive back at their own. One soldier asks what happened to them. They are drenched in blood and completely exhausted, and Henry mutters that he is about to black out. A moment later, he collapses. Encred stretches his back and realizes he finally cleared that loop with most of them still alive. Now he can move forward to the next stage. Back at the shrine, the flag still stands, though almost everything around it lies in ruins. Someone asks the robed man what happened, and he says they will have to prepare everything again. He never expected the famous Grey Dog to fail against a few nobodies. The company commander called. Grey Dog admits he cannot understand it. Those soldiers were supposed to be elite, yet a small group broke in, set fires, and escaped. The Grey Dog is an independent company, essentially a group of hired fighters. Its name comes from the Grey Dog of the Principality of Aspen, a beast known for locking onto its chosen prey. Whether in war or alone, Grey Dog lives up to that name. Once they choose a target, they never let go, which is why people call them persistent lovers. Grey Dog asks the man from earlier whether his opponent was truly strong. We learn that the man is named Mitch. He says that without the fire, he would have dealt with Encred without much trouble. Grey Dog says the protagonist was lucky, but luck is still part of battle. Mitch swears it will not happen again. Back in his tent, the MC cannot stop thinking about the wall he reached but failed to overcome. He wanted that fight to continue, and he knows they will meet again before long. Soon, Mitch is thinking the same thing, determined to finish Encred the next time they meet. Rem tosses his axe around, bored out of his mind, wondering why there is still no word from his home country. He catches the axe and sits up, wondering if the protagonist might have died. He admits that Encred has improved, but says he is still small time, so dying would not be surprising. Strangely enough, Rem actually liked him. With a sigh, he says that if the MC is dead, there is nothing he can do. Ragnar wakes up as well. He looks over at Rem's strange posture and asks what the hell he is staring at. Rem simply waves and says good morning. Ragnar waves back. Then Rem grins and says he suddenly feels like killing him, tightening his grip on the axe. Ragnar begins drawing his sword and calls him a mad dog. Later, the company commander questions Encred about the scouting mission, especially how the whole place ended up burning. He says he only made the best choices he could and got lucky. Lucky. She stares into his eyes and repeats the word lucky. Lucky then tells him to rest and recover. She had expected him to do something useful, just not something this big, and she begins wondering who he really is. As Encred leaves, he admits he has no idea what she is thinking. Then Andrew calls out, bows, and apologizes for his earlier attitude, saying he is alive because of him. He asks whether they will meet again. The protagonist gives a small wave and says maybe, if their paths cross. Then he turns to go. Andrew grabs his sword and bows again to Encred, and the others follow him, showing their respect. The MC thinks about how he brought 4 of them back, yet still wonders if that was truly the best he could do. 2 members died, and he cannot stop thinking that if he had been stronger, he might have saved them. 2. With his loops, he can keep pushing beyond his limits. Someday, he will stop merely struggling to survive and start moving toward his true goal of becoming a knight. That is what he will use these loops for, and if he wants to stop repeating the same day, he must become far stronger. Then he hears his squad shouting that they are at it again. Ragnar and Rem are already clashing, trading blow for blow. Both of them look far more serious than they usually do. Encred says he has never seen them like this before, despite sparring with them countless times. One soldier mutters that they are not even human but beasts. Encred realizes they never had to go all out against him. That means he needs to pay closer attention. Focus. The next time they spar, he wants to make them show those same expressions against him. Ragnar blocks one of Rem's swings, then glances over and notices Encred. Rem tells him that if he has returned, he should report properly instead of sneaking around. Again, he shouts at the others, saying if they will not fight him, they should leave. Ragnar notices the protagonist is injured, but he dismisses it as only a scratch. When MC tries to ask about their techniques, Rem interrupts and tells him to clean himself up and rest, so Encred turns to Ragnar and asks him instead. Ragnar looks at him and asks he is actually serious. He asks whether the timing has returned. Ragnar turns his eyes away and says it is nothing. The protagonist feels like Ragnar has more to say, but decides to leave it for now. Soon, everyone begins packing as the battalion commander moves the entire force closer to the tall grassland. During the march, Encred's wounds recover quite a bit, and he keeps reflecting on his training. The red-haired man asks if he is seriously training now, reminds him they move tomorrow, and wonders why he is not resting. MC says he is only stepping out for a bit. Rem clicks his tongue and warns that if he keeps this up without rest, he will die young. The next morning, Ragnar wakes to the sound of a sword slicing through the air. He sees Encred's bed already neatly arranged. He guesses Encred has gone out to train again. Ragnar stretches his body and picks up his sword, thinking he had always been been naturally talented. With it, growing stronger had come easily to him, and he even had the ability to become a knight, but in his eyes, all of that was meaningless, dull. He never found a reason to dedicate his life to chasing that path. Without meaning, he lost his sense of purpose, which is why he ended up in this squad. Then he watches Encrid continue swinging his sword. Swinging. He lets out pained grunts with every movement. Each strike makes him falter, and he drops to his knees, still not fully recovered. Ragnar points out that the protagonist's fundamentals are terrible and says proper basics must be built from the beginning. If he keeps hiding poor fundamentals behind shortcuts, he will never truly improve. Even so, Encrid reaches for his sword once more. His eyes are filled with determination, and Ragnar cannot understand why he is pushing his body so hard, so he asks him directly. Encrid says he wants to become stronger. Ragnar asks for what reason, and MC says he wants to become a knight. Ragnar says a knight is just someone skilled at fighting, then asks if that title really matters so much. Encrid says the knight he wants to become is someone who decides for himself what is wrong and what is right, raising his sword for honor, for the weak, and for those he wants to protect. That answer leaves Ragnar caught off guard. To him, strength had only ever been a tool, and a knight was nothing more than a sword. Now he begins wondering what he truly wants for himself. He steps forward and says perhaps he will not know until he works it out. Then he calls to Encrid and asks if he wants to learn the sword properly. Protagonist answers immediately, saying of course he does. Ragnar only stares at him, then sighs and says he probably should not have offered. He is already being dragged into something troublesome again. Still, after seeing how serious Encrid is, he admits that this might actually be interesting. He asks if Rem has already taught him the heart of the beast. When MC mentions the valiant mercenary sword style too, Ragnar says everything must be discarded except the thrust, and that beast technique. Encrid asks about the valiant mercenary sword technique. Meekly, Ragnar says especially that one. If Encrid does not abandon it, any new skill he learns will only collapse back into old habits. If that happens, he might as well quit. So Ragnar gives him a choice. Throw everything away and begin again, or remain exactly as he is. Same. The protagonist immediately says he will start over. Ragnar is surprised by how quickly that answer comes and asks if he is truly certain. Sure. Encrid asks what he should begin with first. Ragnar mutters that this guy really is not normal. He says MC's body is sturdy, but his weapon is too light, so he hands over his own sword and shows him how to hold it. MC asks if lending it is really fine, and Ragnar says it is nothing special. He places his right hand above his left, then notices how tightly Encrid is gripping it. The protagonist says it is so he will not lose the blade, and Ragnar asks who taught him that. When Encrid says Rem, did Ragnar clicks his tongue, calls Rem useless, and tells MC to take his stance. Then Ragnar raises the sword overhead, then swings it down toward him. Encrid blocks it, but his hands tremble as he blurts out that it hurts. Ragnar says of course it does. If he stays that stiff, it will only get worse. Right now, he is rigid as a post. Encrid wonders why everyone in this squad speaks in odd comparisons and tries to understand what Ragnar means. Then it finally clicks. Ragnar is saying he is too tense because he is gripping the sword too hard. He has to loosen up so the blade does not lock his body in place and his movements can flow better. So the protagonist relaxes his grip while Ragnar continues striking at him. Then he sweeps Encrid's legs and tells him to watch his balance as well. The MC tries again, and Ragnar asks where his feet are even facing, pointing. He knocks the blade aside, says it is still too stiff, and tells him to try again before ruining his wrist. When Encrid attacks, Ragnar mocks him and asks if he is trying to dance. The training continues all day until the protagonist ends up sprawled on the ground. Ragnar sighs, saying he never expected it to be this bad. Encrid lacks every basic skill, and fixing that will not be simple. The MC is completely drained, yet he still tightens his hand around the sword. Ragnar watches him, silently thinking something through. Then Encrid asks if they can do it again. Ragnar exhales and draws his blade once more, saying they will begin from the very first step. Then Rem appears and asks where they have been all day. He asks if they are skipping meals out here for some little picnic. He points at Ragnar and asks Encrid if Ragnar is bothering him, offering to handle it himself. Then their usual arguing begins. Encrid notices Rem is dressed for battle and asks what is going on. Rem says some enemy forces have started gathering in the distance and everyone begins preparing for battle. The scene then shifts to the company commander standing above the soldiers on a cliff. Encrid's whole squad is already equipped for the fight. Ragnar starts regretting that he taught him, since the protagonist only just learned this style and still may not fight well enough to survive today. He rests his sword across his shoulder and says he will have to keep an eye on the MC the entire time. Encrid wishes he had been given more time to train. Some soldiers begin wondering why the enemy lines are arranged that way, spread in such a strange pattern around the flag. Then the robed man stretches out his hand and declares, "This is the end." A powerful wind begins swirling from his spirit. The ferry commander realizes it is a spell. Everyone struggles to stay steady as thick fog rolls across the field. Someone looks around and says he cannot even see the men beside him. him. Panic spreads through the ranks because of the fog, and then he hears something. The others hear it too and start asking what that sound is. Fear quickly spreads through the soldiers, and Incrid shouts that the enemy is arrogant. Arrows fall like rain, striking soldiers across the battlefield. The fairy queen knocks them aside and warns that this fog is unnatural. No one could have predicted this tactic. She orders everyone to raise their shields, then realizes they have already been trapped. The robeman begins laughing. He brags about how difficult the spell was to create, using the blood of many animals and gathering vast water through rain magic. Now that it is active, the fog blinds everyone. Only those beneath the spell's markers, the flags, can see, turning the battle completely one-sided. He calls it the fog of annihilation. Mitch says he looks pleased, and the man answers that of course he is. If that flag had not nearly burned, this would have been simple. Mitch thinks of Incrid and curses him, while the protagonist struggles through the arrow storm. A second wave of arrows rains down, and the MC slips past one. A voice behind him tells him to keep his head low, and he knows it is Ragnar. Then Rem snaps that this is magic, and he is furious. Incrid says he can tell Rem is right in front of him, but he still cannot see him clearly, so fighting properly like this is impossible. An arrow lands right beside his feet, and his breathing turns rough. His body stiffens, and even moving his legs becomes harder. At this pace, he cannot use what Ragnar taught him yet, though he never expected to master it right away. Back during training, Ragnar said Incrid would keep slipping into old habits for a while, until he fully learned it. It would be better not to fight, but avoiding the battlefield would only lead to his death anyway. Realizing that, he closes his eyes and focuses again, reminding himself that death does not frighten him like it does others. People. As the battle rages around him, Ragnar tells him to get behind him, but the protagonist says he has found the answer. If one try is not enough, he knows what comes next. He rushes straight into the fog, and Ragnar shouts after him, asking if he has lost his mind. A spearman suddenly bursts out from the mist and drives his spear straight through Incrid's throat. MC groans with the weapon still lodged there, then smiles and says he can go back now and keep learning from. Soldier recoils and calls him insane. He pulls the spear from Incrid's neck, ending him at once. Back at the camp, Ragnar asks if he truly understood what he meant. Incrid admits Ragnar is honestly a terrible teacher, because as a genius he can do it but cannot explain what is wrong. Ragnar says maybe this is what it means to understand something without knowing how to teach it. Then he simply tells the protagonist to swing downward and asks if that is really so difficult. MC says he is not making fun of him. He is genuinely confused and asks where his center of gravity should be. Ragnar stops surprised, then thinks it over and asks if he means something like this. Incrid says yes, exactly as he thought. People like Ragnar do not even understand how they do what they do. Ragnar may be terrible at explaining, but that is fine. Watching and listening are Incrid's strengths, and he will memorize Ragnar's form no matter how many attempts it takes. Back to the arrows pouring in. The protagonist raises his sword and deflects one away, but his hands shake, and he realizes his movements are still too stiff. Another spear shoots toward him, and Incrid does not even try to evade. He tells himself it is fine, because he can die and keep learning, so he lets it pierce his throat. Back in training, he shifts his feet and slips beneath Ragnar's blade. This is the 31st loop, and now he can finally move with some looseness. Ragnar says that step was fairly good and asks where he learned it. With that much progress, Incrid is ready to begin the true basics. Ragnar explains the 3 foundations of swordplay: cutting, stabbing, and slashing. For defense, use the blade's edge, and with a good sword, even the sides can work. The shortest distance between you and your opponent is the attack line. Swordplay is about closing your enemy's line while extending your own. Draw them in, then meet them with your blade. Back on the battlefield, the spearman thrusts, but Incrid watches the strike slide past him, and he realizes his feet feel lighter now. He can avoid this without trouble, and 4 more spears shoot out at once. They bring him down instantly, but he says the loops are changing little by little. In training, he even manages to parry Ragnar's sword, shocking him. Ragnar asks if he really just parried that. MC stays focused on one thing: he will keep going. Even if the progress is tiny, he will repeat this cycle as long as needed, then follows with a diagonal slash from the right. Ragnar says that move no longer needs correction. He sounds surprised, but Incrid says even small steps can become huge gains. As he charges through the fog, Ragnar shouts after him, only for the protagonist to fall again. He still smiles and says that if he can keep improving, he will die as many times as necessary. In training, Ragnar lifts his blade and swings downward. Incrid brings his own sword up and knocks Ragnar's strike aside. This is the 100th loop. Ragnar stares at his sword in complete shock, then looks back at MC, asking what in the world he is. He can no longer even read his own captain's movements anymore. Incrid notices that Ragnar no longer sees him the same way. He once thought his talent had a limit, but as he runs forward, again, Ragnar calls out to him, He keeps moving and says he has gone beyond his old level. He dodges the first spear and stays close to it, rushing past the enemy without finishing him because he has a goal, the path to becoming an enemy. Night, he pushes straight into the spearman's rear line where they strike him again. Even as he falls, he smiles and says this is so enjoyable that he might truly be going crazy. Back in training, Ragnar calls. He asks whether Ingrid wants to study the sword once more. Once again, Ingrid says he is willing to do whatever it takes. He smiles as if prepared to fall countless times, so long as each attempt brings him closer to strength. Ragnar says there is simply no way he should already be this skilled. Confused, he asks if the protagonist has been deliberately fighting poorly all along. The protagonist denies it, but Ragnar continues. He explains that Ingrid already has the fundamentals, and what he lacks most now is practical experience. Now back on the battlefield, another wave of arrows comes flying in. Ingrid says this marks his 200th attempt, yet something about it feels wrong. An arrow shoots toward his head, but he digs his heel into the ground and leans forward. Then he slips beneath it. This time he wants to test just how far these techniques can take him. The familiar spearman lunges at him, but Ingrid reacts at once, glides under the thrust and counters with a clean swing. He strikes back, disabling the man before finishing him. By now, he already knows where the enemies will emerge through the fog. Inside the fog, he draws a throwing knife and says even if his eyes cannot find them, he can still take down a few. He throws the blade and another enemy falls. Panic begins spreading through the enemy ranks. One soldier turns his head, searching through the haze. Lost in the fog, he wonders what is going on, unable to see a thing. Before he can spot anyone, Ingrid cuts him down at the leg. As the man collapses, the crossbowmen also begin to panic, shouting questions about what is happening. One of them raises his crossbow and prepares to fire, while the protagonist recalls Ragnar telling him to observe carefully. He predicts the next move and shifts his feet to match the timing. He ducks beneath the crossbow shot, then drives his sword straight into the man's chest. Ingrid bursts into laughter, saying everything feels completely changed. It is different, as if he has become someone else compared to when he barely understood the basics. He pushes farther into the enemy formation, hungry for more. He wants more enemies to rush him. He advances deeper until several crossbowmen gather and aim at once. Forming a firing line, one of them admits he did well to get this far and asks, how exactly does he plan to make it out alive? Ingrid steps forward firmly and says he wants to settle this with blades like men who are still testing one another. They call him mad, then disregard his words entirely, firing their bolts and striking him from the side. The scene shifts to the boatman, who calls Ingrid a fool for walking into danger and asks if his mind has shattered. And the protagonist wakes in surprise. He says it has been a while since he last saw him. He wonders whether the boatman truly appeared just to insult him. Then Rem notices him spacing out and asks what he is doing. At that moment, Ingrid recalls something Rem once told him. Back then, Rem had described it as a spell. In his previous run, the enemy formation looked as though it was guarding the flag on the grassland. So the protagonist asks Rem whether he knows anything about spells. Rem asks why he wants to know now, and Ingrid says he simply wants to hear what Rem understands. Rem agrees, then asks if Ingrid knows how magic differs from a spell. The protagonist answers that magic is more common. Rem says that is partly correct, but not the whole truth. Spells require a medium. In fact, the medium is essential. Without one, a spell cannot exist at all. The protagonist thinks it through and realizes the fog must have come from the enemy's spell. That means the flag is likely the medium, and if it is destroyed, the fog should vanish. He then asks whether Rem's tribe uses spells too, since spells originated in the West, where Rem comes from. Rem smiles and says he has seen them before, then adds that true spellcasters are rare, while most are only hexcasters. Ingrid lets that pass, and Rem asks where he is going. Ingrid says he is heading out to train. Ragnuzon remarks that their training paths seem to be quite similar. Then he asks whether the protagonist knows the Unyuk sword style. He explains that 5 centuries ago, a genius found only once in a million was born. As a child on a sword farm, he defeated 12 bandits using only a fireplace poker. After losing his parents at a young age, he began training with the sword early, and later a noble took him in after hearing the stories. That prodigy was named Leona Sonyuk, but no matter how extraordinary his talent was, he was also under a curse. His strength began fading at 10, and by 12 he was completely paralyzed. Just like that, the great prodigy seemed destined to disappear from history, but Rem says that even fully paralyzed, Leona had carved his name into swordsmanship by the age of 20. He studied every sword style across the land and organized them into 5 types: the righteous elaborate sword, the heavy strong sword, the flowing confounding sword, the fast swift sword, and the gentle parrying sword. Leona transformed the history of swordsmanship, and because of his legacy, the Unyuk family rose to become the greatest house in the empire. That influence still lingers since modern swordsmanship grew from it. Ragnar Zan says the northern heavy sword shaped many styles, even Eastern Kai-based ones, and his own style comes from northern tradition. Sword. He tries to remember what Rem taught him and asks if it was called the conscience of the beast, but Ingrid corrects him, saying it was the heart of the beast. Then Ragnar Zan says the technique he is about to teach will be even more useful. He tells him to concentrate on one point. He orders MC to block out everything else and focus only on his sword and the enemies, then takes a stance to show him. Ingrid wonders what Ragnar is about to do. Then Ragnar sends a straight thrust forward, toward him, barely grazing the side of his neck. Ingrid is stunned because it was even faster than Rem's strike. He nearly went down, and Ragnar asks if he felt anything. From the side, Rem calls him a lunatic, asking if Ragnar is seriously trying to endanger the squad leader. Ragnar says people focus best when danger is right before them, so he is only helping. Rem snaps that Ingrid cannot learn anything if he is gone. Ragnar asks how long Rem thinks it took him to learn the heart of the beast, then says of course it took forever, with a dumb barbarian teaching it. The protagonist cuts in, saying both of them are awful teachers. Rem fires back that Ragnar's people live even farther north, so that should make him the bigger barbarian. Ragnar rejects that, saying Rem is the one from the southern barbarian tribe. While they continue bickering, MC tells them that is enough. They should go since he is waiting for the order to depart. Before leaving, Ragnar tells him to remember that sharp feeling he had just now, right before danger. If he masters concentrating on a single point, everything else will disappear, and his sword will move exactly the way he intends. Back on the battlefield, Ingrid says it feels similar to the heart of the beast, yet completely different. The heart of the beast dulls the fear of danger, while this technique sharpens him instead, and he needs real combat to understand it. He needs more practice with it. He looks across the field and spots the flag as the fog rolls in. The protagonist says he will add one more goal besides gaining experience. He plans to bring down the flag. He advances and drops one soldier, saying reaching it would be simple with Rem and Raja, but he wants to do it alone, cutting through another enemy as he moves forward. He wipes his blade clean, excited by the chance to learn this new technique. Ingrid says he has fallen too many times because he was unprepared, which is why concentrating on a single point matters so much. To survive the assassin he trained his hearing, and to endure battle he learned the heart of the beast. But this new method still refuses to click for him. Ragnar points his sword at him again and stops just before his face, asking if he understands now. He says that if it worked, Ingrid should have felt the sword tip slow down, or something like that. MC shakes his head and wonders if the heart of the beast is getting in the way, though he doubts it. Ragnar says everything except the enemy's sword should fade, letting him read where that blade will go. Then he asks if Ingrid has ever felt anything like that. The protagonist says using fear of danger may not be the right approach for this, then asks how Ragnar learned it. Ragnar says he never had to learn it, because it came naturally. The name explains everything. Just focus on a single point. Ingrid sighs, realizing he will not get a useful explanation from Ragnar and must figure it out himself. Still, he cannot rush it. He will keep practicing on the side, but his main goal is to bring down one of the flags and reduce losses for his allies while breaking straight through the enemy line. As the fog begins rolling in again, everyone starts to panic, but MC shouts for them to get down. This time they actually follow his order. At once he commands them to raise their shields. Arrows come raining down, but the shields block the volley as Ingrid takes command. He has gone through this loop more than 300 times. He knows where every strike will come from, even without looking. The enemy is also confused by the fog, and he turns that confusion to his advantage. He slips past one man and strikes him from the side, then follows with another swing that brings down too many more. The enemy shouts that he is only one man, so they can handle him, but their allies keep falling in the fog, and when another group closes in, Ingrid draws his sword back and cuts through them. At that moment, only one thing matters to him: the flag. One soldier yells for everyone to pull themselves together and stop him. Ingrid grins as he gets closer, genuinely enjoying himself. Fun. He swings his sword down. An enemy blocks it, sending sparks flying through the fog. Ingrid forces his way through anyway, striking hard enough to split the blade in two. Then he grabs that soldier and hurls him into the pole, breaking it. He says it took him 10 loops to reach this flag. As it finally breaks, he says that was all he wanted, but the fog still does not clear. The moment he hesitates, the enemy seizes the chance and strikes him. One of them laughs and says Ingrid knows a little about spells, but still fell into their trap. Tricked. The protagonist finally realizes the truth. There is only one real spell, flag, and the others are decoys. He has to find the real one. The loop begins again, and Ragnar asks what he is doing as the MC rushes in alone. He says that next time he has a 1 in 5 chance. If he takes the lead, he should shout, telling everyone to get down and raise their shields. But he is too far away for them to hear, so they hesitate. Encrid turns back and watches the arrows fly past, completely confused. He raises his shield and blocks the arrow, aimed at him, but his soldiers are struck down around him. He wonders why they ignored him this time. Maybe his timing was wrong, or maybe they needed a moment to react. He breaks another flag, but it is fake. 2. Once again, he has followed the wrong flow. A moment later, his head is taken, leaving him with 4 left. He breaks another flag, but it is still fake, and the enemy defeats him again. 5 more loops vanish, and the 4th flag takes 7 more tries, only ending the same way. Now only 2 flags remain left. Now he says that if he must trust his instinct, one of them is the obvious choice, because it stands farther away than the rest. Beside it is the robed man from the camp. Encrid drops to one knee and orders everyone to get down and raise their shields, and this time they obey, and the arrows are blocked. Again, he tells Rem to follow him. Rem asks if he has lost his mind, as they charge through the arrows. Encrid says that even if the flag is far away, he cannot burn all his strength before reaching it. When they reach the spearman, the protagonist does not even swing. Rem is beside him and drops one with a thrown axe. The MC says Rem's job is to draw their attention while he slips past. Rem grabs a soldier and demands to know who cast the spell, but the man is already gone, so Rem throws him aside and says he will ask the next one. 1. He keeps cutting through enemies while noting that he has repeated this for over a year. Loop. He races toward the flag and raises his blade, saying this should finally end the battle. Fog, but the instant he swings, his sword is stopped. A familiar voice asks if this is a dream. It is Mitch, and he knocks Encrid's blade away from the flag. Mitch says God has finally answered his prayer. He has wanted to take the protagonist down himself, and has been waiting for this moment. Encrid stares at him, not in fear, but because he has no idea who the man is. That reaction catches Mitch completely off guard. Then he gets angry, asking how the MC could forget him after only a few days. Encrid is confused, because for him far more time has passed, so he simply asks Mitch who he is. Mitch raises his sword and says the protagonist will remember soon enough. Then he charges in, saying maybe a strike will bring his memory back. Encrid sees the blade coming and twists his body to avoid it. He pushes off hard and lunges forward with a sharp counter. Mitch jumps back, startled by what he has just seen. In only a few days, Encrid has become shockingly stronger. Mitch grows irritated that the MC nearly reached him in one step, and while Mitch hesitates, he closes the distance and brings his sword down. Mitch blocks, and their blades spark. The protagonist realizes Mitch relies on the basics of the righteous sword style while also mixing in the flowing style to deflect attacks, and Encrid learns as they fight. Mitch tries to push him back, but the MC knocks Mitch's sword aside and reminds himself to keep every sense focused on what is right in front of him. Mitch raises his weapon and thrusts. Encrid knows that if his focus slips for even a moment, his entire balance will fall apart. He has to forget the flag, the outcome, and even the sword style. Everything else must fade away until only the swords remain. They strike at the same time and the tips collide. Mitch grits his teeth and pushes harder, forcing Encrid's blade aside. The protagonist's guard is broken. And before he can respond, Mitch drives his sword straight into the MC's chest, and Encrid coughs with the blade still in him. Encrid looks up and says he remembers now. He is the man who stood beside the flagpole in the grass. Mitch gives his title as platoon commander of the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Squad. Commander. Encrid introduces himself as well as a squad commander of the Nalilia Kingdom. Few soldiers ask Mitch if the protagonist is an enemy. Mitch says he is, adding that he hides his presence well. Hiding. One of the men mutters that MC is a strange one, and when Mitch looks down again, he is confused. Why is Encrid smiling now? Encrid realizes Ragnar was wrong. It was not fear of death that he needed. What he truly needed was a worthy rival, someone willing to risk everything. Maybe he really is strange, because he pulls the sword from his own chest and says he is not trying to keep up with that. His thoughts return to Ragnar explaining again how to focus on a single point. Again, Encrid glances aside and says he understands, but Ragnar thinks he is not listening and might be. Then Rem walks over and says, they have been ordered to move out. The protagonist tells Ragnar that it is time. Ragnar says Ems actually seems more fired up than before. He is acting oddly today, and maybe he should push him harder during the warm-up. As the fog rolls in, Encrid shouts for everyone to get down and raise their shields. Just as a volley of arrows rains in. Before Rem can say his usual line, Encrid cuts him off and tells him to follow. Rem asks what he is doing, and Ragnar says he is coming too. Rem snaps, asking if they were hit in the head, because both are acting strange. Ragnar tells him that if he does not want an arrow in his skull, he should watch the front. The enemy is already there, while Encrid slips straight through their lines. Ragnar and Rem do not have it so easy and must force their way forward. The protagonist, wanted to open the route like before so he could face Mitch again, and soon their eyes meet. MC gives off a wild intensity, saying it is good to see him, calling Mitch his friend, and asking for a fight. Mitch asks if he truly came looking for him, and MC asks if this is his first confession, because it was love at first sight. Mitch says he is usually the one who finds people. This is the first time someone has hunted him down. Ingrid asks if that bothers him, but Mitch simply raises his sword and says, of course not. The protagonist admits that reaching that state again, where only the sword remains, is harder than he expected. Then Mitch lands a thrust in his chest. Mitch says he did not expect MC to fall so easily and cannot understand why he thought they could truly fight. That is when Ingrid realizes his method was wrong. He cannot force it. He has to slip into the fight naturally. As they clash again through each new loop, he decides to repeat this battle until he finds that feeling. By the 18th loop, everything except the sword finally fades away and the sensation returns. By his 28th fight with Mitch, he can enter that state on purpose. By the 48th time facing Mitch, Ragnar is saying he will show the trick again, then thrusts at Ingrid like always. This time the protagonist is completely focused, watching only the blade as it nears his eye. The world fades, and at the perfect moment, he raises his sword and deflects the strike. Ragnar is left completely speechless. Then he asks if MC really deflected that by focusing on one point. Ingrid says nothing, but he realizes true concentration means controlling both body and blade completely. He is far beyond who he was before meeting Mitch. As Ragnar asks where he is going, Ingrid starts walking away and says it is time to meet the platoon commander. At last he is going to break this loop for good. Then it cuts to the ferry commander asking what he wants. The protagonist says he remembers seeing something about spells while scouting, and she asks what he means. He explains that the Aspen soldiers were calling a strange man their spell caster. Now she becomes interested and tells him to continue. Keep going. Ingrid says he has told her everything she may need to win, and then the fog begins rolling in again. He gives his men the same order and charges forward, leaving Rem and Ragnar behind. Now he can only trust his commander to handle her role, because his own job is simple: focus on what is directly ahead. And there stands Mitch by the flag. Ingrid says his goal is to defeat him. Mitch recognizes him, but MC says Mitch's name first, which clearly catches him by surprise. Surprises him, and Ingrid says he has wanted this fight from the beginning, and today he is going to win. He charges and brings his sword down, but Mitch slips aside. Mitch turns his hips and swings back across. Ingrid reacts quickly, turning his blade sideways and supporting it with his arm to block the blow. Mitch is surprised by how firm his guard is. The protagonist responds with a thrust, and Mitch barely manages to get his blade in the way before swinging hard enough to knock Ingrid's sword back. They collide again, sending sparks flying. Mitch asks if MC had been hiding his real skill, and Ingrid says yes. Mitch asks his name, and the protagonist gives it. Then they continue trading strike for strike. Mitch says he will remember that name, and Ingrid tells him not to worry, because if he forgets, he will remind him, and then MC moves in, watching only Mitch's sword. He notices Mitch's balance shift onto his right foot, which signals that a diagonal slash is coming. Ingrid steps aside, saying he learned this through all those loops, and all that repeated experience now lets him read Mitch's movements. They thrust toward each other's necks and narrowly miss, but both still leave a cut. Mitch looks down and realizes Ingrid actually kept following through with his swing, forcing Mitch to duck beneath it at the very last moment. Mitch thought this would end in just a few exchanges, so he cannot understand why he is struggling this much. Now angered, he clenches his teeth and realizes his anger. The righties and flowing styles are strong for parries, so he needs a true finishing strike. Mitch decides to use the ultimate technique he learned for exactly that purpose. He stomps forward and swings diagonally. Starting from low below, the blade carves upward in a wide arc. Cut. As Mitch prepares the heavy strike, Ingrid finally sees its path. He has fallen to this move many times, because he could never tell where it began or when it truly started, but this time is different. As the blade rises, the protagonist breaks into a smile. He is glad to see it again, and this time he truly parries the wheel. Cut. Mitch's heart sinks. How did Ingrid notice it, much less block it? Then we learn more about Mitch's family. It is one of the 3 great houses ruling the Aspen Kingdom, and House Hurrier represents pure strength, accepting anyone with talent for the sword. For that reason, Mitch was brought in from a regional branch, and after receiving family name, he proved himself quickly, defeating 2 adult knights at 15, a town champion at 18, and becoming the champion of an entire city by 20. His skill alone placed him among the Greyhound's 3 strongest fighters. Very few people could match his talent. While watching others train, Mitch wonders why they work so hard. He used to wonder why anyone would swing a sword until their hands bled when he only needed a few attempts to understand it. He was pleased with that and far too confident, and that pride became his mistake. Mitch grew careless for one instant, and Ingrid sees the opening. Ingrid lunges in and drives his blade into Mitch's shoulder, taking control of the fight. Mitch tries to recover, but MC pulls the sword free and prepares again. Then Mitch bends forward and coughs up blood. As Encred approaches him, Mitch finally understands that he had misjudged him. He believed that attack would end the fight for certain. Even now, he says Encred still loses to him in strength and skill. The protagonist agrees, but points out that he still won, making Mitch clench his teeth because he knows Encred is right. Encred raises his sword to finish him, saying he enjoyed the fight. Mitch regrets being arrogant and relying only on his talent, but then someone shouts for Mitch to be protected. Mitch watches MC's blade descend to end it, only for Grey Dog to block the strike. Encred instantly jumps back as Mitch's men rush in and begin treating his wound while Grey Dog orders them to take Mitch somewhere safe. He admits he never expected one man to cause this much chaos. Chaos then raises his sword and promises Encred a painful end. The protagonist reminds himself that enemies are everywhere, with Grey Dog in front and crossbows behind. Behind him, his true goal remains unchanged: destroy the flag and break through. That is the wall he must overcome in this loop. His gaze sharpens as Grey Dog shouts for his men to fire, and bolts fly straight toward Encred. MC charges through them, knowing he cannot avoid every shot, so he keeps pushing forward. Anyway, Grey Dog raises his sword, stunned that Encred would be this reckless. He brings it down, and Encred blocks, but his sword cracks. Encred realizes Grey Dog's style is terrifyingly heavy. If he wants to beat him someday, he will have to go through far more deaths. But right now, victory means destroying the flag, so he throws a knife at it, knowing even slight damage should be enough to disrupt the spell. Medium. The problem is that the wind keeps shifting the flag. Grey Dog curses him and swings toward his head, but Encred ducks and throws another dagger, this time aiming for the spot where the flag meets the pole. It lands exactly where he intended, snapping the top of the flag away from the pole. For a moment, the fog grows even thicker. And the fairy commander says she warned command about the spell and requested help. They were set against it, yet did nothing. The kingdom was rotten, even sending a useless fool to command the front line, and at this pace they were going to be crushed completely. Then she notices something right beside her. The fog is beginning to lift. The soldiers grow confused, asking what happened to the flag. While they are distracted, the fairy commander strikes one man from behind and says this is their opening. With the fog gone, the enemy has been caught off balance, and the flow of battle can finally shift. Her side pushes ahead with renewed confidence. She says the situation looks far better now, yet wonders who destroyed the spell. Could it have been Encred? He is still standing even with arrows buried in him. The protagonist realizes he made a mistake. After breaking the flag, he ran toward where he thought his allies Ragnar or Rem might be, but instead, enemies surround him. Where do they go? Back with Rem, he has seized an enemy soldier and shouts at the others to take him to the spellcaster, or he will bring the man down. Ragnar is dealing with a different problem, having somehow ended up back at the allied camp, where everyone stares at him as if he has completely lost his mind. He freezes while his thoughts slowly catch up, and then he realizes these people are not enemies at all. The soldiers demand to know what is wrong and whether he wants to be punished. Back with Encred, an enemy calls him a rat and asks why he still clings to life in that condition. One soldier steps closer and tells him to stop resisting, lifting his sword to end it. But before he can swing, a puma leaps in from the side and bites into him. The protagonist recognizes it immediately. It is the same one from the tall grass fields, and their eyes meet. The soldiers cannot understand why a beast is helping him, so they raise their crossbows. The puma gives them no time and springs straight at them. First, it ruins their crossbows by snapping the strings, then positions itself in front of Encred like a shield. Encred tells it to run, warning that the man before them is dangerous, and Grey Dog is furious. Then a familiar voice calls out, and a hand lands on Encred's back, telling him to stay behind him. It is Vancento who steps forward and says he will save him. The protagonist is confused, but Vancento rushes in. Regardless, Grey Dog parries him at once and sends him flying. Vancento admits he never expected such strength. So he yells for his men to shoot instead, and they unleash their crossbows. Grey Dog keeps charging forward, knocking the bolts aside with his sword. While he is occupied, the puma lunges in for a hidden attack, but Grey Dog reacts instantly and knocks it away with his hilt. Encred focuses, locking his gaze on the tip of Grey Dog's blade. This time he can see the path clearly. Lifting his short sword, he knows he cannot block that weapon through raw strength, so he must turn Grey Dog's own force against him again. He follows Mitch's concept and lets the impact slide along his blade. It works, though the shorter weapon still allows the edge to graze his arm. Even then, Grey Dog is stunned. He recognizes Mitch's technique at once and demands to know where Encred learned it. The protagonist raises his sword and says Mitch's skills seem effective against him as well. Then Vancento charges in with another massive attack, but has no effect at all. Grey Dog glances over and sees reinforcements rushing toward them. He clicks his tongue and turns away, telling Encred that he will not forget him. He tells Encred to do whatever he wants, and then Grey Dog orders a retreat. Vancento hurries over and says they must fall back, since he has no bandages for Encred's shoulder. Encred tells him to bring the Odon Pumray too and picks it up. Vancento calls him insane and tells him to worry about himself first. Then, as Encred carries the unconscious Pumray, Vancento helps drag him back and orders his men to move. The protagonist's eyelids grow heavy, and though Vancento keeps shouting for him to stay awake, he has lost too much blood. The boatman asks if he finally accomplished what he wanted, calls him one stubborn bastard, and asks what truly drives him on while Vancento and his men struggle to bring him back alive. The scene moves to a tent, where people talk about Encred and hope he wakes up. Okay. He begins to regain consciousness, feeling something from Odon pressed against his. When his eyes open, he finds Odon Pummer curled up right beside him. Rem asks if he is finally awake, saying he truly thought he was gone this time. The whole squad is watching him, and the protagonist asks what is going on, while Jackson checks if he feels alright. Encred says he is thirsty, so Jackson hands him a drink and says he lost a lot of blood. Luckily, the medic said there should be no lasting damage. Fortune was with him. The MC says he must have blacked out during the retreat. Jackson says he will leave now that Encred is awake, and Ragnar says he is going to sleep. The protagonist is simply relieved that he survived another day. Rem remains quiet, clearly deep in thought. So Encred asks why he is staring like that and jokes that he wants to pet the Odon Pummer. Rem says no, he is not into beasts. Instead, he asks how the MC knew it was a spell. The MC knows Rem would never believe the repeating days, so he considers lying but stops himself. Rem has always trusted him, and he wants to repay that, so he says he once knew someone like Rem, a settler, and guessed it from what he learned back then. Then, in his mind, Encred thinks the lie works perfectly because he really did hear it from a settler. Rem sighs and says it is fine if he does not want to explain. He just warns him not to get too involved with spells, proving Rem is sharp even when he does not look it, and Encred asks what Rem was doing during the battle. Rem says he went after the bastard who set up the flag, but he disliked the man's face, so he took him down. The protagonist says that explains why he never saw the spell again. Faster, Kraze tries offering the Pummer some food so he can touch its paws, but it hisses at him, and Encred warns it might tear him apart. Kraze says even that would be worth 10,000 krona. He explains that its blue eyes mean it is a lake panther, a beast said to carry lake energy inside it. Each claw is worth more than 10,000 krona, and they grow back. The MC realizes that is roughly a gold coin, far more than he earns. After he collapsed, their side pushed the enemy back easily once the flag was gone. Still, the battle was not fully settled, and neither side has advanced since. Now he wonders whether he could perform that same parry again if he tried, but he is not sure. Jackson warns him he will not heal if he keeps moving, but Encred says he is not pushing himself too hard enough. Ragnar says stretching is all he should do for now, then continue resting. Brabe asks if Ragnar is trying to spread his laziness to everyone and tells him to stop blocking the walkway. Ragnar goes to grab his sword, and Rem asks if he seriously plans to fight, but the protagonist says he only has a question about it. He says he used a move he had never trained before and wants to know if that is normal. Rem says it is not that strange. With the heart of the beast, he can read an enemy's movement, so Encred may have caught their swing and how they used their strength. Ragnar adds that since he already knows the basics, it should be easier. If he focused on one point, he likely saw even more, though luck still played a part. The MC accepts that, but to him that last day was not merely one day. It felt like hundreds of days filled with struggle. He did not grow stronger by copying patterns alone. He earned it through harsh effort, and even with little talent, he can keep improving. Then he tells Rem and Ragnar he wants a duel. Rem says people call him Kraze, but Encred sounds even worse. Ragnar agrees for once and asks what he thinks he can do in that condition. With his body like this, a duel is impossible. Then the ferry commander steps into the tent. She asks if he was the one who broke the spell. Encred expected Command to ask eventually, but not for her to come herself. He admits he did and says he noticed it during patrol, cause he already knew a little about that kind of spell. She says there were decoys and asks how he found the real one. The protagonist says he guessed. She still looks doubtful, then turns to leave, and he asks if that is all she came for. She says she also wanted to see his face. Then she tells him she truly believes fate brought them together. After she leaves, Encred wonders what she even means by fate. Rem laughs and asks if something is going on between them. Ragnar says he never knew the MC was so good with women, and the MC tells him to shut up. Kraze says he always knew Encred would be perfect for opening a host bar with him and promises him a great deal. He only wonders why she acts like that. Then Kraze brings actual good news. A squire from the Night Order has arrived. Encred hears it is from the Scarlet Cloaked Knight Order. The battalion he serves in is called the Cyprus Division, named after a knight, and Cyprus belongs to the Scarlet Cloaked Knight Order. Knights are renowned across the continent. That is why a knight order has more than knights. It includes squires, servants, and trainees, and when a knight approves a squire, they become a proto-knight, with true knights standing beyond normal humans. Squires almost never enter battle without their knight, so this one is probably close to becoming a proto-knight. Then someone shouts that it is time to head into battle. They figure everyone may have been waiting for the squire, but now it is time to move. The protagonist is told to stay behind and rest. But Encred's eyes are filled with determination and Rem notices. He says he can tell MC wants to go with them, though there is probably no stopping him. He desperately wants to witness the ideal he has pursued all this time with his own eyes on the battlefield. As the troops form their lines, he feels he is finally about to see a fragment of that dream. When he arrives with the others, his gaze fixes on a single man walking alone toward the enemy army. The man continues forward while the enemy raises their bows, and Encred grows more uneasy as the tension starts to build. Once he gets close enough, the enemy gives the command to fire, and arrows launch into the air all at once. At the same time, the man glances up, and soon the sky is filled with a storm of arrows, all dropping straight toward him. At last, he stops and lowers himself onto one knee, gripping his sword tightly as a strange aura gathers around his legs, and Ragnar says he used determination. There, wind surges upward around him. Then he bursts from the ground, scatters the arrows aside, and crashes into the enemy front line. Encred cannot even speak as the man stops right before the front ranks. In one fluid motion, he draws his blade and sweeps through them, sending several bodies flying with a single strike. Only then does Encred grasp how enormous the gap truly is. The enemy soldiers can hardly believe what they are witnessing. Seeing, the man lowers his stance again, and bursts left with a slash that sends an entire group flying, dashes again, and cuts right to tear open the front line. To the enemy, he is like a disaster given human form, one man destroying an entire army. Their commander screams for them to stop him, calling them fools, but his reaction comes too late as the man leaps up and takes his head with one blow. Then he lands on the commanders. Of course, while Encred can only stare in awe, Rem says that man is the real thing, and there is a reason they call him the war specialist. Ragnar thinks that would make for an exciting fight, but Jackson says the enemy had at least 5 chances to stop him, and their commander was a complete fool. Odon prays for the dead, while Cray says this battle may end without their side needing to do much. Encred keeps studying the sword style, wondering if it is the righteous sword, then rejects that idea, because it also carries traces of the heavy sword and the swift sword. He remembers that the righteous sword is careful and precise, drawing the enemy into a rhythm. The heavy sword relies on raw force to break through anything and overpower the opponent. The deceptive sword misleads the enemy, striking from angles they never see coming. Anticipate. The quick sword overwhelms them through sheer speed, while the flowing sword gently deflects each attack before responding in turn back. Encred says that although the heavy sword and the swift sword stand as complete opposites, he can sense both within this single man style, and then a realization suddenly falls into place. Perhaps the styles only look different on the surface, he thinks, but all of them must come from the same root. If someone understands what connects all 5 and handles the sword as if it were something alive, maybe that is the path to reaching even a respectable level. A new understanding begins to settle over him, and his eyes slowly close. Meanwhile, the main force pushes forward. Rem and Ragnar glance at Encred and understand what is happening. Rem smiles and says that their squad leader is on the verge of breaking past a barrier, so nobody should interrupt him. The others quickly gather around to protect him. Completely lost within his own thoughts, Encred realizes that understanding by itself changes nothing. In that strange space between stages, he raises his gaze and sees only a wall he must climb. To him, it exists to reveal how far he still has left to go, while his mind remains locked on it, fixed on it. He keeps struggling with the thought, trying to truly grasp it. Then he begins climbing the wall, telling himself he will see everything through to the top as the battle continues to roar around him, and Encred starts to glimpse a light above the wall. At the same time, the allied troops begin forcing the enemy back as he crawls higher and higher. While the allied soldiers raise their hands and celebrate their victory, he opens his eyes and says the war is finally ending, though winter and spring will still be busy. Elsewhere in the Principality of Aspen, it is revealed to be ruled by 3 powerful families: Aspen the Sovereign, the Mighty, and Atkins, the Administrator. The Administrator explains that they are using the Frog General as a convenient excuse, and since the frogs have to be handled every night, no one can easily object. The king grows furious and declares that the Greyhounds will answer. For this, Greyhound replies that things will not end kindly for their enemies. Back with the army on its return march, Encred explains that, after the long war, Aspen's forces withdrew as well, leaving his side with no real choice but to go. Back too, they head toward Border Guard, the kingdom's distant fortress city near Aspen. It is so militarized that 1 in every 5 residents is a soldier. The city commander praises the Empire's heroes, especially the Nalalia heroes who helped lead them to victory. Then he calls Encred forward and announces that he will receive a reward for destroying Aspen's spells. As the protagonist steps onto the platform, people begin whispering, wondering how a leader like him could possibly have broken the spell. They call him weak and claim he must be taking credit from his squad while the murmurs continue. Matt steps forward and tells them to be quiet. Andrew supports him, saying MC is not someone they should look down on. Everyone who has shared a piece of his journey smiles as they watch him receive his reward, because they understand he is far more capable than the crowd can see. Finalizes. After accepting the reward, Encred studies the money and wonders how he should use it. Craze asks whether he wants advice, and Encred says yes. More than anything, he wants a good shop, ideally the finest blacksmith in the city. On the way, Craze keeps talking, insisting there is no way the protagonist plans to spend all that money on a single sword. His current blade is good enough, and there are plenty of abandoned swords scattered across old battlefields. Anyway, Encred says that becoming a knight requires more than skill. He also has to prove his strength. As he draws his sword, he tells Craze he will take the soldier promotion exam. His days as an ordinary foot soldier are over. Craze says he thought MC did not care about rank, but MC replies that he cannot stay at the bottom forever, so he has decided it is finally time to start making moves. The army uses its rank system to maintain morale. Anyone stronger than the normal ladder is marked as special and treated according to that rank. To advance, a soldier must defeat 3 people from the desired rank in front of other troops. For the soldiers, it is basically a spectacle with gambling mixed in. Craze begins taking bets and asks who wants to wager on Encred. His first opponent mocks him for leaping from the lowest rank straight to medium, saying one reward must have gone to his head and that his squad probably did the real work. The protagonist assumes this must be the first challenger, a skilled medium-ranked fighter from a well-known mercenary group. Back at the betting group, only one person chose MC, and Craze wonders which fool made that pick. It really was him, but he only shrugs and says no one will know the truth until the match begins. As it starts, Craze reflects that he grew stronger only by falling over and over. This time, no death is waiting, so he has to win this one properly. He reminds himself to stay alert and keep his eyes forward, even though his abilities still feel incomplete. Even if he is still lacking, he will prove he understands hard work. Most of these men once stood far beyond his reach, but they are no longer above him. He pushes every distraction aside and fights as if his life depends on it. His opponent shouts and charges straight toward him. As the attack comes in, Encred decides to use the parry he learned in his last battle and turn it into an opening. With a single swing, he knocks the enemy's sword clean out of his hand. The weapon spins away through the air. As it flies off, he notices the man's fingers twisted at an unnatural angle. Seeing his hand like that, the man panics and screams that he is done for. He believes the fight is already over. While the man is distracted, Encred rushes forward and drives the hilt into his face. The soldier collapses, blood running from his face. As blood spills from his mouth, the protagonist can only wonder why a middle-ranked soldier was this weak. The crowd explodes in disbelief, stunned that the supposed loser actually won. Then they turn to Craze, asking to bet on Encred. They think Craze must have known how strong Encred was, but he is just as shocked. He says he only bet so the slot would not stay empty. Someone tells him he should trust his own squad leader more. Craze assumes the opponent got careless, yet he still wonders whether every duel can end this quickly. A older soldier steps forward and warns him not to get cocky. He says the first win was nothing but luck, lowers his spear, and declares himself next. The protagonist recognizes him immediately. He is one of the heavy infantry, among the strongest men in that battalion. The soldier flicks the spear tip around, trying to throw MC off his rhythm. Then, without warning, he launches his attack. As the thrust comes in, Encred reacts on instinct and cuts the spear tip away. For a moment, he wonders why the attack started from so far away, as if some trick was hidden in it. Then he realizes he is giving the man too much credit, because the soldier looks completely shaken. Spotting the opening, Encred decides it is his chance. He drives a kick into the man's stomach and sends him crashing down. Henry and the rest of the crowd stare in amazement as Encred wins again. 2 victories in a row prove this is not luck. And now even the lowest ranked soldier has defeated 2 middle ranks. Craze calls for the next challenger, but the others hesitate. Losing to the protagonist now would be far too embarrassing. Vancento calls them idiots for getting scared after mocking him. His friend points out that Vancento did the same, and he immediately falls silent. Andrew starts to stand, saying he trained with Matt every night after his last defeat and wants another chance. Mac pushes him back down and tells him to forget it. Ingrid has grown so strong that even Mac is unsure he could beat him now, so they keep watching. Ragnar nudges a nearby man and tells him to get up there. The man asks who Ragnar is talking to, then freezes when he realizes exactly who it is. Rem reminds him he claimed MC was promoted only by flattering the commander, so he should prove his own skill now. The man insists he is not afraid. Ingrid realizes he had grown so used to struggling that he never noticed how extreme his battles truly were. There was the knife-obsessed freak from the first loop, then came the assassin after that. After that was Mitch from the latest round, along with the squad mates he trained beside. Compared with all of that, the road he walked has been harsh. His old teacher once warned him never to underestimate an opponent. Then the loudmouth finally steps forward and asks if Ingrid is zoning out before the fight. The protagonist says he is not. He once thought that advice had nothing to do with him, never imagining he would become the one looking down on someone. The loudmouth asks why he is making that face. And MC smiles with confidence, realizing he has finally grown stronger. He says he is simply curious about what it feels like to overwhelm an enemy. He rushes forward and the loudmouth freezes in place. Encred swings his sword hard against the man's blade. In Nolalia, strength is what earns respect. That is why it is known as the Kingdom of Nolalia. He raises his sword and strikes again, cracking the other man's weapon. The loudmouth looks up at him in fear. Terror spreads across his face as Encred lifts his blade once more. He brings it down again, stopping just short of the man's head. The man's eyes go wide, his eyes roll back, and foam begins to spill from his mouth. The protagonist calmly says he has proven himself now. The entire crowd falls silent in shock. Then someone blurts out that the guy even wet himself. A voice calls out, naming Encred the Spellbreaker. The others agree, saying he truly was the one who ruined the flag and had not simply been riding on his squad's fame. Andrew leaps up and shouts, calling him the Spellbreaker, while MC wonders what he is doing as Andrew keeps going, shouting, urging everyone around him to say the name as well. It too. If Encred had not been there, at least half of them would have fallen, died. Before long, the entire crowd is chanting Spellbreaker, and just like that, the name becomes his nickname. He figures it could be worse, while Kreese rushes over and says he is now officially medium rank. The protagonist says it is still too early to celebrate. He still needs to climb even higher. Kreese only stares in confusion and asks if he seriously plans to keep pushing forward. Just then, a man in the crowd rises and says things are starting to get interesting. He says as he steps out from the crowd. People notice the eagle emblem on his arm. He belongs to the Border Guard. The Crown's own elite force. Everyone starts wondering why someone of that level is here. Here, the man speaks to him directly, Crib with polite courtesy, and asks whether he would like another match. Duel. The two of them lock eyes. Rem rises to his feet and says this opponent will be difficult. Tough. Encred knows the Border Guard is essentially Nolalia's counterpart to Aspen's famed Greyhounds. Greyhounds meaning this man might be just as dangerous as Mitch. He wonders what would happen if he faced someone at that level without losing first. Then he raises his sword and tells the man to come at him. The Border Guard fighter smiles in amusement and says MC truly shows no fear, even before one of the Elite Four. After watching him, the man admits he is far more intriguing than he expected. The soldiers begin cheering, urging Ankara to show everyone the Spellbreaker's strength. Their chant that infantry rule the battlefield grows so loud it overwhelms every other sound. Out. The man snaps at them, asking if they are fools. They know he is infantry too, and this recent win has made them arrogant. Cocky. He says he will bring that confidence down a little as he prepares himself. Gets ready, then suddenly launches forward to close the distance. And Encred focuses completely. He follows the tip of the man's weapon and reads its direction, its path. With the slightest lean backward, he deflects the strike and catches the man off guard. The fighter notices that the protagonist wastes almost no movement, and the realization surprises him. He seizes MC by the collar and tries to drive him down. Encred catches his arm and lifts his blade directly above the man's head. A cold shiver passes through him. If he fails to move, he will not survive. Die. Encred brings the sword down. Sword falls, but the man slips aside, and the blade crashes into the ground. He responds immediately. Drawing back, he drives a hard thrust toward Encred's chest. The protagonist does not evade, dodge. Instead, he catches the blade with his bare hand, and drives his knee hard into the man's stomach. The soldier regains his balance, and the fight is now evenly matched again. He charges forward once more, and Encred meets him while pulling a throwing knife from his vest. Both of them aim their next strikes at each other. But the company commander intervenes, steps in and knocks both weapons aside with a single motion. She tells them that is enough. Enough. One more second, and they might have finished each other. Both men are breathing heavily, hard. Meanwhile, Vincento looks as if he is ready to take someone down. Somebody. And he is not the only one. The rest of the squad has gathered as well. 2. Robert grins and calls Incred one lucky bastard. The border guard man tells him not to get too full of himself. After all, it was only a duel. He says he nearly had MC once he lost sight of his movement, and wonders how things might have ended if they continued going. Then he admits he came with no expectations, but now he has no choice but to acknowledge him. He introduces himself as Torres, a platoon commander of the border guard. Incred gives his own name, and the two shake hands. The crowd is stunned, because a platoon commander means the protagonist just fought someone of special rank. Soldier. That places him at least at high rank now, and the soldiers finally begin showing genuine respect. As expected, MC looks over the roaring crowd and lifts one hand casually, as if none of it is a big deal. Torres says he likes that confidence and tells him he expects they will cross paths again. Soon after, Torres calls him a high-ranking soldier and walks away, leaving him feeling one step closer to his goal. Later, somewhere near the barracks, another man approaches and once again tries to recruit the protagonist into his company. His name is Graham, commander of the 1st Heavy Armored Infantry Company, the Turtles. MC realizes this is already his 3rd offer, likely because of his new rank or his role in breaking the spell, but accepting would bind him to military life every day. Every month. It was a strong offer, yet he still refused and bowed apologetically to Graham. Graham assumed it had something to do with the 4th Company commander and offered to speak with him, but Incred said that was not the reason. Graham admits the protagonist truly doesn't look tempted by it at all. Still, he says he would like MC to serve under him. MC asks if Rem could come too, and Graham answers, of course, just not that madman. He adds that Rem helped him survive the previous battle, so MC should keep staying with him. Craze asks if that means they should start packing, but the protagonist quickly says, not yet. Craze asks why he keeps refusing when any unit would treat him extremely well at this point. Right then, just as Incred begins to explain himself, another person steps inside. They look over and see Torres asking MC how he has been doing. Torres wastes no time and gets straight to the point. He wants Incred to join the border. He explains that the border guards report directly to the crown, making this offer even better than what the Turtles had given him. Robert says this is the kind of opportunity the protagonist could only dream of before. Refusing the others was one thing, but turning this down would be madness. Torres says he understood what he wanted the moment their blades met. He seeks a true challenge, and if MC joins him, he will put him through harsh training and difficult missions. That way, Incred can draw out everything he is capable of doing. Rem thinks the matter is settled, while Ragnar and the rest think so too. They are already behaving as though the decision has been made after only a brief silence. Incred says that if Torres means endless, exhausting training, then he is already exactly where he needs to be. What he wants is not merely to reach his limit, but to break beyond it. Later, Rem shivers under the blanket, complaining about the cold and wishing he could cut it apart with his axe. He asks where MC is going and tells him to bring back heated stones. MC remarks that now the battle is over, Rem has become completely useless. Odon says moving around will warm him up and invites him outside to train, but Rem snaps that he will end him. Odon then asks the protagonist to train with him as well, saying it will loosen his frozen body. The protagonist replies that he has duty first and will join. Afterward, Rem still shouts after him, reminding him not to forget the hot stones. As MC heads out, he notices how quickly Winch has arrived. At the market, Incred explains that the border guard's main responsibility is combat, but since there is no war at the moment, they patrol the city. Instead, he is assigned with 2 men, Jack and Bo, and the 3 of them will patrol together. He wonders if they were part of the reconnaissance mission, since their names sound strangely familiar. Familiar indeed. Jack says it is an honor to patrol with the famous Spellbreaker, while Bo adds that the protagonist was even promoted in rank. Rising from the very bottom all the way up is remarkable. Incred simply says he was lucky. Jack wants to test his skill and asks for a duel later. MC agrees, and Jack says that might become a problem. As the patrol continues, Jack and Bo keep moving closer, grumbling about having to work in such freezing weather. Incred asks why they are standing so near him, since he is not large enough to shield them from the wind. Just then, a robed figure begins walking toward them. Incred immediately senses that something is not right. The moment the figure staggers, he steps forward to help the kid, but a dagger suddenly flashes out, and before he can respond, it has already struck deep into his chest. Blood fills his mouth, and he struggles to understand what just happened. Jack and Bo quickly cover for the scene, claiming he must have drunk too early while blocking the crowd's view. At that moment, Encred realizes they are all involved. The robed assassin asks if he is shocked, then says a greyhound never forgets its target. The protagonist realizes this half-fairy assassin must have been sent after him because he broke spell. The assassin pulls the blade back from Encred's chest, forcing him down to his knees while Jack and Bo start walking. Jack says the mission is complete and that they should leave. Up in a guard tower, another man named Rotten gives a quiet nod. MC finally remembers them. They were the injured ones. The soldiers from the scouting mission, the same ones Craze mentioned, were the group that discovered a way to reach Aspen. As Encred falls, he understands it is 4 against 1, and this fight will not be simple. The woman notices him. Her face drains of color, and she screams as blood spreads across the street while he thinks this could become interesting. Then he suddenly wakes in bed and says good morning. Rem asks what is wrong with him, while Ancrete says nothing. He only wants to begin the day with energy. Rem again tells him to bring back hot stones, and the protagonist walks over to Odon, who dumps freezing water over his head and turns it into steam. Odon asks what his squad leader needs. MC mentions the body warming method Odon spoke about earlier, and Odon says it is called bare body training, a vital winter practice, because it prepares the body to handle anything. Encred tells him to teach him. He remembers seeing the dagger appear yet being unable to react. His body had frozen up because of the cold. Odon tells him to begin stretching. Encred says he should have realized something was off, and next time Jack and Bo crowd him, he will take those two first. But if he acts too early, the assassin may flee. Odon mocks him, saying his muscles are pitiful if he cannot hold the pose, and Encred says they are already screaming. Before long, he is introduced to Jack and Bo once more, and he politely says it is nice to meet them. They ask whether he feels cold without his cloak, and he says he has just finished training. Then they start moving in again, and the protagonist shows that even after Odon's training, his body is still not fully ready. This should be the moment when the assassin appears and strikes. Encred spots him among the crowd right on cue. MC immediately swings his arms backward, hitting Jack in the face, but Bo slips beneath the swing. Bo asks whether Encred has figured it out, and reaches for his weapon. Encred sees the assassin and knows he will either charge or escape, so he draws his blades and tries to finish these two. Quickly, the assassin suddenly throws something that releases a sharp whistle. The protagonist barely has time to question the sound before the blade drives into his chest. He looks down in shock. Whatever it was, it moved too quickly to follow, and from that distance, through the crowd, the man still struck the center perfectly. His accuracy is frightening. The assassin repeats that line. A greyhound never forgets its target, and Encred realizes the dagger reached his heart before he even saw it, a blade swifter than sound. The same woman from before screams that someone has just died. MC understands he has to face close-range fighters and a distant killer at the same time. He smiles at death and wonders how he is supposed to prepare. He breaks it down. When the half-fairy gets close, the assassin attacks from far away. He throws. That much is simple. This wall is not as complicated as it seems. He keeps stretching. He mutters about dying, and Odon, sitting on his back, asks if that is a threat. Encred says no. He seriously believes he is going to die. Ragnar asks whether this is some kind of torture training, and Rem laughs, asking if it is really that bad. The protagonist tells Rem to come over and try it himself. Just then Jackson arrives for duty and sees everyone stretching in misery, except Odon, who grins and says this is his field, Maine. Jackson looks puzzled, and Encred tells him not to make that face because they are only training. Then MC starts drawing in the dirt, saying he needs a method to block the dagger before it lands. Its speed and precision are on a completely different level, and even its shape is unusual. Jackson asks if it is a whistle dagger. Encred asks if that is its name, and Jackson confirms it, saying the name comes from the sound it makes in flight. Used properly, the target will not know what struck them, so the safest choice is to stay away from anyone carrying one. Encred says he will keep that in mind, but even an expert thrower cannot hit the mark if the attack is blocked first, so the protagonist raises his hands again and swings at Jack and Bo. Jack gets hit once more, but Bo dodges it. Bo asks whether MC has caught on, and MC grabs him by the robe, pulling him forward as a shield and deciding these two fools are his best form of protection against the dagger. The whistle comes too late. Encred is struck in the stomach, and Bo takes a blade in the back. Jack is hit as well, the blade striking his throat, and the protagonist realizes the assassin threw 3 daggers in a single instant. This man is frighteningly skilled. The assassin grins and lets out a laugh. Killer laughs as people flee, shouting about murder. Encred realizes he would even cut down his own side if they blocked him, or perhaps he never saw them as allies. Not even once. The assassin crouches beside him and says that was quite impressive. Impressive indeed. MC glares up at him. The man repeats his old line, saying a greyhound never forgets its target. Encred answers that this is actually a good thing. The assassin asks why he is joking around when he is already dying. He draws out the whistle dagger and calls him an amusing man. Encred admits he misjudged the whole situation. Then the blade is pulled pulled free. As the weapon comes out and blood spills, he says the wall is still there. A wall remains. The killer asks why he seems to enjoy this and tells the protagonist to laugh. He says Ingrid should laugh while he still can, because the despair waiting at the end is what makes this a curse. Ingrid opens his eyes in bed once more. He gets up again and heads out, saying that to him, this is not a curse at all. It is a blessing. He asks Jackson to explain whistledown daggers. Jackson asks where he heard of such weapons, but MC ignores that and asks for the details. Jackson explains that the weapon is made by pressing several thin blades together. That structure creates the whistling sound in the air. It was once called the dagger you only hear, because the human eye can barely follow it. Ingrid asks how anyone is supposed to see and avoid one. Jackson says he cannot, so Ingrid asks what happens if there are two. Jackson simply stares at him and asks why anyone would need to do that. The protagonist says he does. Jackson mutters that MC is acting strange again and wonders where he even learned about this. He says tracking a dagger after it has been thrown is pointless. You have to read the thrower's hand, because the path is fixed the moment it leaves. He adds that skilled killers can hide the motion, but once the trick is understood, it becomes easier to notice. Ingrid asks if he can learn it too. Jackson says not with his current throwing form. Ingrid groans, feeling like he keeps getting criticized. Then Jackson asks whether he wants to learn how to throw daggers properly. The protagonist is surprised Jackson offered first, and Jackson says he does not have to learn if he is unsure. Even so, MC says he will learn. Back in the market, Jack and Bo are following him again. Ingrid recalls that the instant a dagger is thrown, he must loosen his entire body. Then, as it leaves the hand, he has to sharpen his focus completely. Seeing the throw and avoiding it follow the same rule, while he keeps watch for the place where the assassin usually appears. He catches only the man's feet in view before drawing his sword. In the same instant, he cuts Jack down. When Bo reaches for him, Ingrid reacts immediately. As Bo moves for his weapon, Ingrid turns and strikes through him. The woman who always sees his final moments is there again. Jeff screams that there has been a murder as Jack and Bill Pullide fall. The two collapse, and the assassin begins walking forward. As he approaches, Ingrid reminds himself to watch the enemy and shift from relaxed to focused. If he wants to survive, he must protect his heart. He also has to read the smallest movement at the edge of the man's hand. A dagger suddenly strikes his arm. It hits him instantly, before he even sees it coming. He glances at the wound, only for another blade to land in his chest. Ingrid curses under his breath. That was far too fast. Everything happened in an instant, yet he knows he noticed something at the very beginning. There was a brief flash in the assassin's hand, and he is certain of it. The assassin starts to recite his usual line, but Ingrid speaks first. He finishes it for him, saying a greyhound never forgets its target. The man freezes and asks how he knew. Ingrid only smiles. He says they will meet again, because after a few more loops, he will know every trick the assassin has. On the next loop, Ingrid moves without delay. He draws his sword and strikes Jack in the throat right away. Then he takes down Bo next, knowing those two must be removed as quickly as possible. People nearby begin screaming in panic. They cry out about murder while the protagonist shifts his body sideways. As he searches for the assassin, he stops merely wishing he could become better. Then he catches the flash in the killer's hand and tells himself hard work can carry him there. The dagger comes flying straight toward him. Once, Ingrid fixes on a single point, follows its path, and stops the first blade with his metal bracer. The assassin twirls another dagger and calls him Craze, while nervous sweat begins to break out. MC reads it as a direct attack and decides he has to move aside. Sideways, but it was only a feint. The assassin is still spinning the whistle dagger around his finger. Ingrid understands too late and braces himself for what is about to happen. What's coming? Because when the true throw finally comes, the blade drives straight into his chest. As he drops to his knees, he mutters that the man can change his timing by reading his target's movement, and that this dagger is actually impressive, he thinks, while pulling it from his chest. He looks at the weapon and says he wants one for himself. Later, he tries to spin a throwing knife on his finger before tossing it toward a piece of fruit, but the throw goes wide, misses. Jackson asks what he is doing, and Ingrid says he is training with a whistle dagger. Jackson tells him that is not one. He says he will get a proper one soon. While he continues spinning the knife, the string suddenly snaps, and the blade shoots straight off course, past Jackson's head, leaving behind a long and uncomfortable silence. Pause. Ingrid says this is the 8th loop. The whistle dagger flies straight toward him, and he ducks beneath it, certain he will not be fooled by another delayed strike. Again, then a sharp pain suddenly hits him. His back. He had forgotten that Rotten was in the tower with him, with a bow. On the 9th loop, Ingrid throws his own dagger and lands a clean hit on Rotten in the throat. The assassin mocks him for looking away, then throws his dagger, and the protector falls again, dies again. Later, the fruit he had been aiming for finally gets pierced while Jackson is holding it, then slips from his hand and drops to the floor. Jackson stares at MC in shock as MC explains that the arm and hand only guide the throw. The full body is what truly sends it forward, so he asks what he is still missing. still missing. Jackson says this should already be enough and asks whether he has trained with daggers before. Jackson did teach him, of course, but the protagonist cannot say that, so he claims he once saw it on the battlefield, copied it. Jackson wonders if he might be some kind of hidden genius. Genius then asks if he has ever heard of the throwing blade technique. He explains that it was created by a man named Jorg, an assassin. The style took its name from his weapon, the whistle dagger, after he sought a silent blade with an extremely thin edge, but it proved too difficult to handle, eventually leading to the whistle dagger known today. Encrid says the weapon has quite a history, surprising Jackson, especially since his stance is perfectly suited for whistle dagger throwing. Perfectly. Now, on the 10th loop, Jack asks where they are going. And MC says they are taking a different patrol route today. Jack reminds him they were assigned to the market. Punished. Encrid snaps back, using his rank to say he is the highest here, so they will follow his orders. Blame. Jack and Bo whisper about what they should do as they continue onward. As they move farther from town, they reach a hill. He thinks the market was the assassin's ideal setup, and he is done playing along. Head back, but the protagonist asks what they received for betraying their own side. Jack and Bo realize they have been found out, then rush at him with weapons drawn, and Craig strikes Jack with a sharp horizontal slash, then drives his sword straight toward Bo. Straight through Bo, bringing them both down. Then he looks over as the assassin comes up the hill. With Rotten there as well. Rotten looks completely stunned, and Encrid tells them they are late, since he already grew tired of waiting. The assassin throws 3 whistle daggers at once. MC plants one hand on the ground and lifts himself over them, saying the number means nothing if he can read the hands. Rotten tries to shoot him in the back, but Encrid flicks a knife toward him in response. His skull. The assassin calls him a fool for looking away, but Encrid blocks the next blade with his bracer. Now the assassin begins to break into a cold sweat as Encrid slowly turns back and fixes him with a fierce, unflinching stare. The assassin starts trembling and asks who he really is. The protagonist gives him no real answer, says he does not need to know, then pulls the dagger from his chest. Forearm. He asks how many whistle daggers the man still has left. The assassin realizes Encrid understands the weapon as well and wonders if he might be an assassin too. Then he admits he has 2 remaining. MC says he is jealous, since he only has 1. The assassin says joking at a time like this takes nerve, and that MC must be crazy. He warns that the second MC throws that single blade, his life is over. Encrid answers that there is only one way to know, and they will find out when the moment comes. The man can hide his hand, but he cannot hide the gap in his arm. Encrid sharpens his focus, deciding that the assassin's stance is the real clue to avoiding the daggers. At that instant, the assassin's arm appears, while his other hand continues spinning. A blade. The protagonist suddenly realizes there are actually 2. The assassin launches them, and MC slips past his attack. Encrid answers with his own dagger. The assassin avoids it, but the blade catches his cape. It grazes the fabric, and Encrid keeps his gaze fixed on him, suspecting the man still has more. When he notices extra blades hidden in the man's hands, he knows his guess was right. He lifts his own blade, and the assassin freezes in surprise, since he thought the protagonist had only 1. MC dodges the whistle daggers, and hurls his own, which the assassin barely manages to avoid as well. The man accuses him of lying while drawing another blade, and calling him a bastard. Encrid replies that he lied too, and this is a move he has not seen from him before. It seems there is no rule saying assassins must always fight from a distance. He charges in low, and Encrid notes that this is a new move. The man lunges, but Encrid dodges and catches his wrist, saying it will not work now. The assassin finally realizes he is in serious trouble as the protagonist pulls him closer. Encrid raises his sword and says this is the end before bringing it down, striking the assassin with a decisive blow from head to chest. He breathes hard as the body falls, then pulls his sword free. Encrid says it took 10 attempts to get past this wall. He releases a long breath and looks up, saying this loop of battle, fighting, losing, growing stronger, and finally winning feels far too satisfying. Then he glances at the body and wonders whether there are more whistle daggers. He searches the body and finds several tucked on the man's chest, then decides to keep them. Back at the commander's place, the beast commander asks if he nearly got assassinated, saying she suspected as much since he lured them away. He claims it was only a coincidence, while the whistle daggers are now hidden against his chest. She clearly does not believe him and asks if it is also coincidence that he fought 4 people and returned with only a light scratch. Encrid says fortune must be on his side, but she continues staring at him as if she does not trust a single word while he avoids meeting her eyes. In the end, she tells him to return to his post, so he heads back to the others. He opens the door and announces that he is back just as an axe flies past his face, he dodges to the side and Rem is stunned that he avoided the surprise attack. Encred asks if he is crazed and says he almost took him out, but Rem replies that assassins are after him now, so he needs constant training. MC tells him to take this and tosses him a hot stone. For some reason Rem catches it barehanded and somehow already realizes it is burning hot. Rem grips the heated stone with his bare hand and starts yelling. The axe had even trimmed off a bit of his hair. So Encred asks Kreese what he charges for a haircut, and they begin haggling while Rem is still panicking over the stone. They settle on 8 copper, and Kreese begins cutting his hair outside. The protagonist still tries to lower the price, arguing that they are in the same squad. Kreese tells him to find a barber in town if he dislikes the price. MC refuses, saying the city's barbers are awful. Snow begins to fall, and Kreese mutters that it is seriously cold today. Rem calls snow the devil's powdered filth. Odin says it is a test from God. Ragnar agrees, and Jackson stays silent. Encred realizes they are all out here to protect him. He starts wondering how the assassin entered the border guard, then thinks of Jack, Bo, and Rotten, whether they were corrupt before joining or after. Someone else may be involved. He asks Kreese whether he knew the 3 dead men and where they came from. Kreese says Jack was drafted after being caught stealing from people. Bo joined after insulting a noble, which Rem openly respects, and Encred somewhat does too. Then Kreese continues on, saying Rotten used to work as a mercenary for a merchant group that collapsed. All 3 joined within the past year, and Kreise believes they belong to the same. After hearing about the guild, the protagonist says only one answer makes sense to him. It has to be the Thieves Guild. Despite the name, it is really just a criminal den, and if they were involved, they would know the city inside and out. He asks Jackson what he knows about the Thieves Guild. Jackson questions why MC came to him, and MC says he simply thought Jackson might know something. Jackson admits he has become too easy to read, then explains that after the guild was rebuilt, his contact there suddenly went silent. Kreese finishes the haircut, and Rem says his barber truly cleaned him up. He notices his hair is shorter, then looks at the falling snow and comments that it is really piling up. Jackson says he will head into the city tonight, but Rem immediately calls him out, saying he is only trying to avoid double snow shoveling duty. That comment makes the protagonist start thinking. He suggests they all take on a mission instead, because if everyone agrees, no one has to report for duty. The moment he mentions avoiding snow shoveling, everyone jumps at the chance. Even Kreise agrees, and Encred cannot believe this whole group hates shoveling that much. He says he will ask the commander for permission, and Ragnar calls him lazy for not doing that from the start. They head inside, and even Odin tells him to hurry and ask. Bempsy can at least admire how united they are in hating snow duty, so he returns to the commander and explains the situation. She asks if he wants approval to investigate the Thieves Guild, and Kreise says yes. She says she will allow it. Feeling suspicious under her gaze, he keeps avoiding eye contact. Then she narrows her eyes and asks if this is really just about escaping snow duty. Before she can finish, he blurts out no and insists he only wants justice. Inside, he is stunned she figured it out so quickly. After that, he returns to the others, and they ask where the idea about the Thieves Guild came from. Kreise corrects them, saying he means the Gilfin Guild, then asks if Encred knows anything. Encred says no, which is exactly why they are going to find out, while Rem shivers nearby. The protagonist tells Jackson they will wait at the inn, while he finds out where the guild is hiding. Jackson asks how he is supposed to manage that, and MC simply tells him to figure it out. Kreise cannot believe that was the order he gave. Still, Jackson accepts it without complaint. Now Kreise starts wondering whether Jackson might be the strangest one here. They gather at an inn called Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup. Kreise asks what they will do if the Gilfin Guild turns out innocent. Jackson says innocent or not, they are still criminals. Someone should deal with them either way. After a moment, Kreise calls over the waitress Lisa and asks her to wait. He asks what he wants, and he leans close to whisper something. Encred wonders what he is saying. What bothers him more is that Jackson still has not returned, even though he was working with almost nothing. Encred starts wondering whether his order was too vague, and he nearly feels bad for him. Meanwhile, Jackson stands on a snowy rooftop watching the area below. He remains completely still. Snow keeps gathering on his body. Then something catches his attention. 2 men are walking down the street. Back at the inn, the others ask Kreise how he knows Lisa. He says her father makes shoes, and she dreams of running an inn in the capital. When they stare, he shrugs and says pretty women become future customers. At last, Jackson returns, opening the door covered in snow, and saying he found their hideout. Everyone stares at him, confused by the amount of snow on him. Jackson stares back, waiting for someone to respond. Encred finally pulls a drumstick from his mouth, and he tells Jackson to eat as well. Jackson refuses and asks why they are still sitting around when they should be moving. Rem refuses, saying it is far too cold. Jackson says he can warm him up with his own blood. Encred says he wants to go too, but the snow will slow them down, so they must move carefully and leave once it stops. Then he looks outside and realizes that will not happen soon, so he changes his mind and tells everyone to prepare. They point out he just said the opposite, but he says they have waited long enough. Before long they are outside in the snow. Rem is still freezing and complains that the inn was warm, so why did they leave? As they pass through an alley, a nearby beggar draws a hidden blade and glares at them. He is not alone either. More men rush in from behind. Rem throws off his blanket and greets the first attacker with a grin. Then he tosses out a mocking question. He knocks another man down and asks Jackson if this is one of his friends. Craze says they are probably with the guild. Jackson says these men will lead them to the hideout, then points to a hatch the beggars were guarding. The hatch is locked, but Odon tells everyone to step back. He pulls his fist back and says knock knock. Then he punches straight through and breaks it open. Afterward, he jokes that they must have forgotten to lock it, so now they can go inside. They go in. Rem calls him a brute, which is ironic coming from him, while Incrid says the method does not matter as long as the door. As they step inside, Rem asks what they should demand. First, Incrid says asking questions can have weight. Before anything else, they use force and advance through a narrow hallway, though the people inside have already been warned. A group is already waiting for Incrid and his squad. Their leader says reporting a failure would be a nuisance, so they might as well settle it themselves. One man worries this could turn ugly, but the others close in around him. Their leader only sneers, asking why they should fear a bunch of nobodies. The instant those words leave his mouth, the door bursts from its hinges as Odon kicks it open, joking that this one was not alive either. Only then does the leader realize he may have challenged someone far beyond his reach. Rem says they can deal with them now, but Incrid refuses and says to start with those who never preyed on the weak and with those willing to go quietly to cell. Anyone who does not want to fall here can drop their weapon and step across the line. He marks the ground and warns the rest, refusing means death. Rem asks why they are not simply ending everyone, and Incrid says he changed his mind. In truth, he only thinks the line sounded impressive. Rem just looks even more baffled, confused. The leader laughs and calls him another low-ranking grunt, asking if he truly thinks he can order them around. Odon says their minds are clouded by demons, and they will not listen unless someone forces them. Incrid raises his blade and agrees, then asks which one of them is the strongest. The leader grins and says this should be entertaining. He orders their best swordsman, Wyvern, to step forward. Mullet follows the order and approaches. He assumes Incrid probably cannot even stop his sword, since he has never lost before, but before the thought can finish, he rushes forward with a sudden strike, and the protagonist knocks the attack aside before driving his blade straight through Mullet in the chest. Incrid says that is the Volan mercenary sword style, all talk while attacking, and he has grown very used to it. The leader begins sweating, and Incrid asks if that was their strongest because he would like to see the rest. Mullet is still crying out on the floor. MC gives them one final warning, surrender or fall. The others simply stare at him. A few seem to wonder whether he is seriously trying to look cool. Right now they hesitate, and then some finally lower their weapons and give up. The leader snaps, calls one of them a coward, and swings at him. The man turns toward the blade, but before it can connect, a whistle dagger strikes the leader in the forehead. Incrid threw it to save the man who had surrendered. The leader drops to his knees and goes still as the others stare at him. At the body, Rout admits that was actually pretty impressive. The others seem to agree, and Jackson does as well. Ragnar only looks irritated because he never got his own moment. Incrid can tell they all thought it was incredible. The rest immediately sink to their knees, surrendering and begging to live. Rem asks what happens now, saying it would be easier to finish them than deal with them again. Later, they plead for mercy, saying some have sick mothers at home. Incrid cuts that off, saying none of it erases what they did. A bald man steps forward and says if someone must pay, it should be him, because he is Gilfan. Incrid asks if he means he is the Gilfan from the Gilfan Guild. Then he points at the fallen boss and asks whether that man was not in charge. The bald man says yes, but Incrid says that should make him Gilfan. No, apparently it is this guy. MC is completely lost, so Craze explains that the guilds use random names on purpose. If the law starts chasing them, they abandon that person and run. Gilfan says the fallen boss was rotten, but the others are not like him. If Incrid wants someone to pay, he should take him instead. The whole group breaks down, refusing to let Gilfan shoulder it alone. It turns out he is a decent man who protects their families and helps everyone. Even Rem starts defending them, asking whether the protagonist really plans to end them after all this. The protagonist reminds him that Rem suggested it. First, Gilfan keeps begging, offering the guild's money anything else they own if the others are allowed live. MC looks down at him while Craze simply smiles. Gilfan says most of the money is locked in a safe, but the K was hidden by the fallen boss. That hardly matters with Odon there, since he simply tears the vault open and exposes the gold. Inside, Gilfan can only murmur that it is his fault. Incrid tells the others to go ahead, and they begin taking what they want. Jackson chooses a knife, Rem takes some warm leather, and Ragnar asks why no one is taking the cash. Then he starts digging through the pipe. Pile 2. Then he spots something useful, a set of leather armor that looks sturdy yet stiff. Flexible. He says he will take it, and Kreis immediately calls him out. Out to him. Kreis says they should take control of the guild. The guild. Encrid asks if he is telling him to become a thief, and Kreis says yes, but the kind that avoids taking lives. Kill. Even if they wipe this group out completely, guild out, another one will appear within a month. So Kreis thinks it is wiser to leave Gilfen in charge and control the guild through him. The protagonist considers it for a moment and says the whole thing feels far too convenient. Way too neat. He begins to wonder if it all started when Kreis spoke with Lisa. To Lisa, and Craig guesses Kreis must have told her that everyone would gather here. Kreis laughs and admits that was exactly the plan. He adds that if MC agrees, the guild can pay him each month and provide useful information. He says he does not care all that much about money. Still, extra coin never hurts, so he accepts. Then Kreis turns to Gilfen and says that from now on, there will be a thieves guild that does not kill. They will remove the worst members and slowly clean up the organization. Whole group up. Gilfen warns that if they do not disband, they will all be in danger. Kreis asks why. Gilfen explains that the dead boss served Aspen, and their collector, a man called Frog, visits every spring and fall to inspect the guild. If that man discovers what happened here, he will come after every one of them. Kreis says that will not be an issue. They have even worse monsters on their side, and he points toward the others. Encrid tells everyone that if they have gotten what they came for, it is time to leave. Head back. Rem looks at him and asks whether he truly thinks their job is finished. Done shoveling the snow. Encrid immediately realizes he forgot something huge. He looks outside and sees it. It is piling up with snow. Ragnar says there is still some unfinished business here, whatever that means. Odon sits beside the fire and says he plans to pray, reflect, and preach. A little more. Jackson says he has something to take care of as well, so he will be gone until morning. The protagonist had not expected everyone to be so busy. As for him, he simply lies down while the group prepares for a long rest. Big nap. The next day, Encrid reports to the ferry commander that they found and broke up the Thieves Guild. She asks whether he enjoyed skipping snow duty. He pretends not to understand, though inside he is shocked that she figured it out. Then she says she heard he never turns down a duel. He replies that it is mostly true. Pointing her sword at him, she asks for a spar. Encrid accepts, confused as to why he is getting a duel instead of punishment, since he thought she was angry. She was mad. A moment later, he is swept off balance. He cannot react at all in time. Hits the ground. She orders him to stand up. The instant he reaches for his sword, she closes in with another sweep and flips him over again. Kreis watches in confusion, wondering what is happening. Her first sword has always been incredibly thin. Sword has always been that slender, almost like a whip. She keeps telling him to get up, only to knock him down again and again. Over again. Before long, he is sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted, out of breath. Looking down at him, she says he once reacted as if he could see the future, but now he seems blind. She says she still does not truly know who he is, but one thing is certain. He broke the spell and defeated 4 assassins. Then she looks up, says it is snowing again, and warns him that she will be watching him. Encrid can hardly believe she was actually angry about the snow. He calls himself pathetic, realizing he has trained with swords but barely with his bare hands. Now he understands what he lacks. Something that uses the entire body, whole body martial arts, and Odon is the one who can teach him. The scene shifts to Odon squatting while carrying an entire tree. He tells Encrid one basic rule of martial arts is to build a trained body, then he slams the tree down. Honestly, MC thinks he is not wrong. As someone in the background shouts about the uprooted tree, Odon ignores it and explains that he has a training method that pushes the body to its limit. Isolation method. Smiling, he says it hurts so badly that the protagonist should think of himself as already dead. Death is something Encrid understands very well, so he says that part is his specialty. Then training begins with a boulder strapped to his back while he performs lunges. MC says he is seriously going to collapse, seriously going to die. Odon explains that isolation training is built on overload. Break the muscles down, and they will return stronger. As he begins to tremble, Odon tells him to hold it for 10 seconds, saying he knows the protagonist's limits better than he does. MC wonders how that makes sense as Odon presses down on the rock. Odon grins and says MC must regret not starting this earlier. He adds that MC still needs far more body training before real martial arts can begin, but MC cuts him off, saying he has no time for regret. The past is already gone, so he keeps his mind on the present. Otherwise, he never would have survived the first loop. He looks up at Odon and asks him to teach another technique while he still holds the same stance. Odon is taken aback by how determined he looks. He smiles and says he respects his squad leader, then they move on to the next step. After adding even more stones, Odon tells Encrid that he will be crawling back to camp on all fours. Today, the leopard watches this entire brutal training session in broad daylight. Odon makes the protagonist hold stones with both arms stretched wide. He is clearly struggling, yet he still refuses to give up, while the leopard simply keeps moving. Watching, that night Encrid collapses face first into the barracks doorway, and Rem asks if someone beat him up. He wants to know why MC keeps returning half dead. MC says it is only training, while the leopard begins trying to comfort him. Rem asks if he plans to keep it, and if so, he should name it. Encrid thinks for a moment and says it feels warm, so maybe heater. The leopard hisses, so he tries Blacky Blue because of its blue eyes, and it hates that name too. Rem says those choices are basically cruel to animals. Still, Encrid thinks Blacky Blue sounds adorable. In the end, he says he will think about the name a little longer. The leopard curls up beside him as he drifts off. Then he dreams of a field full of flowers, and when he opens the door, he opens his eyes and is startled to find himself walking around. Above him, the sky shines with an aurora. He says it feels strange to dream without seeing the boatsman, and this place does not feel like his usual dreams at all. As flower petals float through the air, he turns and sees a cloaked woman walking toward him. When she comes closer, her eyes are the same blue as the leopard's, and Encrid is caught off guard by how beautiful she is. Then she says a single word, Esther, and tells him that is her name. The protagonist looks down and realizes Esther is now lying beside Rem in his bed. She begins to sweat nervously, but it is the middle of the night, and Encrid has an arm wrapped around her. She blushes as he tells her, "Good night, Esther," then pulls her close and falls asleep. Once more, Encrid heads outside and Rem asks where he is going. He says training. Rem calls that disgusting, asks if he is not still hurting from yesterday, but Encrid says his body actually feels light. Esther says of course it does. She used magic on him. Since he has to free her from her curse, she cannot let him collapse from abusing his body like that. Rem asks if he met a priest last night or something. Encrid says no, then mentions he dreamed of some woman. Rem says he did not think MC was that kind of dreamer and asks what she looked like. The protagonist recalls Esther's face and says she was truly beautiful. Esther sighs, saying at least his eyes work. She explains that magicians naturally keep pursuing deeper magic and mystery. But while chasing greater knowledge, she was cursed, transformed into a beast, and had her powers sealed away. One day, Esther followed the scent of a curse through the fields, and it led her straight to Encrid. She continues watching his training, and Odon is shocked. Normally, soreness lasts a week, yet MC is already striking harder than yesterday. After finishing his set, he stacks the proper stones. He calls out to Blacky Blue. Esther hisses, and he quickly apologizes before asking how long she has been watching. Esther explains that names carry power in magic. If someone keeps calling her by the wrong one, her power becomes even weaker. With what little strength she had left, she told him her real name, but she made a mistake in the process. Because of that mistake, she turns human again at night. It embarrasses her, though she is relieved Encrid is too dense to make things worse. According to her, he is clearly under some kind of curse, though it has not fully taken hold yet. It can still be contained. Even so, the curse he carries is far stronger than hers. Since powerful curses slowly consume weaker ones nearby, staying close to him should restore her power over time. Later that day, Encrid spars with Odon. Odon drives forward. The knee strike, and the protagonist slips to the side. He tries to avoid it, but Odon is already prepared for that move. Odon reaches out, grabs MC by the face, and drives him down. He slams him to the ground and tells Encrid that martial arts require a properly trained body. Just like swordsmanship, he says while gripping his wrist, none of it matters if the body cannot keep up. Odon says he is still as slow as a turtle, but his body is clearly changing. What stands out most is that he never gives up. That is how intensely focused he has become. A full month passes and fresh green shoots begin breaking through the snow. Encrid trains every single day, and now the entire squad is helping him. He thrusts his sword toward Rem. Rem grins as he faces the attack, genuinely surprised by how much Encrid has improved. Now he can actually hold his own in a fight. Afterward, the protagonist finishes his meal and asks Ragnar for a spar. Ragnar tells him to wait until he finishes eating, then beats him anyway and says Encrid still lacks adaptability. His fundamentals are solid for now, and his muscle memory should handle the basics on its own. Even so, he will still need countless repetitions. MC simply sighs, smiles, and says that happens to be his specialty. That is the one thing he is best at. At night, he studies his blade and thinks training with the squad helps, but real combat experience would help even more. and a rustle nearby makes him jump. Jackson suddenly rushes in with a surprise attack, but Encrid blocks it. Jackson says he will not fall to an ambush anymore, and he really has improved. Craze tells him to train outside if he wants to keep going, but Jackson asks why Craze came in so early instead of making money. Then Esther rises from the bed, and Craze thinks he has found his chance. He starts looking for a claw, convinced one must have fallen off again, seeing easy money in it, until someone knocks. As Encrid gets out of bed, he wonders whether Craze is lazy or actually hardworking. The visitor is the company commander, and she tells the protagonist to come with her. He assumes it is because the snow has melted, but she says that is not the reason. She explains there is a new job, and he needs to handle one posted on the mercenary soldier board. MC explains that this board works alongside the regular soldier ranking system, allowing city residents to hire soldiers as mercenaries. They cost less than ordinary mercenaries, are usually better trained and behave more properly, so the system is popular. Since he wanted to try it, this is perfect. Nearby, a man yawns and says he has finally finished his duty after working non-stop. Now he needs something else to do. Encrid asks how many people they need. The commander says 3 in total, and he should bring 1 squad mate. She will be the 3rd person, which surprises him. He wonders why she is going herself. A passerby mentions hearing they dueled the other day, then wonders if they are dating. The company commander notices Encrid's expression and asks if going on a mission with her makes him uncomfortable. The bystander immediately takes that as romance and starts spreading the story. Before long, the whole camp is saying the company commander and Encrid are together. Somehow the rumor even says they already have children. Later, while the protagonist trains, people keep gossiping. They cannot believe someone with his face won over a fairy, though they admit the two look good together. Kreese has no idea how these rumors even started. The moment Encrid returns to the barracks, the teasing begins. Rem shouts that Papa is home, then asks how far along things are since he heard the baby is coming soon. MC says they have it completely wrong. Everyone is misunderstanding the rumor, but Kreese tells him not to act shy because they will find out eventually. Encrid flatly denies it, while Ragnar says it sounds great and tells him to keep her close, keep training, and remember that even Odon praises him now. Kreese feels like this is just bullying. Rem asks when the date is, saying being the 3rd wheel will be awkward, but he will do it for his boy. The protagonist asks if Rem is talking about the mission. Then he makes it clear that Rem is absolutely not coming. Rem argues he has no one else to bring, but MC points to Jackson instead, and Jackson says he is ready. They head out, and Rem cannot believe he chose the damn cat over him, asking if he was hit in the head. Encrid says Rem might attack the commissioner if annoyed, so there is no chance. Jackson asks if he was chosen only because he will not cause trouble. Encrid says no, explaining that Jackson often handles these jobs, so he will be useful. Jackson says he has one piece of advice. He warns Encrid not to give too much of his heart to one woman, or it may come back to hurt him. The protagonist says he does not need advice about that. When they meet the commander, MC asks when the commissioner will arrive. She says soon. He glances away, thinking she probably has not heard the rumors yet, and it would be awkward if she had. Then she immediately mentions the rumor about them having children together. Encrid blurts out that it is not true, while Jackson struggles not to laugh. Encrid asks if he is laughing. Jackson denies it, but Encrid knows he definitely heard everything. The company commander asks if her questions bother him. He says no, then when she asks if he is happy about it, he says no before quickly changing it to yes, growing more confused as she continues, teasing him. A carriage arrives, and Jackson says the commissioner has arrived. The ferry commander clicks her tongue, saying things were just getting enjoyable. She turns away, and Encrid can hardly believe she joked with such a blank. Their mission is to protect the child of a wealthy merchant while the rogue fried trading company decides which of 2 heirs will become the next leader. Their duty is to ensure the heirs do not harm each other. Encrid expects some spoiled little toad, but instead, a beautiful woman steps out and introduces herself as Leona, heiress of the rogue fried company. She greets them all politely, and then they head into town. Along the way, Leona whispers to a woman beside her while the protagonist rides in the back, since after the greeting, she's not spoken to them directly, and even the small amount of communication they receive comes through her maid, who says they will first rest at the inn and wait for the others, so in truth, they are only here to escort her. Nothing more. Encrid recalls Odon's lesson: age, body stance, position, and gaze all matter. Reading an opponent's intention is a skill by itself, so he begins studying. Group. One guard is left-handed, her steps are heavy as if she carries plenty of gear, and his sword sense tells him she is rather strong. None of them appear to be special rank level, but for the moment, his assessment is good enough. Jackson asks whether he is bored and suggests a sound game. Jackson calls out noises and MC must identify where they came from. Hearing a paper bag rustle, MC says it is a woman at the food market. Keep going. Then Jackson asks about a tongue click. As Incred focuses, Jackson says he is too late. It came from a man near the shoe shop. The game is about recognizing sounds quickly, and it is far harder than it sounds. At the inn, a guard says Leona will take a rest upstairs, while everyone else waits below. The commander sits with them, says the game seems interesting, and wants to join. The protagonist notes that fairies have much sharper senses than humans. They continue, and Jackson says a knife touched the floor. Before Encred can answer, the fairy commander says it came from the second floor beside the stairs. Then Jackson mentions a dagger being drawn, and she immediately says it was at the inn entrance. MC complains that he cannot even participate anymore. Then he realizes the directions in the game are growing more serious, as if this is no longer a game at all. Jackson asks where someone is secretly watching them from. The fairy commander answers, right behind him, just as a man reaches for his blade. In that same instant, both of them move and take down the attacker behind them. Jackson says they are under attack, and she agrees. The other mercenaries panic as assassins appear. Another one comes at Encred from behind, but he turns and cuts him across the throat. Then a scream comes from upstairs, and he says the commissioner comes. First, he charges up the stairs, but in a moment, an assassin shouts and throws knives at him. Jackson blocks them with a frying pan like he is PUBG, while the fairy commander clears through the assassins on the first floor. The assassins are stunned by their strength, but decide they can still win through numbers. Jackson drops one attacker with a blade while Encred races upstairs. The fairy commander says every soldier in his squad is stronger than he is, yet they still follow him without hesitation, and she wants to know why. An assassin rushes toward her with a shout, but she only smiles, calls it interesting, and defeats him in one smooth move through the arm and throat. Upstairs, Encred pins an assassin to the wall with a thrust to the chest and says that after facing the one who targeted Krang and the half-fairy killer, attacks like this no longer shake him. All his training has changed him so much that he barely feels like the same person. Even if Odon still says he is too slow, the protagonist can feel his movements becoming cleaner as he kicks another assassin through the railing and off the second floor. Then he sees the female guard thrown from Leona's room and crashing into the railing, so he rushes to the door and sees an assassin shouting glory to Aspen as he moves toward Leona. Her maid leaps in front of her, yelling no and telling Leona to get down. Encred knows the assassin is too close to stop with whistling daggers, and he is not even sure he can reach them in time. Then he remembers a method for closing distance quickly. Just once. Thinking back to that night on the battlefield, he knows he cannot copy it perfectly at his current level, but he still tries. Even a rough imitation should be enough, and he bursts forward to arrive there in time. Blade comes down and Encred cuts in, taking the blow on his back to protect Leona. The blade scrapes across him, and the assassin pulls free. He is stunned. The strike failed to pierce through because MC's armor stopped it. Grateful he got it from the Gilfan Guild, he tells the assassin they can continue this downstairs. Then he grabs the man and throws him over his shoulder, smashing through the window with him as they both land. Outside, the assassin cuffs hard, while Encred rises and says he softened the landing with the other guy. Leona stares out the window in shock, and he tells her the second floor. Rule is simple. This assassin is hurt from the fall, but he still gets up and draws a second blade. Calling the protagonist Kreese, he asks if he is a border guard. The protagonist says no, which only makes the assassin more certain he can win as he prepares both swords. MC notices the two blades are not the same. They are different lengths, yet the man handles them without hesitation. Encred wonders if this is the flowing sword style. Then the assassin says he will deal with him first and Leona next. Encred asks if anyone has ever told him he talks too much. Irritated, the assassin charges in, and Encred admits this is his first real fight in a while, and this opponent is strong. He shifts his rear foot, settles into his stance, and thinks about what to do. First, the assassin sets one blade for a thrust and raises the other one high. Encred realizes both attacks are about to come at once. It's a Valen duet. One blade aims for his head, so he slips left, but the next strike follows immediately and nearly catches him. He ducks beneath it. The assassin thrusts again, forcing the protagonist to step back. Once space opens between them, the man lunges in hard, but MC ducks past him and moves to the other side. Now he's behind the assassin, and the man realizes he may have made a mistake. No one should be dodging everything. Encred says he is impressed. He could never learn that style because he lacks the talent, but judging by the speed and precision, this man is near the level of that stabbing maniac from his first loop. The assassin rushes back in, asking what nonsense he is spouting and calling him insane. Encred sharpens his focus, locking onto the twin blades, and then it clicks. He can finally read which attack line is coming next. Encred raises his arm and sends his sword forward with one small motion, landing the strike in the assassin's chest without much force. Even the protagonist is slightly surprised. He says he was aiming for the heart, but missed by a little. The man cries out as Encred draws the blade back out. He knows he still has far to go and needs more training with Ragnar and Jackson. MC watches the assassin fall while the others escape through the back, shouting that they need to retreat. Encred wants to chase them all, but Jackson stops him. His fight has already drawn too much attention. Encred points out that they are getting away, but Jackson says that is fine, leaving him wondering why they are not pursuing them. Jackson reminds him they were not hired to hunt criminals. Since the enemies fled on their own, the commissioner is safe. Encred agrees they should stay focused on the mission. The ferry commander tells him he did well, and he asks if she is all right. She tilts her head and teases that he must really care about his lover. Then she says her heart is fluttering so much that she may not be able to sleep. Encred simply stares at her with a blank expression. Leona asks if they are together, and he says no. She presses him further, asking if everything that has happened so far meant nothing to him. Still expressionless, the protagonist wonders what is wrong with everyone. Leona asks for his name, and Encred gives it to her. She thanks him for saving her and promises to reward him properly. He says it is fine, since he was only carrying out the job he was assigned. She looks as if she wants to say more, but holds herself back. Sometime later, MC explains that the captured assassins were turned over to the army, and extra soldiers were brought in case another attack happened. Sitting at a table, Encred thinks about who those assassins were. Some were clearly skilled, so this was not a simple robbery. He figures the company's other heirs are the most likely suspects. Leona comes downstairs and says he is awake early. Encred tells her he is on duty. She sits beside him and pulls her chair closer, then asks him to join her personal forces. Compared with that, the Rock Freak Company leaves none of them nothing to want. Its main partners include the Shepherds of the Wilderness from the Beastlands. The Beastlands, along with the Black Leather Guild, known for its dragon hunting, and the Glacial Rangers who guard the endless permafrost. Even their company map, marked with trade routes and local specialties, is valuable enough to make someone wealthy for life walk away from. Leona says the former owner's sons are fools, and if she wants to protect and expand the association, she needs capable people. She needs people skilled enough to save her when death is close, yet honest enough not to demand more afterward. Most people would do anything for a place in her association, and she doubts he is any exception. He wants if he joins her. Encred simply refuses, leaving her unable to believe it. He rejected her without even thinking, so she asks why. Jackson comes downstairs and says that pushing after being rejected is not a good look. After being rejected isn't a good look. The commander adds that it does not suit a merchant either. Leona bows and admits that they are right. Then she says the other heirs will arrive at noon, so she needs to prepare. Get ready. After she goes upstairs, the other two approach Encred. Over to Encred. Jackson says he somehow charmed a wealthy heiress too and asks if difficult women are his type. Encred denies it, but Jackson keeps teasing him to begin with. Then the ferry commander calls him a two-timer and says that really hurts. The protagonist clenches his teeth and apologizes, saying maybe his taste has simply changed. Jackson is stunned, and even the commander is surprised that he actually answered back. People nearby overhear and begin whispering that he must be the kind of jerk who seduces another woman. After asking out the commander, she only smiles, pleased to take the victory, to take the win. Encred sits there, deeply ashamed that he played along with it. Almond says he heard MC spent the night with the commissioner after only one evening together. Everyone piles on, saying he won over a rich heiress and is not a spellbreaker but a heartbreaker. Jackson asks Crace Almond if he came only to mock him, but Crace says this concerns the Gilfin Guild and must be addressed. Informed, and Encred says that is good, because he needs a favor. He wants Craze to track down the assassins who escaped and find out what they are planning. Then we learn that Renos Roquefried, the former head of the Roquefried Merchant Association, was both honorable and sharp in businessman. He wanted his stepdaughter Leona to inherit the association because of her intelligence and judgment. In good judgment, but he could not bring himself to cast aside his own children, so he passed away without naming a clear successor to lead the association. Elsewhere, a carriage rolls through town as the son is told the assassination failed. His men say he should have left it to them since they wasted a perfect opportunity, is bullied. The man across from him says they will find another way, and their deal still stands. Polite agrees and promises a massive reward if he inherits everything. It's everything. The third man inside the carriage remains silent, stays silent, Before long, they arrive at the inn and step inside. And Kreese and the others turn to look. As Polide complains that the place is filthy with dust and sneers that only Leona would summon him somewhere like this. His gaze shifts toward the man in black, and he can tell at once, just from the man's bearing, that he is strong. He's strong. The man looks down and meets Incred's gaze. Then he turns away, as if the protagonist is not worth his concern. Worrying about. Polide points at them and orders them to go fetch Leona. Incred thinks it was wise to bring Jackson along, because if Rem had been here, he would have treated that man like a monster and attacked him, his head in. Then he notices Jackson drawing his sword and stops him, while Polide snaps and orders him to move. Leona comes down the stairs and tells him to stop yelling because it does not suit him. And says he is late. He fires back that he is not late at all, then tells her to train her bodyguards. Leona answers him with a sharp slap, and Incred thinks no one around him is normal. He sighs, while Jackson still seems unaware that he is odd as well. Weird one too. Polide shouts, asking if she is Kreese. Leona says he is the craze one, and she asks if he wants to spend his life in prison for meddling with soldiers hired by the border guards. Spend the rest of his life in prison. He quickly says he had no idea, didn't know, and the man behind him clears his throat, making Polide flinch. I jump. Shaken, he says it was not him and asks who she is trying to blame, then demands how an outsider dares yell at him. Leona says yes, she was adopted, but he still cannot read trade routes or manage business matters. Basic money, he says, is exactly what servants are meant to handle. She fires back that without the will, she would not waste a moment on this, leaving the successor to be settled through discussion. Incred figures the former head must have been far too soft. By every standard, Leona seems like the better heir, but maybe he wanted to give his son one final chance. Leona says Polide's only claim to the inheritance is his bloodline, and Polide asks why that matters. She grabs his thick chin and says no matter how she looks at him, he is nothing like the former head. His foolishness and unpleasant face make her wonder where he even came from. She wonders how he could have inherited anything from him. Furious, Polide reaches for his sword, and Incred moves for his own as well. But he suddenly stops when the man he noticed earlier reaches for both weapons. At that instant, he shifts his footing. Everyone around them prepares for a real fight. Incred waits for the first person to make a move. Polide starts to panic as his guard steps in front of him. Incred recognizes the man's stance. That posture means he is about to use the swift sword. Now Incred wants to see just how fast it truly is, wonders if it can compare to Rem's axe or a whistle dagger, then tells the man to show him his sword. As the blade begins to slide free, Incred watches closely. Incred smiles and draws his own weapon, but before anyone can strike, a voice orders them to stop. Torres enters, saying he serves the crown's border guards, and if they do not lower their weapons, this will be treated as treason. Polide looks completely caught off guard. The protagonist, however, does not look pleased. He clicks his tongue in irritation. Jackson stares at him, remembering Incred's claim that no one here is normal. In the end, Jackson decides MC might be the strangest one of them all. Meanwhile, Torres says the captured assassins were foreigners, so the border guards are taking over the case. They admitted they were hired by a merchant assassin group. That means Polide may really have hired them because of the inheritance dispute. The man pulling Polide's strings steps in and asks whether any assassin named the exact merchant association. Without that, there is no proof. Torres says he talks too much and asks if he truly thinks they are that foolish. Leona says she has a proposal. They should keep searching for evidence and uncover whoever is truly behind this. Until then, she says both she and Polide should be locked up. Polide immediately says he never agreed to that, while Incred finds it strange that the victim is asking to be imprisoned. Torres explains that the captured men were only underlings. They knew nothing and kept repeating that their boss gave the order. Leona says there are still others to question, since some escaped from the scene. One of them could be the boss, or at least someone who knows the details. We need to track those people down. And when Torres asks what happens if the mastermind still cannot be found, Leona says that is his problem. Still, since arguing over the hair issue in front of the border guards is unwise, they will return to the city as long as everyone comes when summoned. Incred points out that once they leave town, no one will be guarding her. Her own guards cannot stop Polide's side, especially the man with the rapier, so she could be in danger the moment border guard protection ends. She must already understand that, so what is she planning? Then her maid hands her something, and Leona says she is a merchant who never requests work without proper payment. She says she will give this reward to whoever catches the people who escaped. She begins to draw it out. Jackson is visibly shaken, and Incred wonders why. Leona says it is the fourth piece of the Carmen collection. It is a stiletto, and she asks if that is enough to make them chase the fugitives. Jackson steps forward at once. He calls out to Incred and says he will handle this job. Incred cannot understand why Jackson is suddenly so motivated. He also cannot figure out why that dagger matters so much to him. Even Polide recognizes it. He asks if Leona has lost her mind, and whether she knows what that weapon is worth. Leona says it belongs to her, so she can do whatever she wants. The protagonist asks if it is really that special, and Jackson is stunned. He does not know. Jackson explains that the weapon was made by the legendary smith Carmen. Carmen was born a slave, became an assassin seeking revenge, and fought using 7 weapons he forged himself. The 4th of those weapons was this stiletto. Some people would trade lives just to obtain one of Carmen's creations. Tor says that since everyone is already here, they will all remain under watch, and no one is leaving. Later, as they leave the inn, Encred tells Jackson not to worry about the stiletto. He already asked Craze to find the men who escaped earlier, so new information should arrive soon. Polide grows angry while the man with the rapier turns his gaze. He looks toward the direction Encred mentioned. MC Encred turns as well, and once again their eyes meet. This time, it feels as though the man finally recognizes him before looking away. Encred continues, watching him leave. That night, Polide says, if this is traced back to them, they will be in trouble. The man guiding him says they cannot move against the border guards, so they simply have to wait. If neither side can decide who becomes heir, the investors will choose, and that is the opportunity they must use. Polide says that is fine because he has already sent word out. He promised rewards to anyone who supports him as successor, and if even half of them agree, he wins. The rapier-wielding man looks out the window and sees Encred doing planks with stones stacked across his back. It is clearly difficult, but the protagonist keeps going. After he finishes training, Torres asks why he bothers with such boring exercises. Encred asks what Torres wants, and Torres says this looks like the perfect moment. Rest and recruit. Encred says that would only make sense if everyone's time carried the same value. For geniuses and people like him, it does not. What others learn in a week may take him a month or sometimes even a year, so he has no time to waste. Then he lifts the stones again and starts curling them, saying he will use every day to build a stronger foundation for the future. One of Torres' men says he is truly strange, or maybe they are simply lazy. Torres thinks about that for a moment, then stands and tells Encred to stop obsessing over strength. He is already strong enough. Their last match ended in a draw only because Torres underestimated him. So what does the protagonist think would happen now? MC looks at him and smiles and nods, making it clear they are about to fight again. Soon, the crowd is cheering as Torres charges in, and both men stop with their blades hovering just short of each other's throats. Even so, Torres would have won. The crowd cheers for his 7th victory, and Torres says that is how it should be, though the others remind him Encred has beaten him 4 times. Encred tells him to go again. Torres asks if he is seriously not tired yet, calling him a monster since they have already fought 11 times. One of Torres' men says he wants a turn and another joins in as well. They all start shouting that they need to bring the protagonist down, while Polide watches and calls them barbarians for doing this so late. The next man steps forward and throws Encred down to the ground, and the instant he lands, the rapier user is shown observing him very closely. MC asks what that move was and tells the man to do it again. The man calls him insane. The rapier user notes that losing does not hurt his pride. Instead, he looks like a child who has discovered a new toy, and even against someone much stronger, he shows clear hostility without hesitation. Still, after Encred gets dropped again, the man says he keeps falling for the same move 3 or 4 times. He really has no natural talent for fighting. This time, however, the protagonist knocks the man's hand aside and copies the throw, sending him to the ground in the exact same way. Torres cheers loudly, and the others join in, asking who wants to go next. The ferry commander watches and says Encred charms everyone around him, which makes him a bad man. Leona asks if they are dating. The ferry commander says no, so Leona asks if it was a joke, but then the ferry commander says they are married. Leona is stunned. The ferry commander adds that they never held a ceremony, but she thinks there may be a child too, confusing Leona even more while MC wishes she had just gone back. Then the rapier man speaks up and asks whether it would be alright if he joined them. Encred turns and sees the man ready to step in. Torres wonders what he is planning, and the man admits his talent is not anything special, but he still wants to teach Encred and cannot hold back. The one who taught the protagonist the throw says the rapier user is on another level and should simply watch. MC refuses, saying he has been waiting for this. The rapier user looks at him and realizes Encred understands, then smiles while Jackson watches from above, saying that even if the only thing in that man's hand is a wooden stick, he is still incredibly dangerous. Encred grips his blade and says he has to be ready. He raises his own stick as the rapier man takes his stance. The two lock eyes, and then the man lifts his wooden sword. Encred says the pressure is spreading through his entire body as if he has returned to a battlefield. Then the man thrusts and Encred sharpens his concentration. By locking his gaze on a single point, he can follow the path of the attack. Axe line. There is a slight feint hidden inside it. The real aim is his neck. He tries to block that rat and strike first. Yet in the next moment, it feels as if his throat is pierced, catching him completely off guard. Incred cannot move quickly enough, and it is not only him, everyone else is shocked as well. The man says Incred read it correctly, but he is simply too slow. The protagonist admits the swift sword truly deserves its name, moving far faster than he expected. He thought he had grown much stronger, but not enough. That man's skill is so far above his own that it feels overwhelming. As the man begins to leave, Incred laughs and calls after him, asking for one more match. The man smiles and says his spirit is truly remarkable. MC keeps losing again and again until Torres and the others drift asleep. The ferry commander continues watching closely, clearly enjoying it. Incred staggers, and the rapier man says anyone who has held a sword understands the despair of facing someone they cannot beat. Incred drops to the ground and coughs, while the man says he has shown him a gap he cannot cross. Even so, the protagonist still refuses to quit. MC rises again, and Jackson says his reactions are too slow to read and avoid everything. At this rate, he will never get past that wall, so Jackson decides he needs to teach him more about speed. The man says that is enough for now, and they should sleep since Incred is worn out. Drenched in sweat, Incred tells him he is amazing and says that someday he will learn the swift sword too. The man laughs and says the protagonist impresses him even more, though it is unfortunate he lacks just a little more talent. Later, Craze Carl calls out to Incred and Torres, saying they have caught the runaway mercenaries. The men lie beaten on the ground in front of them. MC nods and tells him, "Good work." Craze brushes it off, saying he merely tracked down a couple of hidden men. Leona says they must be his squad and thanks him again, while his armor remains torn from protecting her earlier. Torres asks who hired them and presses for their names. One of the mercenaries tenses up, then answers saying it was Aspen. He explains that a merchant group from there wanted to interfere in the disputed lands. He does not know which one, since he only received a letter and was promised payment afterward. Leona says that may be true, but the border guards will decide what happens next. Torres says she seems satisfied with that, then asks whether she was not hoping the ugly fool was responsible. She says of course she was, enough to offer her precious stiletto as a reward. Torres says dealing with these people is their job, and the rogue fried people are free to leave. As they start to head out, Jackson pulls out the stiletto. Incred tells him not to wave it around in public, amazed at how excited he looks, like a child. Craze warns the protagonist not to fall for Leona, because she is frightening, but Incred says he will not and asks whether Craze is even listening. Then Craze says something feels strange. No matter how he sees it, those men were hired by Polide, yet they claimed Aspen was behind it. He had a run-in yesterday after they found them. In the flashback, a man enters the room with the mercenaries and asks if he is Craze from the 444 Force Squad. He says he serves Leona, leaving Craze confused. Craze explains to Incred that they already knew where the mercenaries were and had the Gilfen Guild watched. They planned to pay the army to release them and make them give that story. MC asks why, pointing out that it puts Leona at a disadvantage. If Polide had been exposed, it would have helped. Right then, Leona says she is relieved he was not behind it, because that would remain in the final record. Incred realizes she acted out of loyalty to the former leader. She says he probably does not care much about matters like that. He asks if she will truly be fine, since she will lose their protection after leaving the border, and if Polide acts again, she will be in danger. She tells him it has already been handled, so he does not need to worry. A large force of troops is waiting ahead, with a knightly man standing at the front and his unit behind him. Behind him, he introduces himself as Mattis, commander of the Roquefried Merchant Association Guard Corps, and says he has arrived to escort their new leader, Leona. Everyone steps back, vow to her. Incred realizes she deliberately stalled them while securing the shareholders' vote, proving her loyalty, judgment, and information network. She is truly a frightening friend, frightening woman. Leona says asking again would be beneath her, so she will not tell him to come with her, but people naturally find themselves drawn to him, cheering for him. She says she hopes they can meet again someday, as friends. Incred looks at her offered hand, shakes it, and says of course. Polide jumps from his carriage and demands to know what Mattis is doing, calling him a traitor and mentioning his father's kindness. Mattis tells him to stop disgracing the family name and bluntly calls him an idiot. Polide is badly shaken by that. The puppeteer says the plan failed, a failure, while the rapier man answers that they still gained something. At the very least, they now know the new head of Roquefried is extremely cunning. He also says he learned about a strange soldier In a flashback, the rapier man tells Encrid to lower his sword. He says he respects the protagonist's effort and strength, but without talent, it is painful to watch. MC says he has not heard that in a while, but he never listened to it before either. Never listened to it in the past either. And he came this far by forcing his way forward, pushing through. The man can only wonder where that determination comes from as he walks away. The next day in the city, Encrid goes to Rem. Rem grumbles that Encrid only wakes him up to train with that cat-like jerk. But the protagonist says he needs Rem's help. Rem brightens at once. Encrid begins practicing the swift sword with him. He says the first step is choosing the best line and focusing on a single point. Then he readies his thrust and says the second step is magic. Mastering explosive movement. Every strike must be efficient. Then he leaves a cut on Rem's neck, and MC is shocked as blood runs down. Rem looks at it in surprise too. Encrid realizes this means he has become faster than Rem. His repeated basics, flexibility, and strengthened muscles have all come together to create this new power. Rem says that caught him off guard and that Encrid finally learned how to swing fast. Now, for the first time in a while, it is Rem's turn to increase his speed. Encrid wonders what he means but barely blocks Rem's attack toward his neck. And realizes Rem was serious. The impact is heavy enough to make his hand sting. Then he sees something flying straight at his head, and he barely ducks beneath it. Rem had always been quick, but now he is even faster. Rem swings again, and Encrid charges in to meet him head-on, knowing he still has far to go. Long way to go. That night, he keeps training and senses something strange. An attack from Jackson's dagger. Jackson says his eyes and ears are good enough now, so he no longer needs that kind of training. There. Encrid asks if he came all this way just to say that. As Jackson leaves, he only says, for now. The protagonist sighs and says this is why Rem calls him a cat-like jerk. Then Jackson suddenly appears behind him and strikes at his throat. Cuts his throat. MC grabs at it in alarm. With a scream, but Jackson is already far away, explaining that this is murderous intent. The hostile will a person gives off. If Encrid cannot rid attacks through sight or hearing, then he must learn to sense them, which means detecting something beyond the five senses. The sixth sense. Jackson says he will teach him as thanks for the stiletto. Encrid is thrilled that there is still more to learn and says this makes things even more fun for him. The next day, Jackson explains that the sixth sense is close to instinct, so the protagonist cannot rely only on ordinary perception. Five senses, direction, movement, and hunting skill are all tools predators use against prey. From instinct, if he keeps fighting with every sense sharpened, he will eventually start detecting hostile intent too. Encrid spins around and says he can feel Jackson behind him, but Jackson warns that it will not come easily right away, but if he keeps training, his sixth sense will open up as well. Too. That night, Rem says MC feels a little more alive, a little different. Encrid jokes that it must be because he gained more muscle, but Rem says that is not it. That's not it. Odon cuts in, saying he smells more like rotten, while Ragnar says that is not the whole story. Kreese figures that only makes him seem even crazier. Rem agrees, and the others quickly back him up. Kreese insists he is the only normal one among this pack of lunatics, but that is just how they see him. Meanwhile, Jackson wonders when Kreese will realize he is the maddest one. That night, as everyone gets ready to sleep, Esther crawls onto Encrid's bed, and Rem asks if he smells like food, since she always ends up sleeping with him. Esther ignores him, thinking about how the protagonist has pushed his body too far again. Curling up on his chest, she notices he trains hard enough to risk himself every day. Without her magic, his body would have already fallen apart, and if he dies, she will never break her curse. So she places a paw on his armor and fills it with her magic. The next morning, Encrid wakes and stretches. Encrid says that, just like the repeated loops, he will keep training over and over. He will never grow tired of it, because knowing it makes him stronger is enough. That alone is reward enough. Then he senses someone turning and says Jackson is over there, but he guesses wrong. He tries again and gets it wrong a second time. The others all stare at him. They all seem to be thinking the same thing. Rem says he wants to take back what he said earlier. Encrid has not changed at all. Odon says it only felt strange because MC improved so much in one day, and Ragnar admits he thought that made him a genius too. Now he is not so sure. Jackson says if Encrid still fails to improve after all this practice, then maybe, but Rem argues nothing beats real experience. Since things with the Aspens will stay quiet for now, Rem suggests the protagonist take a beast hunting job or something similar. Something along those lines. The next day, Encrid stands before the request board. He says all four of them are pushing him toward actual combat, almost like they are testing him. Still, he understands why. He has hit a wall. Then a man says that if MC cannot find a good request, he can handle this one. The man hands him a paper with the job job written on it. It says someone needs to inspect a shoemaker's basement. Encrid asks why he should take something that sounds better suited to a recon team. The man says a recon team will not be enough. The shoemaker claims there are undead hiding in his basement. Encrid says there is no way undead are lurking inside the city, and it is probably just rats. Still, he does need experience. The man begs him to accept, calling him the spellbreaker. No one else wants it, and although the shoemaker is short-tempered, he is a decent man. His wife also went missing recently, so he is on edge. The man asks the protagonist to at least check it out. Encrid starts by saying he is sorry. He says the request is too much, then immediately gives in and accepts it anyway. When he arrives, a woman says if he came for the request, he must hurry to the basement because the man keeps digging. MC mutters that he did hear the shoemaker had a temper. Then the shoemaker calls him over and says this is exactly what he meant. He points to the ground and shows Encrid what he found. The protagonist is shocked to see a tunnel beneath the middle of the city and says a rat definitely did not make this. He lights a torch and heads inside, saying it looks man-made. It is also wide, which means there really could be monsters down here. And he stops when he sees several paths ahead, 6 in total, and says the place was built like a maze. The shoemaker tells him to listen. A strange rattling echoes through the tunnel, and he says maybe there really are undead below. MC tells him not to come any closer. He says he will go first, so the man needs to stay back. The moment MC steps forward, the entire tunnel changes. A blinding blue flash erupts, and a wave of heat crashes over them. He wonders what it is as it rushes closer. The light swallows them completely, and both of them are consumed on the spot. Encrid's eyes snap open, with Esther still resting on his chest. He says the instant he felt that heat, it was already over. He died before taking another step, and it had to be a magic trap. Against magicians, the smartest choice is to run. Just then, Rem says the others discussed it, and decided he needs real experience. MC keeps thinking that if you die fighting a magician, you are lucky. If you survive, what follows can be worse, and the same applies to traps made by magicians. He wonders how anyone is supposed to overcome something like that when he does not even know what skill he needs. He needs more training. Then the man at the board says that if he still sees nothing good, he should take this request instead. It is the shoemaker's job again, and Craze says this requires a magic expert or help from higher command. This is not a wall he can break through head-on like the others, and the company commander would probably hear him out. Before that hot-headed shoemaker goes down there alone, Encrid realizes he barely arrived in time during the last loop, so he takes off running with his teeth clenched. He cannot afford to be late. He races to the shoemaker's house and kicks the door open. The daughter jumps in fright. He asks where her father is, and she says he is in the basement. Encrid dives into the hole without hesitation. This time, he took a little too long to accept the request, and the father is already gone. As he slides down, Encrid realizes what that means. He's too late. The shoemaker is already ahead, walking down the middle path, and Encrid rushes after him, shouting for him to stop. The shoemaker turns, startled and confused, but his foot has already moved too far, and that bright blue light begins to rise. Behind him, the protagonist shouts, and both of them are turned to ash again. In the waters of the afterlife, Encrid says he needs a faster method. He has to reach the shoemaker first and keep him out of the basement. The boatman says it may have lasted only a moment, but MC still felt his whole body burning away until he became ash. Even so, he still intends to walk back toward that flame. Encrid says the pain was exactly as described, like countless needles tearing through him in an instant. But even that hurts less than standing there while an innocent person dies. To him, that is what being a knight truly means. He jumps straight out of bed and starts leaving. Rami asks where he is going, saying they need to talk, but he says he is going to save one troublesome old shoemaker. Rem just stares, wondering if leather boot monsters exist now and why Encrid is running toward a shoemaker. This time, the protagonist arrives early enough to find the man still digging. He thinks he can stop him and keep him away, but he still cannot leave something so dangerous alone. He tells the shoemaker he will go in by himself and orders him not to follow. The man argues that it is his house, but MC shuts him down. This is not up for discussion, and the shoemaker gives in. Encrid says calling a magic expert would take too long, and they might not even listen to the request. What they have is a strange trap, and he at least understands a little about it. If someone explores this place blindly, somebody will die. It could even happen to him and his squad, so he has to learn everything he can. One of these paths must be trapped, and he wonders if the only way to know is to walk through them himself. Then he says relying only on repeated loops is the easy way out. There has to be a better method. If he can find even one clue that tells him where the trap is, he might be able to solve it. Then he starts wondering how many times he has died and what he felt each time. He recalls every helpless moment, a blade at his throat, an enemy knocking away his sword, and even meeting that pervert when he felt a killer's intent by instinct. Jackson's words echo in his mind. It is the presence of something that wants nothing. Your death. Something flashes in the darkness and rushes toward Encrid, and this time he senses it. He freezes in place and says he really did it. Then he steps forward saying he truly felt it just now, right before the trap cuts through him. The strike is so clean that his blood is still scattering before his body collapses apart. Even as he dies, he grins, because he really sensed the trap's killing intent. The next day, he goes straight back to the shoemaker's place and says he is learning how to detect the trap's murderous intent. Standing before the entrances, he says he cannot simply rush in. Instead, he needs to move back and forth until he can truly feel it. With every slow step, he stays focused, saying he still has not placed his foot on this path and he does not feel anything yet. He wonders whether this is the correct one. He slowly lowers his foot, then turns quickly, saying this is where the blade came from. He steps toward it again and imagines the blade shooting at him, but nothing comes, and he admits he did not truly sense it. What happened? The shoemaker asks why the protagonist keeps pacing around and jokes that he should just go take a leak upstairs. Encrid says he still has not gone down this route before, so he will keep trying until he can sense the trap. He continues testing it, stepping in and out until night falls. The shoemaker finally asks what he is doing down there without eating. MC says he will return tomorrow morning and warns him not to enter, since traps are everywhere, all over the place. The shoemaker begs for help, saying he cannot even sleep because he fears losing his daughter too. Encrid asks if he has any clue where his missing wife might be. The shoemaker says many people have disappeared lately, so no one truly dealt with it. Then he says that if Encrid sees a brunette with freckles and this wedding ring, he should tell him immediately. The protagonist says he understands. That night at the barracks, MC sits lost in thought with Esther resting nearby. He suddenly turns, thinking he messed up. He thought he felt Jackson, but the presence is actually coming from the other side. Rem says he is acting strange after spending time with that foolish shoemaker. He tells him to get some sleep. Encrid then realizes this is the first loop he has ended without dying. He starts wondering what happens if the day simply ends normally. Will it continue to the next day, or reset anyway? He figures he will find out soon enough. Then he takes one more step back into the man's realm, the waters of the afterlife, and wakes up the next day. Rem then says they discussed it yesterday and agreed the protagonist needs more experience. That is when the protagonist realizes he has returned to same day, and he begins wondering what will happen if he refuses to sleep at all, so he keeps himself awake, watching the moon sink away as the sun begins to rise. His eyelids grow heavy, and just as sleep starts pulling him under, he wakes up in bed again. He says he only blinked, yet somehow he has returned to his room. Rem repeats that he needs more experience, and Encrid realizes he cannot escape this loop unless he breaks through that wall. Even so, he accepts it, since he never planned to run from it anyway. He was ready. 10 days pass, then 20. Encrid says this is not merely simple fear. He needs to truly feel it. As he lowers his foot toward the path, he says that brush with danger is something he must grow used to. He lowers his foot little by little, and by now, 40 days have passed. He throws the torch aside, and by day 50 he is still pushing forward. On day 60 he begins getting closer. On the 70th day, he sees hands from buried bodies reaching upward through the ground, clutching at his clothes and trying to pull him down. He stops before the next step and smiles, finally getting a rough sense of what the trap should feel like. Jackson launches a surprise attack, but Encrid avoids it. He turns toward Jackson, and Jackson asks if he truly figured it out in only a few minutes. A few days later, it is day 72, and MC has his whistle daggers and all his battle gear prepared. Rem asks if he is seriously going to war at the shoemaker's house, and Encrid says he will not return until he has cut through 10 boots. Rem has no clue what that means while Isther watches closely. Encrid says there are 6 paths, and at first he believed one had to be safe, but the tunnel's creator was twisted, and every path is trapped. There was never a safe choice from the beginning. Even so, there is still a way forward. He only has to avoid triggering the traps on the first path, where one wrong step can turn you to ash. He releases a long breath and raises his foot, advancing slowly. The instant he senses the traps starting to react, he stops before setting it down. He understands this is how he must move through the entire path, keeping his foot in the air as he slides it sideways, then places it down with confidence. This time the trap does not react at all. He remains fully focused, putting his trust in his senses, and reminding himself that one step at a time is enough. He only needs to maintain that slow rhythm with tiny steps and complete focus. No mistakes. As his senses grow sharper, he begins to feel the safe route, opening ahead and moves forward as naturally as breathing, guided by that sixth sense. Then he steps into a lit space. When he opens his eyes, he sees torches ahead and says he has broken through another wall. A ghoul lunges at him, but Encrid cuts it apart cleanly and sends part of it flying. He grins and thanks this cycle for the incredible gift it has given him. As more ghouls rush in, the protagonist says their claws carry a powerful poison, and even a small scratch can become serious. Normally, several soldiers are needed to bring down a single ghoul, but Encrid charges straight in, cutting through An entire pack. He turns through the motion, driving from his hips like a baseball swing, and cuts down the group before him as well. And he is still not done. Gritting his teeth, he drops his blade and brings it down in a heavy overhead slash, carving through more ghouls. Then he leaps with his sword drawn back and slashes forward, splitting one ghoul apart and taking another down behind it. When he lands, the bodies start falling. Now he is breathing hard. He says he fought pretty well just now, and his squad should have witnessed it after the way they have been treating him lately. Then he hears barking, and more creatures rush toward him. One glance is enough to see the creatures are pure nightmare fuel. He first calls it a demon wolf, then realizes it is mixed with other beasts and monsters, making him wonder what is waiting ahead, deeper ahead. At the same time, Esther moves across the rooftops, saying Encrid seemed strange today. She wonders why he would go to a shoemaker while carrying a pair of shoes. With so many weapons and dangerous figures around, it would be bad if he got himself hurt doing something reckless, and she senses something. An energy rising from the shoemaker's house, saying it carries a strange scent, like a spell. Even she becomes careful about moving closer. Getting closer. Back with Encrid, he drives his sword into one of the wolves and remains standing. His sword into one of the wolves and stands his ground. They're panting. Then he hears an odd breathing sound from farther inside. In the cave, it is so faint it could stop at any moment, making him wonder if it is another demon or whoever dug this tunnel. But what he discovers next leaves him stunned. The space is filled with bodies, with corpses. He looks over them and says he has spent enough time on battlefields that ordinary bodies no longer shake him, but this scene feels completely different. Then he hears a woman begging for peace. Her peace, she begs him to end her suffering, kill her, and then he notices the wedding ring on her finger. It belongs to the shoemaker's wife, and he remembers the description. Members had said she was a brunette with freckles, and Encrid is instantly furious. A man speaks up, saying he heard noise, and it seems fresh material has arrived, like he just got fresh new material. He does not know how MC got here, but says it is fine because he can make a friend for Bamilo. Encrid asks if all these bodies are his doing, and the man replies, who else would it be? Then he continues speaking. Those bodies are only failures, while the child behind him is Bamilo, his true art. He adds that he will make something beautiful out of Encrid too. The protagonist realizes the man is a magician, and every instinct tells him to run. He knows facing a mage is terrible enough if he falls, but surviving can be worse. Even worse. Still, MC no longer cares. He says he will bring this man down, even if it takes countless attempts of lives. He draws a whistle dagger and throws it first, aiming straight for the man's head, but it rebounds from off a barrier. Encrid immediately rushes forward, sword pulled back, but then something strikes beneath his arm, under his arm and into his side, launching him backward as if an invisible shot had hit him, made of air. He lands safely, keeping his gaze fixed on the mage. Off the mage from the corner, Esther watches and says she knew it. He really is fighting a magician. She has not gathered much power yet, but if she uses everything, it may not matter. That won't matter. The mage raises his fingers, aims at Encrid, and fires another blast. Another air bullet. The attack moves incredibly fast. And sound. He dodges at the last moment, though it still tears his clothes, and says he cannot see or hear it, but he can feel it. What he senses is the magician's hostile intent, leaving the mage shocked. Dodged it all, and now Encrid is closing in. Closes in again, and the magician fires 4 more blasts. Blasts at him. The protagonist remembers asking his squad how to deal with a mage, and Rem's answer was simple: shoot him. Him with an arrow. Once again, MC barely avoids the attack, though his clothes are cut. Clothes get cut. Jackson's advice was to strike the mage when he is not looking. He isn't looking. Odon said the answer was to get close and beat him down. Beating him down. The next 2 attacks come rushing in, flying in. Ragnar had said that anything that breathes can be cut, and nothing is exempt from that. Now the magician finally begins to look uneasy, because Encrid is already above him, sword lifted to strike. He says the mage has an invisible shield around him. If the whistle daggers cannot break it, then he will crush through with pure force and put everything into the blow. The magician only smiles and tells him to try. With Encrid fully committed and no Rem to pull him back, the mage fires a counterspell. Esther watches as it shoots straight toward the protagonist. In his chest. She says he has won. The spell hits the vest Esther blessed the night before and vanishes on contact, while the mage's barrier breaks, or shatters. Fear instantly fills his eyes. His eyes at once as Encrid's sword continues to fall. The mage tries to block with his arm, but it has no effect and the strike lands clean in half. The force is so great that MC's blade keeps driving straight down, into the floor. What a beast. Encrid begins to move. Breathing heavily, he notices his sword has chipped and mutters that at least only the blade took the damage. That strike was powerful enough to tear him apart, so he cannot understand why he is still unharmed. For a brief moment, he wonders if his armor is truly that good. Then he looks back toward the shoemaker's wife. She is no longer moving, and her faint breathing stopped. Even after sharpening his sixth sense and defeating a magician, all he feels is bitterness. Leaving the mage's body behind, Esther steps in and calls him an idiot. He lost because he never used his creation, a flesh golem designed to strengthen a magician's body. She says it would awaken with just a few touches, but he will be taking it. She raises her paw, but before anything else is shown, the scene cuts to the barracks, where Encred speaks with the ferry commander. She confirms what he reported. A magician's tunnel had been hidden beneath the shoemaker's home, and a civilian was abducted and experimented on right in the middle of the city. If that truth spreads, people will panic. Encred says they should keep it hidden. She asks why, since his involvement would never become known anyway. He answers that the townspeople matter more. He also does not want the shoemaker to learn that his wife is gone. As the men fill the hole, bystanders ask what happened to the shop. They are told members of the Thieves Guild dug the tunnel. The shoemaker says he is shocked that thieves were behind it, then offers Encred a gift. Seeing how worn out his shoes are, he says he wants to repair them. It eases his mind a little, and he says he only hopes his wife returns safely. The protagonist looks at him in silence, while the shoemaker says he knows Encred has already done plenty, but still hopes he will find her. Encred lowers his face, and with a strained voice, says he will do what he can. Later, as he watches the sun rise, he wonders if lying to the shoemaker was wrong, and whether the truth might have been better, even if it broke him. He thinks that if he becomes a knight, maybe he can prevent things like this. Though he is still uncertain, he plants his sword in the ground and walks away, leaving it like a grave marker for the man's wife and a reminder of a regret he will never forget. Sometime later, demon dogs rush the group. They cut them down with ease while holding a shield wall. As the men inside finish off the wolves, Encred says that right after defeating the magician, they accepted a monster hunt job, but compared with what he is used to, the battle feels slow, with the wolves falling one after another at a crawl. It is so dull that Rem nearly falls asleep, and Encred says this will not make him any stronger. He figures this must be normal for everyone else and says maybe he should have gone alone. That bothers him, so he says he will fix it. He draws his weapons, drops the shield, and rushes ahead while the others stare as if he has lost his mind. Rem begins tearing through the wolves with ease, and one soldier tells the spellbreaker to control his men. But it is too late. Encred is already gone, and they grumble that his squad of lunatics has rubbed off on him. He charges in with his sword drawn back for a heavy blow, then cuts through two wolves at once. Raman says they have it backward. They are the ones who picked up his madness. Encred asks if the craziest person there should really say that, while Rem wonders why he is being insulted. The protagonist tightens his grip on his sword, and he and Rem begin cutting through the monsters together. The other soldiers can only say that neither of them is right in the head. After the fight, MC wipes his blade clean, and the men admit that craze or not, they are impressive. Even then, Encred still seems unsatisfied, and Rem notices it. The soldiers tell him that if he wants real action, he should join the armored units. When he asks if they are facing stronger monsters, one says they went after an entire herd. Then the scene shifts into chaos as soldiers shout for the archers to support them, but no help comes. Something suddenly swoops in from off-screen, and one man looks up in fear to see a harpy diving toward them. Soldiers are snatched one after another and forced into a circle as the beating wings lift them into the air and drop them, leaving some dead and others badly hurting. Others, Robert simply says, looks painful. Encred spots the harpies and remembers how, back in his mercenary days, his group was wiped out by them, including people he truly cared about. He begins drawing his sword, swearing he will not let anyone else fall today. He and Rem immediately sprint straight toward the harpies. One harpy lets out a piercing cry, forcing the regular soldiers to cover their ears. Encred explains that a harpy's scream disrupts your senses. As one dives at him, he steadies himself. He says the pain is still easier to bear than death, so he pushes through it with pure willpower. His sword cuts into the creature's wing. He keeps pressing forward until the wing is severed completely. Robert shouts that Encred is doing great while clinging to another harpy's leg, then suggests they make a bet. He wants to see who can take down more before smashing his target down. Harpy is driven hard into the ground. Another one immediately rushes toward Encred. It comes straight for the back of his head. Encred says they are not here to fool around, then dodges at the final instant. With that movement, he brings the harpy down. Two fall in a single swing, leaving the other soldiers stunned. They knew Rem was powerful, but they cannot believe the spellbreaker is keeping pace. He is actually matching him. Rem goes after another harpy as it tries to block the attack. It raises its claw, but his axe breaks through and drives it down. The creature slams into the dirt, and Encred follows with an upward diagonal slash. Another harpy is cut down, and Torres says the protagonist has grown stronger. His men ask whether they should really just stand by when they came as support, but Torres remains firmly in place. He tells them they are no longer needed. Few harpies make one more pass. One of them knocks Encred's sword from his hand. Now there is distance between him and his blade. The harpies screech and dive toward him, acting as though they have already won. Suddenly, a whistle dagger strikes one harpy squarely in the forehead. With only one left, it charges as Encred rushes as well. Now it becomes a race. He must reach his sword before the attack lands. Just as the harpy reaches him, he grabs the weapon and swings upward. The creature is cut down, and only then do they notice the last harpy screeching as it circles above. It retreats, leaving the soldiers shocked that the harpies actually fled. They say if these two scared monsters away, then they must be monsters themselves. Encred says these are not the same harpies that wiped out his mercenary group. He remembers being told those people died saving him because he was weak. He was told it was all his fault. Those words stayed with him, and now he says he will be the one saving others. Torres says the harpies are gone and asks if they should return. His men argue that going back empty-handed would look bad, so they should at least deal with some wild dogs. MC and Rem are told that support has arrived, so they can leave. When asked what he wants to do, MC says it is too soon to head back. At that moment, Torres and all his men decide he is completely insane. Back at camp, people talk about how he helped the heavy, armored corpse. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues doing his lunge squats. They keep discussing how much he has changed and how hard he trains, enough to make them think they should try the same. MC takes another request from the board, and a man asks if he did not finish one yesterday. MC says he will finish this quickly and take another tonight. Like he has clones, he keeps moving. Later that night, he is still there, practicing swing after swing. A man sees him and says he trains every single day. He wonders how anyone can live like that, then thinks maybe he should try too. And so Encred keeps training. He continues through the entire night. Day passes into night again. This time, other people are training too. By the next night, there are far more than two of them, with a whole group pushing hard until morning. Then the company commander arrives at dawn. She looks them over and says everyone seems different lately. One man says they are following the spellbreaker. It has become a trend, and she says she cannot ignore it. He can no longer ignore it and walks over, saying they held a long meeting about him. These orders came from higher up, so he had better listen. His squad, the 444th Regiment, is being promoted into an independent platoon under the 4th Company. From now on, he is the platoon leader. Encred points out that he only has 5 men, so it hardly sounds like a platoon. She says she will assign more men as he requested. He says being a platoon leader sounds pleasant, but dealing with every lunatic in his squad will be troublesome. Then she adds that if he accepts the position, he will be spared the dull chores and gain more time to train. He looks straight at her and moves in immediately, saying he will do his best in his new role. She says it would be a shame to stop there and asks whether he wants a duel. She raises her hands and says those will be her weapons. She wants to fight, unarmed once again. Encred says that ever since he lost to her last time, he has trained his aura the way Kreese did. With that said, he lets his sword fall. This is exactly what he needed. Now it is time to find out how much stronger he has become. As they square off, he recalls Odon telling him that close combat is all about one thing. It is about closing distance quickly, because simple strikes beat complicated ones. Flashy techniques only get in the way. He charges forward, throwing out both a physical blow and a burst of energy. Crew blocks the attack. It is exactly the kind of move Odon had been teaching him. As he pushes her arm back, he remembers to make use of his larger build. He turns that size advantage against her. Gaining the upper hand, he presses forward. He forces her down onto the ground and pins one arm across her chest, declaring his victory. She asks if he is certain, teasing that for a human, his proposal is surprisingly forceful. Encred can hardly believe she is bringing that up again. Then her leg suddenly hooks around him. In the next instant, she twists around his side, reverses the situation completely, and takes control. She ends up above him, explaining that spotting an enemy's weakness and using your own strength wisely was the right call. She praises him for calling himself her fiancé and says he ought to continue doing it. He immediately snaps back that he is not her fiancé and tells her to get off. She lets him rise, and as they dust themselves off, she gives him an apology. She says she is sorry, and that it was created. He asks what she means, and she explains further. She says she could not stop it, which only leaves him even more puzzled. His confusion deepens. As winter passed, the battlefield began to stir again. The war front was heating up once more. A full-scale conflict was approaching, and the Aspens were moving urgently. They were determined to wipe away the disgrace of their previous defeat. A man steps forward and takes his place at the podium. He begins speaking. Since Aspen was preparing for war, Nalilia responds in kind. The man introduces himself as the new battalion commander. His name is Marcus. Kreese says that with this man present, they might truly bring the war to an end. This is Marcus, the warmonger. He is a high-ranking officer under the Cyprus Division, and unlike the former commander, he has real skill and experience. Marcus knows the Aspens are not weak. In his eyes, the bigger issue is that his own army is filled with frail soldiers. Only the heavy armored corps and the border guards stand out. Among the rest, the only one who interests him is that platoon leader, the Spellbreaker. Because of everything he accomplished in the last battle, Marcus wants to know whether that was pure luck or genuine ability. Now Incrid must show that he is worth using. Later, Rem asks if they are really being sent to scout near the Pennal River, and whether the order came directly from the battalion commander. The protagonist thinks this must be what the ferry commander was talking about. Crace begins explaining the region. Before he can continue, a familiar voice interrupts. It is Henry, who says the area lies near Crossguard, Aspen's fortress city. The city was built for military purposes, much like the border guards. Fortunately, Henry managed to join them. He adds that if they leave now, and Crace finishes the thought for him, then they are only going there to gather information. Robert says MC should not go, but MC reminds him that the commander's order cannot be refused. Robert sighs and tells him to prepare. Then another familiar voice appears. It is Andrew, and he says the battalion commander has ordered them to obey the new squad leader. They are to follow that new squad leader's command. Matt is standing right there with him as well. Robert steps closer and slowly runs his tongue along his blade like an absolute madman. He asks what Andrew grows nervous, saying he is the new squad leader and everyone needs to listen. Okundon says he can feel the kids trembling from where he stands. Ragnar asks whether this little brat is truly supposed to lead them. Andrew says anyone with a complaint can settle it in a fight. He volunteered because he wanted to stand beside Encrid, and he refuses to back down. Rem raises his axes and says the little bug has some nerve. Okundon cracks his knuckles as well, saying he would not mind loosening up a little. Jackson says a single finger should be enough. He tells them not to be too rough with Andrew, but Ragnar says he should worry about his own fight instead. Matt begs the protagonist to stop Andrew, but he says they actually seem to be getting along well. He even explains that if Rem offers someone a duel, it means he likes them. Matt asks if Rem truly is not trying to harm him. He asks MC to explain properly, then drags Andrew away while the kid continues taunting Rem. Henry asks if he knows anything about the place. Henry warns that the area is dangerous and offers to share what he knows before they depart. The protagonist tells him to continue. He says to go ahead, and later that night, outside the barracks, Incrid steps out looking far too polished for a mission. Torres asks whether he is heading out on duty. He says he has been seeing MC around often, and has also heard about the promotion. After offering his congratulations, Torres says they now hold the same rank. Incrid replies that he could never compare himself to one of the king's finest, but Torres tells him not to take it so seriously. Not quite that serious. Then Torres asks how old he is, and Incrid answers. He says he is 30, leaving Torres visibly stunned. The protagonist is older than Torres, who asks why his face still looks so young. Meanwhile, MC can only wonder why Torres looks so aged. Torres says apparently he is the only one getting older, then reminds him he said to relax before asking about the mission. Torres explains that the two of them will cross the Panhale River first, and he will go over the rest after they meet. The others, however, the boatman still hasn't arrived, so all they can do is wait. Incrid agrees, then immediately pulls out his sword and begins practicing. Torres tells him to take a break, but the protagonist answers that this is his rest. Torres mutters that MC really never takes a break. He trains relentlessly and people respect him for it. He looks young, he is good looking, and on top of that, he remains humble. At this rate, Torres might end up throwing him into the river. Incrid senses the hostile mood and turns around only to see Torres getting teary-eyed. He asks why he is making that expression. Torres sighs and asks if the final score was 14-6, saying at least he is still a better fighter. Incrid points out that happened a long time ago. Torres says Incrid is not the only one who has been growing stronger, and Incrid says he is happy to hear that. Torres attacks first, and the protagonist blocks the strike before countering with a deflecting move. The two immediately begin exchanging blows right there. Torres says he noticed it back when Incrid fought the Harpies because MC had become far stronger than before. Gritting his teeth, Torres presses forward and drives his sword down toward the ground. Right after that, he draws back his fist and throws a punch toward Incrid's face. The protagonist keeps his eyes sharp and spots a hidden blade beneath it, so he shifts aside just in time. Even then, blood sprays lightly from the blade. Seeing the cut on his cheek, MC asks where Torres got that weapon. Torres says it is his secret hidden knife. Incrid is left speechless, and Torres asks whether he is about to complain that it is unfair. Instead, Incrid calls it amazing and asks how to use it. Torres says he is even more ridiculous. He tells the protagonist to start by practicing with flat stones and to use a fast flick of the wrist. As he demonstrates, though he teaches terribly and can only describe it as a quick bam kind of movement. Then the boatman finally appears and asks whether they are crossing or not. During the trip, Torres continues teaching him the entire way. Once they arrive on the opposite bank, Encrid asks where the meeting spot is, since they are supposed to join the recon. Playtoon there. Tor says they should clean up first, since there is no point starting while they are drenched in sweat. MC smells himself and admits Tor's is probably right. They undress and jump into the river. Tor's warns that the water is freezing and tells him to hurry in, only for something to leave him completely stunned. He calls Encrid greedy and says he has lost the will to compete, but Encrid says he still wants to fight. Torres groans that he does not mean fighting with fists and calls him an idiot. A woman appears and says they came looking because the two were late, only to find them wasting time bathing. The protagonist is startled and wonders how long she has been there, since he never sensed her. She says they must get close to Crossgord by today, so they should get out immediately. Torres asks how they are supposed to do that with her watching, and she replies that there is nothing worth looking at anyway. Once they step out of the water, her expression shifts in surprise. She quickly says she takes that back. Torres says her gaze is far too shameless, and she replies that she is only looking at MC's abs. Torres protests that his abs are great too, while she introduces herself as Pin, captain of the recon. Platoon. Pin says she commands the recon platoon. She shakes Encrid's hand while Torres looks down at his own body, suddenly feeling less confident. After getting dressed, they follow Pin. Before discussing the mission they receive a briefing. Their informant inside Crossgord is called Kitten, and she was supposed to deliver crucial intel. The message explains that Kitten should have contacted them 4 days earlier, but she never reached the meeting spot and remains missing. When he asks if something happened, Pin says that is exactly why they came. That is the reason for this mission. Their task is to slip into Crossgard and rescue Kitten. Since Crossgard borders monster territory, enemy patrols are thin, because they rely on the beasts to keep watch. There are 3 possible entrances. The first is a smuggler's tunnel that the guards usually overlook. The second is scaling the walls after dark. It would be draining but likely the safest option. The third is entering as merchants in disguise, which means passing through the main gate. It is risky, but it requires the least effort. Her platoon will move first in case Kitten is only delayed and head for the contact point. Only the 3 of them will actually go inside Crossgard itself. Whichever route they take, the mission will be difficult, so she leaves the decision to them. Encrid says she makes it sound simple, despite knowing better than anyone how challenging this will really be. Torres says she should choose because she knows the area best, and Pin answers, in that case they will set out tomorrow and take the first route, the tunnel. That night, while everyone rests beneath a rocky overhang, the protagonist continues training. With a quick flick of his wrist, he practices using small stones so he will not hurt his hand. It goes badly, and Torres asks how someone so clumsy with this can even fight with a sword. Even so, Torres says he will learn eventually and should keep at it. Pin comes over, asks why they skipped dinner, and wants to know what Encrid is doing. He says he is training and she gives him some food. Pin tells him to eat first, explaining that one of her squad mates wants to become a chef, and the meal is actually extremely good. After tasting it, both of them admit it is excellent. Pin says they can eat more and adds that the cook's parents own a shop in Border Guard, so they should stop by there someday. Then she points near a tree and tells Encrid and him to train over there. Before she can explain the reason, MC says there is a viper beneath it, which catches her by surprise. She asks how he noticed, and he says a hunter from his platoon taught him. Pin says he is more prepared than she expected, and that she likes that. Then she asks whether he would like to train with her as well. Adult training. He only stares at her clearly, not understanding, so she explains plainly that she is flirting with him and asks. Pin says she is actually being generous, while Torres wonders why she is doing this right now, right in front of him. Encrid rejects her directly. She asks if he is already with someone, then says she has heard rumors about him all over the place. As Pin starts to walk away, she points at Torres and says that if the protagonist speaks casually with him, he can do the same with her. He says that is fine, if that is what she wants. She tells them they leave for Crossgord tomorrow, so they should rest. Torres only gets noticed at the very last moment. He falls asleep, and deep within that sleep, the boatman appears once more with his lantern in hand. MC suddenly opens his eyes. He opens them once and says he has not seen that man for quite a while. He assumes the boatman is trying to warn him about something, and he remembers the ferry commander apologizing. Encrid smiles, though a cold feeling runs through him. This mission is going to be rough. The following day, they begin moving out. As they approach the tunnel near town, he says he can already tell this will be another massive wall to climb. Torres asks why they are moving during the day when night would be safer. Pin calls him an idiot. The guards may ignore this place, but they still understand what happens here. Encrid agrees they will be less prepared for people entering in broad daylight. Pin says she expected someone handsome to understand, while Torres only wonders why he keeps taking all the hits. Pin says she will take the lead now because that is a ranger's job. The protagonist explains that rangers serve as scouts, so they must move silently and carry as little as they can. As Pin advances, Ingrid can barely hear her at all. He admits it suits a ranger perfectly and wonders whether he could move like that as well. As he steps forward, a man suddenly shouts that they have caught them, mocking them like little rats. It is an ambush. Pin is stunned and shouts for everyone to retreat, but the guard says there is nowhere left to escape. Crossbowmen are already positioned behind them as well. Then he gives his men the order to take them all down. Pin yells that they will have forced their way out just as the crossbows release. Ingrid rushes forward and strikes down everyone within reach, while Pin stops a bolt with her arm, then charges at a man. She disables his arm and moves to end the fight. Torres brings down another enemy immediately. Torres drops another one at once, and Ingrid realizes both of them are struggling in this kind of battle. Against a larger group, they cannot use their full strength. Then one enemy gets. One woman is pinned from behind and taken down, while another suffers the same fate. Torres is struck down too, and Ingrid can only stand there watching as both of them fall before him, right in front of his eyes. As the enemy advances, he admits this wall is truly towering, but he refuses to die here, not so easily. He immediately hurls several weapons forward. The whistling daggers cut through the air and bring down two enemies at once. In that instant, they collapse where they stand. Then he charges in and cuts down another. His blade opens the next man's throat, and without slowing down, he moves straight toward another foe. He cuts that enemy down completely. The guard quickly shouts for everyone to move in and surround him. One soldier lands a heavy kick on Ingrid. The blow hits his chest and sends him crashing down, while the others swarm him and strike again and again. Even as he falls, he drives his blade into one of them. One enemy goes down with him, and Ingrid's eyes still blaze with unshaken determination. But with so many opponents pressing in, there is only so much he can do to survive. In the next loop, Ingrid realizes a force that large could not have appeared by chance. They had been waiting ahead of time, which means the enemy knew they were coming. He wonders how he failed to notice them, then concludes they must be exceptionally skilled. Pin asks why he is not preparing to enter the tunnel. He says something feels wrong, so he wants to climb the walls instead. Torres supports him, saying Ingrid's sense for danger is sharp enough to be worth listening to. The protagonist says it is not simple instinct, but knowledge from what he has already experienced. Pin just says fine, though she reminds him they will need to wait until night, and that will cost them precious time. The MC asks if she would rather go somewhere else, and she blushes, saying she cannot believe he would suggest that in the middle of the day. He quickly explains that he meant a duel. She agrees, but only without weapons. He accepts a bare-handed match, and she breaks into a grin, clearly enjoying the idea. As the others gather to watch, Ingrid explains that if the enemy already knows their plan, a fight is likely no matter which path they take, so he wants to test his team and gain some training as well. He offers her the first strike, but she tells him to begin instead. He rushes forward with his fist drawn back, aiming straight for her head. She slips beneath the punch and drives her knee into his chest, but he still manages to block it as the force begins to push him backward. Using the same movement, she turns and sends a roundhouse kick toward his head. He barely evades it in time, and Ingrid decides to try the same method he used against the ferry commander, winning through size and power. He seizes her, throws her to the ground, and plants one hand beside her head. Pin immediately says he chose the wrong move. She catches his wrist and hooks her leg around him. A moment later, she traps him in a triangle choke and begins tightening the hold around his neck. Torres stops the match there and gives her the victory. Ingrid says she may be small, but she is built with pure muscle. He now understands why she prefers fighting barehanded over using swords. She asks if he understands that he lost, and he answers that she is exactly the kind of opponent he needs for training, then asks for another round. She smiles and begins blushing, so Ingrid quickly clarifies that he means sparring. She asks how he knew what she was thinking, and Torres tells them to stop doing that in front of him. When night arrives, Pin asks the protagonist if he truly plans to climb like that. He asks what the problem is. She says he is carrying far too many weapons and will wear himself out before reaching even halfway. Torres asks about himself, and after one glance, she says he can do whatever he wants. He immediately starts complaining that his feelings are being wounded. Ingrid says he can manage the climb even with this much gear. Pin only sighs and calls him knave. They are not merely fools climbing a wall, because first they must scale a massive mountain just to reach it. Torres says the height is absurdly difficult. And the MC admits that even the climb alone will be tough, but none of the walls he has faced have ever been easy. Before they begin climbing, Ingrid remembers that after returning from the magician's tunnel beneath the shopkeeper's house, he sold the loot he found to buy a new sword after his old one broke. Craze was stunned by the magic tools, saying even a single item could pay for an entire new set of equipment. Ingrid told him to bring the finest swords he had, because for someone who lives in falls, by the blade, a sword is their lifeline, so stepping out without one was never an option. With that thought settled, he begins climbing, and at the top, Pin reminds him that she told him to leave the sword behind. Even after dropping everything else, that blade alone would still drain his strength, and Encred admits it really is, weighing him down, yet he continues upward. He keeps climbing anyway, saying muscles only grow stronger after being worked. To him, this is simply another part of training, so he keeps pushing himself higher. He has already reached and overcome countless limits, and as he gets close to the top, he says this still is not enough to stop him. Stanley hauls himself up and releases a long, worn-out breath. Pin says he is only making things harder for himself, while Tors wonders why he was so stubborn about bringing it along. He guesses it might be for training, then decides Encred cannot possibly be that crazy. Just then wolves begin howling, and they look down to see an entire pack. But these are no ordinary wolves. They are werewolves, and the protagonist calls them lycanthropes. Tors says it is rare to see so many moving as one group, and Pin says that means they need to stay alert. Soon after, she notices the wall in the distance and keeps them hidden nearby. From that spot, she says there is almost no cover while the guards make their rounds. She explains that with 2 full moons overhead, it is so bright that the guards have grown careless. Once the guard turns away, she says now. They dash forward, heading straight for the wall. As they draw near, the guard turns and looks down, but they have already slipped out of his view. They have reached the area directly beneath him, and Pin says that is why nights like this are actually easier. Encred thinks he may have met the guard's eyes and wonders whether he only imagined it. Pin rubs ash over her hands and says the slums are just beyond these walls, and if they hide there, no one will find them. Before they climb, she tells MC to leave the sword behind, because this wall will be even tougher than the mountain. He refuses, saying without the extra weight, it does not count as training. Tors can only sigh, realizing he already knew Encred was unbelievable. As they climb, he admits Pin chose the safest route. If they can get past the wall, entering Crossguard quietly should be simple. That is, as long as the wall itself does not stop them first. He remembers the greyhounds in the tunnels and suspects there is a good chance another ambush is waiting above. Pin reaches the top first, and the protagonist wonders what will block their way this time. Then someone steps forward, and the woman says they worked hard coming all this way so late, but now it is time for them to rest. She snaps her fingers, and vines burst from the ground toward them as Pin shouts for everyone to duck. They narrowly slip beneath the vines. She orders them to retreat down to the base of the wall, then raises her axe, but the magician stops it with vines and crushes it apart. Encred had not expected to find a magician here. He admits it is one serious trap. MC charges forward, trying to get close, but a vine shoots up from the ground and blocks his strike. He reminds himself that he defeated a magician once before by trusting his sixth sense, so he sets up a thrust and attacks. The blade flies toward her, and he thinks he has the advantage, but she keeps staring straight at the sword tip. Then he remembers Jackson's warning: trust your senses, but never depend on them too much. Powerful enemies, especially magicians, can deceive them. The vines slam into him, lift him into the air, and bind him tightly. Halfway down the wall, Pin and Tors see what happened. Pin curses at him, calling him an idiot for staying up there. More vines crawl down the wall and strike Pin and Tors in the chest, dropping them at once, while Encred struggles to break free, but the vines are far too thick. He cannot escape. The magician compliments him for having the nerve. She tells him not to run, and he only clenches his teeth in response. He fixes a hard glare on her. She introduces herself as Reccia of the Rose Vines. As she raises her hand and tightens her fist, Encred understands what is coming. He realizes this life is finished. Then an enormous magical blast erupts inside. Within the vines, the protagonist realizes magicians vary just as much as soldiers do. He had grown overconfident. His new power went to his head, and he charged in without properly assessing the situation. He failed to read his opponent. The boatman asks if he finally understands his position. He calls Encred a freak, someone who uses loops to gain strength instead of enduring things properly. Against such a massive wall, he is nothing. He is only an ant before it. MC thanks him, saying that speech has lit a fire in him again. It stirs the drive inside him once more. This is precisely the kind of wall he needed to face. The boatman says he is already eager to see the third one. Later, Pin asks if he truly plans to sneak in disguised as a merchant, and he says the other routes feel wrong. She agrees and says they will enter with the ordinary traders. He asks when, and she answers tomorrow morning. That makes Encred stop. If it is tomorrow, he wonders how this will work when he must clear the wall before the day ends. He wonders what will happen then. Tors says they can simply wait another day, while Pin says they should make use of the time. She tells them to enjoy it and orders one of her men to bring out everything they have, leaving the protagonist curious. He wonders what she means. Then they start carrying out piles of meat. Alcohol comes out as well. Encred cannot believe she brought drinks so close to enemy territory. He asks if she is crazy. He warns that relaxing this much is dangerous, but she argues that being too tense is worse. If he stays wound too tightly, he will lose sight of what matters. She tells him to drink too, saying his shoulders are as stiff as a board. MC admits he has always pushed himself beyond his limits and thought that was the right answer. But she is correct. He became too narrow-minded and believed the only way past the wall was to charge straight through. He steps forward and says he wants to think this through calmly. Drawing his sword, he says forcing his way forward is not the only solution. He decides this moment will become part of him and begins training. Pin asks why he is working instead of resting, and Taurus says that is simply how Encred is. She watches him closely. Her interest grows as sweat begins to pour from all his repeated swings. Pin jokes that he is pleasant to look at, and Taurus calls it harassment. Pin replies that it only counts that way if she is ugly. As the two moons overlap and night falls, they set up camp outside. Frankridge says he reached an important realization today, and that alone made the day worthwhile. By this point, they would have already arrived at the wall. The greyhounds are moving through the tunnels. A magician waits atop the wall, wondering what is coming for them. He wonders what will face them this time. Then the lycanthropes begin howling, the same ones they saw beneath the cliffs. Pin is stunned and Torres is just as shocked. Torres freezes as well. Encred tenses and says he recognizes those cries. Those howls belong to the same lycanthropes from below the cliff. Then the entire pack surges forward. Pin shouts for everyone to run. But before they can escape, the creatures move in. The werewolves cut off every route and surround them from all sides. Torres says it usually takes at least 10 men to bring down just one of them, and there must be about 20 here. With only 6 people, their chances are nearly hopeless. Pin swears there were no monsters nearby, and Encred says he did not sense them either. That brings Reccia to mind. Once again, something has deceived his senses. His perception has been fooled again. As the chaos grows louder, the protagonist says he promised not to charge straight into every problem. He refuses to fall this easily, so he moves forward anyway. He rushes in, using every sense he has to detect where the next attack will come from. He notices another one and quickly leaps back. He avoids it just in time. Their attacks come from every direction without a pattern, too many to handle by focusing on one point. The werewolf lunges at him. It snaps at him, and he blocks the attack with his sword. That is when he understands. Focusing too narrowly is the problem, so he broadens his awareness, only to take in the terrible scene around him. His allies are being overwhelmed. The situation is merciless. Torres is struck from behind. Pin falls almost immediately when a werewolf catches her at the throat. Encred knows none of this version will matter once the day loops. Even so, watching them fall like this still hurts. He forces one wolf back as it bites his sword, then counters with a slash. The blow opens its throat. Blood scatters through the air as he raises his sword. Encred shifts his grip and drives the weapon down into another wolf's shoulder, only for a larger one to move in. A scarred wolf with a mark across its head slams a fist forward. The blow crashes into his stomach. Encred coughs blood and realizes this beast can think and fight better than the rest. It must be the pack leader. It reaches for his arm and with its overwhelming strength, it swings him upward, high into the air. Encred glances down at the pack below, taking one final look at the bodies scattered around him. The boatman speaks again, saying every wall the MC chooses remains impossible, far too high to overcome. If the loops keep going, he will stay trapped in this cycle forever. Does he still believe this is enjoyable? Encred admits it certainly not ideal. Then another loop begins. Corazon and Pin stare at him, asking if he has completely lost his mind. He says there is no reason to surrender. He is fine, and they should continue moving. No matter how tall these walls are, there must be some path beyond them. Even so, he still has not found that path. Pan and Torres can handle greyhounds, 1 against 1, but the moment they are surrounded inside that narrow tunnel, it is over. So the solution is to avoid being encircled. If his 6 senses can locate their hiding spots, that may be the first real step. Then the guard shouts once again that he has found some rats, and crossbowmen quickly close in, blocking every possible exit. Encred realizes his senses have detected nothing. Then the spearmen swarm him, ending the loop again, and he begins to wonder whether magic is also interfering with his senses. He goes after Reccia again, ducking beneath a vine. He asks whether she is the one who placed magic inside the tunnels. She is startled that he figured it out and says someone named Roger must not be doing his job properly. That was probably the greyhound leader. But once again, Encred falls to the vines while still practicing that wrist technique. He wonders why the stone will not come free, and Torres tells him his hands are terrible. Even so, the protagonist keeps thinking, if a magician is involved, his senses alone cannot help him avoid the ambush, and even if they escape it, another threat is still waiting beyond. There is no way to avoid them all, and the same applies to the lycanthrope. Against so many enemies, he will keep struggling unless he discovers how to narrow that gap. He begins charging forward again, but but suddenly halts when he realizes he is rushing straight into the issue and focusing too narrowly. His thinking has become too limited. Back in the cave, he swings his sword, knocks the spear aside, and cuts off a man's arm. Then, while facing Reccia, he reminds himself not to hurry. This is a rare chance to train endlessly. Then he returns the lycanthropes and meets another defeat by spear. Reccia remains the fight where he seems to improve the fastest. Actually, that is not entirely true. He is also progressing against the lycanthropes, taking one down after catching its head. He promises not to waste this chance to become stronger, then falls. Immediately afterward, the boatman's lantern sways as he asks how long Encrid plans to continue. If he does not want to remain trapped forever, he needs to choose a wall and climb it. The MC says that after repeating all of this so many times, he knows each of the 3 walls is excellent, almost too tempting to choose only one. In another loop, morning arrives, and Torres wakes to find Encrid already in the middle of training. He throws a punch, flicks his wrist, and the hidden blade springs out. Torres stares in surprise. He could not do that yesterday, so when did he learn it? Encrid says it was about 30 days ago, leaving Torres puzzled. The protagonist explains that he is finally strong enough now, and this is the 79th loop. This time, he will cross the wall and reach tomorrow. He says they still have time before entering the tunnel, then asks for a simple pouch designed to fit around his wrist. The man says that is easy enough. Meanwhile, Encrid notices something unusual inside Pin's boots, and she smirks at his curiosity. She removes them and explains that she lined the inside with fabric to soften her footsteps since many nearby monsters have sharp hearing. The MC tells Torres they should do the same. Torres is surprised, and when Pin says they likely will not encounter those monsters, Encrid still insists. After trying it, his steps become so quiet that Pin asks if he used to be a ranger. He says no, and she notes that moving this silently with fabric is only possible because he has repeated this loop again. To make it through the smuggler's tunnel alive, he needs to notice the enemy first and create a chance to move. It is difficult to predict where an ambush might happen, but luckily, they have an expert with them. He asks what they should do if enemies are already waiting inside, and Pin says it is unlikely, but if it happens, can escape. Then he asks what they should do if the exit gets sealed off, wanting to know how wide the tunnel is, and whether there are side passages if the main path ends up blocked. Torres asks if he is frightened or sensing danger, because he is asking far more questions than usual. He asks whether the enemies are armed, because if they are waiting with weapons ready, then they are as good as trapped. She tells him that if fear is getting to him, he can stay back, since that would be better than listening to all this gloomy talk. He says he is only warning them to stay cautious, and she can tell he is sincere, even if she does not understand why. Encrid realizes that if he wants his teammates to act his way, Rank will not let him force them. He has to persuade them, just as Krang showed in the infirmary tent. With enough pressure and a steady tone, he made his point far more effectively than simple words ever could. Pin admits he has a point, and that she has been far too relaxed. The atmosphere shifts, and once she focuses, she begins picking up details she missed. Looking down, she says something is off. The footprints have been scattered, deliberately. Her expression tightens as she understands. It is a trap. They have to turn around at once and secure the exit. Then men finally begin moving in from behind with crossbows ready, aiming straight at them, while Torres and the others move into cover, and Encrid suddenly rushes forward, shouting that he carries a message from their boss Roger, the very same commander Reccia had mentioned. In the darkness, faces and clothing are hard to make out, and he keeps shouting about the city and the monsters. They ask if he means Commander Roger and demand an explanation. He realizes that knowing the name alone makes them assume he is one of their own. Still calling Roger's name, he moves closer and draws his blade. At close range, they will realize he does not belong, but by then it is already too late, and he takes one of them down at once. The others shout that there is an intruder, and a man orders everyone to fire, but Encrid seizes his uniform and turns him into a hostage, daring them to shoot if they have the nerve, while the captive quickly tells them not to. The protagonist taunts them, saying he thought Roger's dogs were better trained. One man alone leaves them all frozen into doing nothing. Torres and Pin both wonder what he is trying to accomplish by provoking like this. Pin warns that if more enemies are nearby, things will turn bad and she needs to check, but Encrid keeps shouting. He asks whether their crossbows are only for show and whether their heads are empty, driving them further and further. Then Pin at last understands what he is doing. He keeps yelling Roger's name over and over while she quietly slips behind one guard and knocks him unconscious with a cloth. Torres catches on too and deals with another one. Now Pin sees it clearly. He created the perfect opening for them. Calling him a genius, she moves in and cuts down a man. The soldiers realize they are being attacked from both directions and start shouting about enemies behind them. One asks where and Torres drops him before he can get an answer. Encred keeps roaring nonsense about the moon, darkness, new dawn, while one soldier looks terrified as he raises his crossbow. He aims at MC, fires, and strikes his own ally instead, making them curse in frustration. Then he says, playtime is over, but even that still is not enough. He throws 2 whistle daggers and blinds 2 men with precise strikes to their eyes. Pin shouts that they have to make it to the exit. Then they hear even more soldiers approaching. He turns and sees Roger's main Greyhound force, meaning this man was not actually Roger at all. He shouts that he has a message from Recap. The captain freezes and asks how he knows that name, and Encred only shouts for everyone to run. The man finally realizes he has been tricked and orders his men to chase them. As they rush for the exit, they burst outside with soldiers right on their heels. Pin asks if the pursuit will continue and wonders how they can shake them off, maybe by heading toward the creek or the cliff, but Encred says they have to return to camp. When she asks why, he says there is no time. She chooses to trust him and orders the others to follow. The protagonist says sunset is drawing near and it is almost time to call them. He recalls Henry mentioning flat-colored stones near the Panhwa River, along with dangerous vipers. He hooks his sword behind one of the stones, flings it backward, and a snake's tail suddenly lashes out. One soldier knocks it aside, saying, Encred's little tricks will not work. Then a viper bursts from the shattered stone, and it is not alone. MC keeps hurling rocks, driving the soldier into a panic. Pin asks what he is doing, warning that if they make this much noise, the monster will notice them. Encred says that is exactly what he wants. With hearing that sharp, they will not miss it. As they keep running uphill, he says night belongs to monsters, and soon the werewolves begin howling below them. He says monsters do not care who stands before them. They only hunger for flesh, and then he tells Torres and Pin to keep moving without him. They ask if he is seriously telling them to abandon him. They refuse, but he shouts that they must play along. He has a plan, and if they stay, they will only get in his way. Then he slows down and turns back toward the guards. The captain orders his men to spread out and chase them down. Encred thinks that with the greyhounds and lycanthropes all gathered in one place, he can make them clash with each other. This is the turning point, and he must draw every gaze so Torres and Pin can get away. He releases such intense killing intent that no one can focus on anything else, while a red aura flows from him, making the captain immediately turn toward him with a chill running through his body, and the werewolf alpha reacts as well. The captain clenches his teeth, understanding what must be done, and orders his men to strike. First, the werewolves begin climbing the cliff below, leaping up behind him as the soldiers advance. From the front, Encred turns, trusts his senses, and slips past the attack, saying it no longer matters whether they are friends or enemies. Not anymore. This place is about to fall into complete chaos, exactly as he intended. As Torres and Pin run, Torres says he is not sure this will be all right and thinks they should turn back. Then they hear the werewolves howling and look behind them. They turn back and freeze, seeing Encred alone in the middle of a full, chaotic battlefield. Torres says they have to go back right away. Then he notices something that leaves him stunned, so unbelievable that he rubs his eyes to make sure it is real. Someone curses, asking why Encred is so hard to hit as a spear barely misses him. The protagonist says that even in this chaos, some enemies can still sense his killing intent and come after him. So instead of focusing on one target, he watches everyone and everything at once. He reads their attack patterns and slips through them with the smallest possible movements. He explains that he had to retrain his senses, spreading his awareness even to places he cannot see. In a battle like this, one tiny mistake could end it, but he says that mistake will not happen. With a grin, the captain orders the greyhounds to form ranks. Encred knows they are elite soldiers, and once they settle to formation, the lycanthropes will begin losing. For his plan to succeed, the chaos must keep going. He remembers something from a previous loop, when a soldier called him a fool for challenging Roger, the man who never removes his helmet. So the captain's name is Roger. Encred keeps wondering why Roger hides his face, so he decides to find out and knocks the helmet away. As it hits the ground, the soldiers suddenly look uneasy, and MC realizes why Roger never took it off. He says there is nothing shameful about being bald, but Roger is furious. Encred realizes Roger is deeply embarrassed by it, so he loudly tells Roger to take the helmet off properly, mocking him and saying he should reveal that smooth scalp. Roger tries to stay calm, telling himself not to fall for such childish provocation. Encred runs his fingers through his own thick hair, making the insult cut even deeper. Looking down at Roger, he asks if this is the hair he wishes he had. Torres is speechless, while Pin mutters the protagonist has completely lost his mind. Roger takes the bait completely and charges forward, swearing MC will not. Encred only smiles and tells him not to expect him to fall easily. He tells Roger to try it. Their blades collide, and Encred knocks his sword aside. Roger's weapon is forced off course. Roger immediately follows with another attack, but the protagonist catches it. He blocks it with his own blade, and then Encred moves. He thrusts toward Roger's eye, forcing Roger to slip away at the last second. MC says it is time for Roger to reunite with his hair again. In the afterlife, Roger looks up and realizes far too late. He realizes he has made a mistake. Then a massive hand suddenly appears, reaches in without warning, and the Alpha finishes Roger before Encred can. Roger collapses, and Encred's gaze immediately locks onto the Alpha. The soldiers scream Roger's name in shock. Protagonist notices that the Alpha struck while everyone else was distracted. It was a clever move. Then it rushes past him and dives back into the crowd. Encred realizes it is hunting by hiding itself within the confusion. Watching its movements, he understands the Alpha is far more dangerous than Roger. Its intelligence and raw strength are exactly why he had to repeat this loop so many times. The Alpha comes from behind, pulling its fist back to strike. MC turns to meet it, saying this time he will finish things, then deflects the blow. His sword catches the attack, sparks bursting as he surges forward. He pushes ahead with all his momentum. Alpha charges forward as well. Rickard raises his sword high and brings it down, cleanly severing the Alpha's arm. He follows through without hesitation. His neck carves across its chest. The wound makes it howl. When it swings from the left, Encred ducks beneath it. He slips under the attack and lunges in close. This ends here. His blade drives forward and pierces through. It sinks straight into the Alpha's chest. The Alpha falls dead. The battle is still raging, but Torres and Pin can only stare. They are so stunned that they almost feel sorry for the creature. The werewolf drops lifelessly, and the victory feels far too one-sided. Encred finally exhales, having done what he came to do. Pin says they should get to him, and both of them begin calling out. When he looks over, she shouts that he needs to leave that place. He runs toward them as the soldiers yell for the others to chase him. The werewolves keep the soldiers pinned down, leaving them too overwhelmed to move. Pin asks if he planned all of this, and knew the werewolves would appear. He says he was simply lucky. Torres accepts that, then asks when he became this strong, and how he knew the enemy leader was Roger. Protagonist can tell they are confused. They know nothing about the loops, and he cannot explain that now. Instead, he says there is something more important to focus on. The mission is not finished. It still is not over. He looks up toward the cliffs and speaks. They need to climb the wall. Reccia is waiting at the top, the final option. She is the last obstacle in this run. A moment later, they are already climbing. Encred still has the pouch secured beneath his wrist. Watching him move, Pin asks if he truly is not a ranger. Tor says he is not, which only makes her wonder how he can be this skilled. MC says he does not even know what he is anymore. He was supposed to become a knight, but right now his instincts are not focused on Reccia herself. He already knows where she will be. Across every loop, she never changed that position. Once he reaches the top and slips behind cover, he prepares to move. He gives the others signals as a warning. There is an enemy ahead, and he will go first. Pin is left confused as he springs forward. He races along the wall, and Reccia turns in surprise just as his sword moves. The blade shoots toward her throat, but she summons her magic. Vines coil tightly around his arm, and they fling him backward. He cuts through part of them, and she demands to know how he reached her when her children were already moving. Encred answers that they are busy. While fighting the greyhounds, he adds that maybe she never trained them well enough. Enraged, she sends more vines rushing toward him. He avoids what he can and knocks the rest aside. Encred tells himself that if he keeps this rhythm, that is all he needs for now. Some vines begin to whirl, so he focuses on slicing the thin, whip-like ones while pressing ahead. Pin can hardly believe he is handling a mage this well, and Torres wonders if they should help, but she says they would only get in his way. More greyhounds arrive, shouting that they need to protect Reccia. One of them falls immediately, and Pin declares she will not let any of them get close to Encred. Reccia's anger grows, and roses start blooming from her vines. Calling them useless, she launches roses toward him. He says he has already worked out how to defeat her. In the end, she is still human. Wound her deeply enough, and she goes down. He only needs one opening, and he has exactly the right tool for that inside his pouch. He rushes forward again, with full concentration, dodging the projectiles and cutting through the vine lines just as before. When he slices apart the ones shielding her directly, he falters. She begins raising a barrier, but he drives his fist right in front of her face. He says his trump card was prepared using the hidden knife from earlier, when Kreese asked what they should do with the leftover magic tools and whether selling them would be better. Encred told him to keep them, since they might prove useful someday. Now the pouch opens, and with a snap of his wrist, he sends one strike straight toward her face. He reveals they are the magic devices from the cave, and they explode with a blinding blue light, bright as sunrise. Even Pin and Torres are forced to shield their eyes. Down in the slums, people look up from the streets and see nothing but that fierce light shining shining from the wall. Rechia cries out in pain and Incrid swings, cutting through her vines and across her side. He says that after learning to loosen his shoulders, he realized he did not have to choose only one direction. All three walls had something worth taking from them. She collapses onto the stone, and Incrid releases a long breath before saying that he built his own style by combining all three. Tors cuts down one of the soldiers. When Pin starts asking what just happened, Tors cuts her off. They can ask questions later. For now, they need to leave before more people arrive, drawn toward that light. Before long, guards are moving through the slums with torches, searching everywhere. Incrid says they have entered Crossguard, and if they rescue Kitten and escape as planned, this loop can finally come to an end. Pin leads them to a house and says this was the last place Kitten stayed before vanishing. Inside, the signs of harsh interrogation make it clear the enemy discovered Kitten was a spy. Pin says that confirms it. Kitten must be gone. Incrid says the enemy is already closing in, and the informant they were supposed to meet is missing, which means the entire plan was an Aspen trap. The urgent letter from Kitten was likely forged to lure them in and eliminate them. Tors realizes they were set up, just as nearby guards ask each other whether they found anything. One says no, but they still have to keep searching. Pin says they should escape immediately, but Tors warns that with guards everywhere, it is extremely risky and asks if there is any way to draw them away. Incrid says he knows a method that worked before and asks if they want to try it. Suddenly, one of the houses bursts into flames. Soldiers rush over to put it out, and the protagonist says nothing grabs attention better than a fire. He has repeated this enough to pick up a few tricks, joking that at this rate, he might become an arsonist instead of a knight. That is why he plans to train even harder with his sword once he returns. The group finally crosses the walls and throws away their robes. Now all they need to do is head back to the border guard. Above the ruined house, one man surveys the scene. Another reports that the intruders escaped after setting the fire. The man says every trap has failed. They have taken a serious loss, and he cannot believe Rechia fell so easily. The plan should have wiped out their rangers and spies while breaking their morale. Even so, he decides this is not finished. There are still many moves left, so he tells the soldier to leave. It is time to prepare the next step, and this is Aspen's genius strategist, Abner. Later, they travel by boat. Pin and Tors are both gasping for air while he looks perfectly fine. He even says he wants another duel. Once they disembark, Tors calls him crazy. They already sparred more than 10 times during the trip, and even the boatman wonders why they are always drenched in sweat. Before long, the boat arrives at the dock. Tors says the mission is done and they should rest, then remembers that somehow this counts as rest. For Incrid, MC asks Pin for one more round, but she refuses, saying his charm will not work on her. At the gate, a man is pleading to meet the platoon of lunatics. Tors asks what that bald man wants. He says they should report in first because he recognizes him, and it turns out to be Gilfan. Gilfan rushes over and blurts out that Guildmaster Craze is in danger. When Incrid asks what happened, Gilfan says the frogs have arrived. He explains that after the Aspens took control of his guild, their boss was paid by them. Every spring, the Aspens sent someone to inspect the guild, and those inspectors were frogs. Now one has finally returned again. The story shifts back 4 days earlier when Craze says, this should be enough. They are preparing to leave soon, and it has been about a week since he last went to the camp. Since the higher-ups received goods thanks to him, he assumes this much will be overlooked. Then Gilfan comes, and with a report, an innkeeper is panicking, claiming she may have seen an Aspen spy. Craze says the boys can investigate, and if it is true, they will handle it. Since the Gilfan Guild started helping the night guards, they cover the back streets the border guard reservists do not patrol. That has raised the guild's reputation and income. With the citizens acting as his eyes and ears, Craze now gathers far more information. He even thinks that if he raises taxes now, the guild's influence will grow further. In a year, or perhaps even half a year, he might control all back streets. A guard stands outside the door while another hooded figure waits farther down the hall. The guard begins to ask what he is doing there, but the stranger closes the distance instantly and sends him crashing through the door. In front of Craze, from the shape of the silhouette alone, it is obvious that this is not human. Craze freezes and Gilfan realizes the visitor has already made his arrival. Craze mutters that it is a frog. The figure pulls back the hood, revealing its face. Craze notices the frog did not finish off his men, which means he can still talk his way through this. Even so, he grows tense and politely asks the frog to follow him. The frog finds the reaction amusing and starts laughing. He says it is an interesting response and asks who Craze thinks he is. Craze avoids answering and asks whether he has eaten yet. The frog says that is not what matters at the moment. Then he strikes Gilfan aside and instantly closes in with an uppercut aimed at Craze. Craze is thrown into the air, and as Gilfan falls to the floor, the frog grabs Craze by his clothes. He says humans only listen after being beaten first. That is what he has learned. Craze says he would have answered anyway and asks what the frog wants to know so badly. The frog laughs at him for still smiling and asks where the previous guildmaster went and where Krace came from. Krace answers that the former guildmaster is dead. The frog asks who did it, and Krace says it was the border guard. Reservists. Then the frog demands a name. After thinking for a moment, Krace gives him Ragnar's name. The frog licks his lips and orders Gilfin to bring him this Ragnar, but Krace says he should bring the real guild master instead. Gilfin understands what he means. Any of those men would work, so he runs off to find them. Since then, however, he has not found any of them because they were all reassigned, and Krace thought it through surprisingly well. Holding out is difficult enough, so the message must have meant anyone in the squad strong enough to defeat the frog. The protagonist says Krace probably never expected all of them to be away on missions, especially since they usually only listen to him. Then he asks Gilfan if Krace is still alive after 4 days, and Gilfan says yes. Then Craig follows with another question, asking whether he still has all his limbs. Gilfan looks confused, so MC asks if he is being tortured, and Gilfan says no, he is fine. He says he has faced wounded werewolves, fought the Greyhound commander, and even defeated a mage. He is far stronger now, but he still remembers how easily a frog overwhelmed him before. This time, however, he believes he can win. More than that, he wants this battle to measure how much he has improved since then. Recovering from the cross-guard mission should take about a day, so he tells Gilfin to inform the frog that Ragnar will. He decides to visit tomorrow. Krace will not fall just from waiting one more day, and Ingrid can tell that from the frog's behavior. People think frogs are simple, but like humans, each one is different. This one is clearly keeping Krace alive on purpose, waiting for something, and that is not the move of a fool. The protagonist goes to report in, and the officer says he heard the rest of his platoon is already on missions, then asks if he will join them immediately. MC says he is worn out and will leave after taking 2 days to rest. That night in the barracks, he decides that if he might go down fighting the frog, then he will face it in the best condition possible, with Esther Crow sitting beside him. He eats properly and begins training without delay. His whistle daggers. He says he could not retrieve them all, so only 2 remain. There has to be some way to get more. Esther walks over meowing, and Ingrid says she is especially friendly today as he pets her. While she purrs, he asks if she got lonely by herself and wonders whether she wants to come with him. If she does, she will need to stay back, because he is genuinely looking forward to this. He finally gets the chance to fight a frog. Back at the hideout, the frog says he has waited long enough. He warns Krace that he had better be telling the truth about someone arriving today, and Krace quickly says yes, absolutely. Before that, Krace offers another bowl, saying this one is fresher and should suit his taste better. The frog says Krace is not bad at all, and they might even regret getting rid of him. Krace laughs and thanks him, though inside he is desperately hoping someone arrives before it is too late. Later at the Thieves' Guild, the frog near the front is eating again, waiting with his feet propped up on the table. Krace complains that they are late and curses those lunatics for taking so long. If he could, he would drag them here himself. The frog simply holds up an apple core and tells him to bring more. Krace agrees, while thinking this frog never stops watching him and barely sleeps. He only needs to hold out a little longer, because once one of those lunatics arrives, they should be able to beat this thing. At least that is if even one of them actually shows up. Then Encrid moves down the hall. He gets his whistle daggers ready while the frog reaches for another bite before sensing his presence. Ingrid bursts through the door, sending broken debris flying. He launches his whistle daggers as Krace stares in disbelief and yells, asking why he came here when he is the weakest one. The protagonist throws both whistle daggers, but the frog dodges and they slam straight into the chair. It lands on the desk, and Ingrid pulls back his sword and slashes, but the frog evades that as well, leaping over him while drawing its own blade and striking in return. Ingrid slips under the attack, and now the two stand evenly matched. They move to decide who controls the fight, rushing in and exchanging rapid blows. Sparks fly with each clash until the whole room fills with ringing sound of steel. Krace can hardly believe it. He wonders if this is truly the boss, because Ingrid is matching the frog blow for blow. He knows a beginner would keep blocking against the frog's absurd strength, but if he does that for too long, his body will give out. The frog thrusts forward, so the protagonist raises his sword and knows he must use the flowing sword technique to parry. He guides the blade away, sparks sliding down toward the tip, and realizes there is only one place he should target, the frog's weak point, its heart. One clean stab there might stop its healing, but the frog drives a kick to Ingrid's chest and sends him flying back in. Stack of boxes against the wall near Krace. Krace winces and says that hit was terrible. If MC passes out like last time, they are finished. The frog mocks him for aiming straight for its heart and says beings like him are called talented because they can recognize talent at once. Yet Ingrid makes no sense. to him. He says Encrid should have reached his limit long ago, while the protagonist pushes himself back to his feet. The frog wonders how he keeps moving beyond the talent his body was born with. MC grins and says even a frog's kick does not hurt. It no longer feels that terrible. That only irritates the frog further, so it decides to end him right away. It brings its blade down from above and Encrid responds with a thrust. The frog realizes he is aiming for its heart again, and as they both fully commit to their attacks, the frog's strike seems certain to land first. Encrid knows the only way to stop its recovery is destroy its heart, but he also understands that he needs a clear opening first, so he shifts his aim and cuts off the frog's arm, sending it spinning away. He immediately presses forward, thinking the arm cannot grow back fast enough mid-fight. If he strikes the openings now, this might work. The frog sneers and says, one arm is still more than enough to bring down someone like him, then completes the swing it started earlier. Encrid tries to block it, but the force is too heavy and knocks his sword out of his hand. The frog closes the distance at once, raising its blade for the final blow. The protagonist wonders if this is truly how it ends again, telling himself he will simply challenge it in the next loop. But when the frog swings down to finish him, its blade halts just above his head. The pressure alone stirs his hair. The rem falls silent except for the frog's low croaking growl, and Encrid wonders why it stopped. Turning away, the frog says it senses something, a terrifying spell coming from Esther, who is staring it down. It says that beast is issuing a warning. If it kills this human, its own life will be in real danger. Esther slowly steps into the rem. The frog's throat swells as it holds back its croaks and admits it truly wants to eliminate a human who has pushed beyond his limits. Someone unpredictable like him is exactly the kind of human they should remove early. Still, when it lifts its weapon, Esther realizes is not attacking. It is putting the blade away, because staying alive matters more. Before leaving, it tells Encrid to remember this. Then we learn its name is Merloon, and next time it plans to kill him. Encrid had wanted to keep fighting. Merloon walks away. The moment he is gone, Craze begins to rise and asks if it is really over. Encrid says they survived, though he honestly thought he was finished. He can hardly believe he became strong enough to face a frog like that, but admits he is still not there yet. The frog's last strike hit his wrist and forced him to drop his sword. It is already badly swollen. He clenches his fist and says 3 more loops would have been enough. Then Merloon would have fallen. As they head into town, Craze says none of the others came, and he never imagined those lunatics would willingly be away on missions. The protagonist says that surprised him as well. Craze is simply relieved the frog left, but Encrid cannot stop wondering why, since Merloon could have finished both of them. At any moment, he looks down at Esther and asks if she was the reason. She meows and Craze stares, asking if he is seriously talking to animals now. Then the first company commander runs over, asking where he has been. Notices the bandages wrapped around his arm. Encrid says he got into a fight. She says the timing is terrible, but they do not need him fighting now. His company commander asked for him to come along to see what she wants. Looking across battlefield, she says she finally understands why people call these men lunatics. Grim is charging through enemies with a blank look on his face, and after taking down only 3, he simply walks away, saying that is enough for today. Even when someone shouts that there are more, Rem says that is all he agreed to. Later, Ragnar staggers into camp covered in blood and carrying a man's head. Everyone thought he had died after disappearing during the last battle. Ragnar says they should have told him if the camp moved, then drops the head into someone's hands and says he is going to sleep. The soldier blurts out that the camp never moved, then panics after realizing he is holding the enemy commander's head. They cannot believe Ragnar broke into the enemy base, made it back alive. Nearby, Orso is scolding soldiers, saying that they are too loud and need better manners. Then he grabs a man's arm and crushes it with a single squeeze. The others panic, stunned that he broke so easily. As for Jackson, no one can land even one hit because he dodges every attack. He does not even feel motivated without Encrid around. When he starts to leave, one soldier drops to his knees and begs him to at least hit him once. The first company commander watches all of this. Later, back at Camp Marcus, he asks if she truly managed to bring those uncontrollable troublemakers here. She says getting them this far was the simple part. She told them she wanted them to cover for their missing leader. Andrew says they will prepare to move out. Kim says she took their squad leader away, and now she expects them to handle his work too. She tells him that a leader must answer for the actions of his own men, then asks if they want Encrid punished because they refuse to obey. Rem glares at her, but that is not what he wants. He says 3 a day is his limit, and he will not take down more than that. With that settled, the others start getting ready as well. She is grateful the lunatics are helping this much, though the higher Do not view it so positively. Marcus says their unit is the spearhead of this war, and their victory or defeat will shape everything that follows. She asks if the Aspens are still provoking them into one-on-one duels after losing an open battle. Since they failed in direct combat, they have turned to tricks. The tactic is underhanded, but they only send skilled fighters, and her side has not won once. If they keep losing this way, the soldiers may start believing the entire war is doomed. Marcus says morale will keep falling, and all they need are powerful fighters. If those lunatics would handle the duels, that would be ideal. She says even getting them onto the battlefield is hard enough. If they demand more, the lunatics may refuse to fight at all. Marcus says men that talented are far too disobedient, but wasting them would be foolish. After she leaves his tent, Marcus mutters that those Aspen bastards are becoming crafty. They were never this clever before. Recently, however, reports have mentioned a young genius strategist in Aspen, and Marcus suspects this whole situation is his doing. That night in the barracks, Andrew speaks with the others. He says he is the man who will someday rebuild his house, yet for now he is stuck leading lunatics and trying to keep them controlled. With Encred gone, Henry asks about Andrew's eye and tells him to stop dueling Rem for a while. Andrew asks who else is supposed to handle Rem's violent urges, saying Rem would turn on their own men. Besides, every fight with him feels like dancing near death. Somehow that makes Andrew stronger. Matt admits it is irritating, but it really does help. He got beaten up too. Henry says at least the other lunatics mostly stay to themselves and avoid starting trouble. But just then a man begins yelling at Rem to do his job properly. He says everyone here is risking their lives and asks if Rem thinks this is some kind of joke. Andrew says that is the new platoon commander and wonders if the man has a death wish. Andrew steps in front of Rem and says only their own commander can give orders to the independent unit. The man snaps back, asking if they plan to slack off openly and still call themselves soldiers. Rem says he would feel better if he opened the man up, and his dangerous intent begins to spill out. Andrew decides he has to save this fool and tells the commander that if he has a problem, they should settle it another way. They can fight and the winner will be obeyed. Then Andrew asks if the man is scared. The commander grows furious, saying a mere squad leader dares challenge him, then drags Andrew away. He intends to crush him. Rem watches them leave with a sigh. He says this is boring. He was just about to tear that jerk apart, but the kid took him away, leaving him with nothing enjoyable to do. Back in his tent, Rem looks at his bed. Then he starts thinking about leaving the army altogether. And he is not the only one. Aura and Ragnar look just as gloomy. Ragnar says there is still no word about Encred, and he wonders whether Encred is dead or maybe has returned to the earth. Without him, there is no reason to stay. Jackson says remaining here would only be inefficient. He has already gained what he wanted from the army, so there is nothing left for him here. They all agree that if Encred does not return by the end of the day, they will leave and accept that he is gone. Of course, that is not true, because he is already walking through the camp. The commander says it is time for her fiancé to return to his platoon. Behind him, Andrew is still fighting that platoon leader. Then the protagonist enters the camp while Andrew is still busy with the man. He faces the group and speaks to the boys. He tells them he is back. Someone starts calling him boss, but Andrew rushes into the tent. Already in tears, he shouts at Encred and asks why he took so long, then grabs him around the waist and says he has been waiting forever while dealing with non-stop trouble. Rem grins at that and lets out a small laugh, asking why Andrew is cutting in front of him. Soon the others crowd around as well, calling Encred late and greeting him as boss. He tries to answer, and the scene turns into a reunion. Later that night, MC says that after looking around, it is obvious he was brought here to handle these lunatics, so they should listen to their superior, at least once in a while. Rem replies that he will only do that when he feels like it, but he answers that it is not as if he can truly force them anyway. Roman says that is not the issue. The important question is this: did he get stronger? Ragnar also taps his sword against the floor, saying he wants a duel as well. Krace tells them to settle down and reminds them that Encred's wrist is injured. Even so, Rem and Ragnar begin arguing over who gets to fight him first. Odon laughs and tells them not to start brawling over it. Since it has been a while, he says they should warm up first. Encred tells everyone to stop making noise, and Krace says it is about time he made them calm down. But the protagonist, being completely obsessed with fighting, says he will face them one after another. Krace objects, saying he is hurt, but MC says his wrist is not broken and can still move a little. Jackson cuts in, saying even minor injuries matter, and asks to see it so he can apply medicine. He admits he cannot put his full strength into it, but he believes he can still hold a sword after facing the frog and the fighter. From crossguard, he knows he has improved enough again to stand against Merlun and hold his ground. Of course, he says he is still far from reaching night level, and the height he wants remains distant. Even so, he has already climbed a long way, and That progress means something. Now he wants to show them how much stronger he has become. Jackson warns him not to overdo it, though if any side effects appear, he will handle them. Encrid smiles as the boys head outside ready. Clash. Rem steps up first. He says the protagonist seems awfully confident. He wants to check whether that confidence is deserved. Then he charges in. His axe swings straight toward Encrid, but MC follows the motion and counters, knocking it away. Rem immediately senses that something about him is different. There is no hesitation anymore. He moves like someone who knows he has improved. Rem laughs, eager to see more. Then Encrid raises his sword again as Rem attacks. Second time. Jackson says they were apart for only a week, yet he has changed more than he had in a very long time. Odon says his patience is wearing thin, and for once his eyes are wide, open and focused. Ragnar tells Rem to hurry and finish his turn. He is not the only one thinking that, as everyone is staring intensely at Rem's back. Rem feels it and says he would not be able to wait either. Sometime later, after all, the duels are finished. Jackson tells Encrid to explain what happened. The protagonist shrugs and says he only fought a frog before coming back. Andrew snaps that this is absolutely not just anything. Then Rem says he heard MC went to Crossgord and asks if the frog was there. Craze cuts in, saying they met one at the Thieves Guild, and the injury happened only after MC came back. Odon asks how the mission went, so Encrid explains that they walked right into a trap. Greyhounds, lycanthropes, and even a mage had been waiting for them. Andrew can only stare in confusion. He says he has been doing his best too, fighting these maniacs every day, yet he still cannot catch up. The others point out that Encrid survived despite everything being stacked against him. He simply says he was lucky, while Esther sleeps on his chest. He adds that today's duel taught him plenty. Still, he could tell they were holding back because of his wrist. He wants to heal and fight them at full strength, already thinking how much stronger his platoon can become. Ragnar says he does not want them losing to a frog again. Ragnar agrees there is still much to learn, and Odon says the answer is more training. Jackson adds that he can still see openings in Encrid's fighting. The protagonist says he will win next time, and Rem laughs at how confident he sounds. Little by little, the boys begin drifting off to sleep, just as MC is finally starting to doze. Rem says they will fight again once he has healed, while the others keep adding advice. Fix your bad habits, keep training, and use your other senses more. Encrid agrees they can do it after he recovers, while Esther covers her ears because they still refuse to be quiet. They begin nodding off again, but the endless talking continues, leaving both her and him amazed that these idiots are still going. Rem says the protagonist only needs to block first, then crush the enemy's head, and keeps coaching him. Ragnar says he needs to study heavy sword techniques more, while Odon says he only needs stronger muscles. Jackson warns him not to grow arrogant because that leads to mistakes. At last, Encrid tells them all to sleep, and they immediately lie down and say goodnight. Honestly, getting them to quiet down may have been the toughest fight so far. By morning, MC sits up and says he overslept. He has not woken up this late in ages, and it seems he slept through 2 days. When he wakes, Craze asks if he is ready to leave. He asks whether the men are at the front, and Craze says everyone capable of fighting is already there. Only guards from the logistics platoon remain in camp. He starts doing planks and feels pain in his wrist. It is worse than yesterday, so he knows he should not have fought, but everyone was so fired up that he could not refuse them. Thinking about it only makes him want to swing a sword again. He notices a sword on the rack and reaches for it, saying he is supposed to use both hands. Still, he has handled a sword with only his right before, so training his left might be possible too. But the moment he swings, the motion feels stiff and clumsy. He calls it a miserable sword path, just like when he first began, yet that makes it perfect for reviewing everything he has learned. The next morning, Encrid is still practicing with his left hand. Starting from the beginning is difficult, but thanks to the isolation technique, strength is not the issue. Vancento watches him and says that even while injured, he is still training, which means he must be insane. The protagonist thought Vancento had gone to the front, but Vancento says his platoon is assigned to defense duty. Then he notices the strap on Encrid's sword is loose. Vancento says both the blade and its owner are a mess, and there is no way MC can fix it with one hand. As he ties it for him, he says Vancento used to pick fights with him constantly, but now he is being helpful. Wondering what changed, Encrid finally asks why Vancento hated him before. Vancento looks up and says it was because of Jen Orson. The protagonist only blinks and asks who that is. Vancento snaps that she is the herb merchant. Encrid is completely lost, since so much time has passed for him that he can barely remember her. That only makes Vancento angrier. He shoves the sword back at him and says he is finished, then storms off. MC calls after him, saying he was never interested, and then it finally clicks. She ran the herb shop near the border guard post, and he used to visit often because her goods were excellent. He guesses she must have started liking him, while Vancento liked her as well, and Encrid only cared about the merchandise. Vancento says he knows Encrid only cares about swords, not women. He was simply jealous. She never looked his way, yet fell for the protagonist's face instead, so so he curses him and clicks his tongue. The protagonist wonders what his problem is, and Vincento just tells him to take care of his sword before going to work. Ingrid can only wonder how this man's mood changes so quickly. Seriously, he is strange. Back inside the tent, Esther is stretching with great effort, and MC says she looks exhausted. He asks if she is sick, but she glares at him and says it is his fault. He kept fighting while injured, and she overworked herself trying to reduce his fatigue, so now she will be unable to use magic for a while. He tells her rest outside the barracks. Some guards head toward the lake. At the lake, one of them notices the water moving strangely and keeps staring. His friend asks what he is looking at, and he says he thought he heard something. Then an arrow strikes him in the head. Bells ring out and Ingrid and Esther jolt awake. Vincento shouts that the enemy is attacking. They cannot let the supplies be taken, so they have to defend this place. Ingrid asks where the attackers are, but Kreese tells him to stay inside because he is basically useless in his current state. Soldiers begin climbing out of the water and Ingrid stares, saying he never expected to meet that man. Here again, it is Aspen's troops, and leading the great Greyhounds is Mitch. The protagonist says he did not expect to see him. Mitch looks over, spots Ingrid as well, and realizes they are face to face again. Mitch says God has answered his prayers because he has wanted this meeting for a very long time. Ingrid remembers his name. Mitch says Ingrid made him realize how arrogant he had been, and because of that he has reached a new level. Now he wants to bring Ingrid down with his own hands. The protagonist shouts for Kreese to take Esther and get away. As he draws his sword, he raises it overhead. Ian swings directly into Mitch's attack. The instant their blades clash together, his injury keeps him from matching Mitch's strength, and his sword is knocked aside. Mitch asks if he is wounded. He says that is unfortunate, then lifts his sword to finish things. The blade descends, but Vengeance leaps in and blocks it, shouting as he tells Ingrid to run. Then he charges at Mitch, but Mitch warns him to stay back. He is no match for him. A heartbeat later, Mitch's sword cuts straight through Vengeance's head, and the protagonist freezes in horror as Vengeance falls before him and lands beside him. Ingrid turns and sees it, while Mitch coldly says weak people should not interfere. Esther rushes forward and Kreese yells for her to stop and come back. Ingrid tries to stop her as well, knowing that if she charges in, she will not survive. But she is already leaping straight toward Mitch. He swings and cuts her down with one blow. Ingrid runs to protect Kreese, but Mitch closes the gap far too quickly. It is already too late. He reaches out helplessly and watches as Mitch strikes Kreese through the throat, ending him in an instant. He watches everyone fall. Mitch says it is disappointing, because if the protagonist's wrist were fine, he could have shown him just how much. He cuts down the MC and sends him into the next loop. It was a merciless scene. He wakes back at camp and softly pats Esther's head, saying he could not save anyone because his wrist is injured. He stares at it, trying to work out what he should do. Outside, Kreese says he is glad he is awake. Ingrid replies that there is no one he can depend on for help. The Greyhounds will attack before afternoon, so he is already outside training and working on his sword with his other hand, searching for a way over this wall. He remembers someone saying that weak, helpless people are the reason others die while protecting them. As sweat runs down his face, he wonders if that is exactly what he has become now. Vengeance walks over and asks if he is training with his left hand because his right one is hurt. He says pushing himself this hard feels like an illness and asks if it is even helping at all. Ingrid says he will make sure it does, because this time he is going to save everyone. Vengeance just stares at him in confusion. When the protagonist suddenly apologizes about Jen Orson, Vengeance is shocked that he knows and says it was not intentional. Ingrid tells him to cheer up since some girls do not care about looks. Vengeance asks if he is trying to get himself killed, accusing him of bragging about being handsome, and the MC simply laughs. Then the bells begin ringing, and when the enemy attacks the camp, he steps forward far more prepared than before. It is Mitch, glaring straight at him. Ingrid knows Mitch is powerful, always above a special rank soldier, and now he seems sharper than ever. Mitch blocks the opening strike and drives the protagonist back, taking full advantage of his injury. Ingrid jumps away, realizing he lacks power because he cannot use both hands. Mitch lunges with a thrust, and Ingrid tries to deflect it with his sword, but he cannot generate enough force. Mitch breaks through and slashes across his throat. Ingrid drops, coughing, while Mitch asks about his hand. The protagonist admits it is injured, and Mitch calls it a pity as he raises his sword. He says he wanted to fight him at full strength before driving the blade into his chest. Ingrid realizes no matter how much stronger he becomes, there is only one answer now. He has to build up his left side. That means correcting everything from his grip to his swing and stance, all of it from the basics he learned as a child to Ragnar's. From Ragnar's heavy sword to the heart of every style he had learned. He begins rebuilding everything from the ground up. He does it with his other arm. Then Mitch appears again. Ingrid loses once more. Still, he keeps training, saying he has already walked this path before. He had done it with his right side. Again, he is defeated. Even so, he continues drilling. He practices on a dummy and cuts through it, but Mitch still handles him with ease and drives a blade straight through his chest. He keeps practicing, telling himself he at least learns quickly. Maybe this time that is actually true, since he has done it before. But even after 40 loops, his left-handed swing still feels wrong. He wonders why, while Vengeance quietly watches him train. Something seems to click for Vengeance, and he suddenly calls out. He asks for a duel. MC notes that this never happened before. It never occurred in the earlier loops, so he wonders what changed. Still, one look at Vengeance tells him the man is completely serious. So Incred accepts. They take their stances, and Vengeance rushes in while warning him. He will not hold back. His sword comes down, and Incred blocks it. Incred thinks that Vengeance is still a platoon leader, strong enough that facing him directly with Justin in his left hand is difficult. The protagonist uses the furnace to redirect the blade. Then he sweeps Vengeance's legs out from under him. Vengeance falls forward into the dirt, and MC says he won. Vengeance admits he did not expect a left-handed fight. MC says that is exactly why he has been training it, then asks why Vengeance wanted the duel. Vengeance says he is not sure. Watching Incred simply made his blood boil. He says Incred has only been repeating the basics, but Vengeance says that is exactly the point. Watching the protagonist reminds him of when he first held a sword, of wanting to grow stronger, and feeling excitement in every swing. When he looks at him now, when he watches Incred's sword, something about it feels strange. MC asks what he means, and Vengeance says it feels like the sword of a dead man. MC asks what that is supposed to mean, but Vengeance says it is difficult to explain. Incred starts wondering what he meant. Maybe he is still not strong enough. Then Vengeance snaps and asks whether he is even listening. Incred figures it out himself. He has been copying the past. He has been imitating his right-handed swings without thinking, even though the left and right sides move in entirely different ways. So he decides to test that idea. He says he needs to find a path that truly fits. It has to suit his left hand. He swings again, and the dummy's arm comes off cleanly. This time the cut feels right. Even the sound is different from before. He smiles, thanks Vengeance, and says he has finally found a way forward. Incred says he needs to awaken that feeling in his left arm. That is the key, so he begins changing his habits. While eating with his left hand, Craze asks if he has always done that. Incred says his right arm needs rest. Craze says he is taking it too far, especially when he drops food and even hits Esther with it. Still, Incred insists. Eating, dressing, and training. He will use his left arm for everything. After training, he plants his sword and says that to speed things up, he will also practice the move Taurus taught him. He flicks his wrist to throw the hidden knife, but it simply falls to the ground. Even so, he says that knife could become a major help in the fight. By now, this is already his 50th loop. Vengeance asks if he wants another duel, then sends him crashing hard to the ground. Vengeance says Incred now fights well with his left arm, but his sword still feels wrong. The protagonist agrees that the dead feeling remains, so he will keep going. He will continue until it disappears. In the next loop, he invokes another duel with Vengeance. MC blocks the incoming sword. The loops begin racing past 60. Then they pass 70. By the 80th loop, he can push Vengeance back with ease. And now he is also practicing something else. Practicing the hitting knife. This time, the flick of his wrist is flawless, and later he knocks Vengeance's sword out of his hand, sending it spinning into the ground. Vengeance can hardly believe how well Incred now fights with his left arm. Noticing his stare, Incred asks what he is thinking about so seriously. Vengeance says that once he gets out of here, he will train harder than ever. The protagonist notices he no longer talks about the dead sword, so he tells him to keep going. Then Orson will finally notice him before long. That immediately sets Vengeance off. He demands another match and says he will beat MC down. MC laughs at how easily he gets provoked and says he still has to survive long enough to confess to Jen Orson. To make that possible, he heads to the lake by himself. There, he thinks about talent and realizes it's not such a simple thing. Building the body is only one part, while maintaining true focus without being shaken is part of it as well. He remembers learning swordsmanship as a child and falling in love with the blade, one swing after another. Now holding his sword in his left hand, he draws it. For the first time, Incred senses what talent might feel like. In just 100 days, his left arm training has piled up enough to rival 30 years of work built on his right. This is now the 1/12th loop. Mitch rises from the water, and the protagonist is determined to break through this wall. Called Mitch, Vengeance shouts for everyone to protect the camp and push the enemy back. Craze tries to pull Incred away while holding Esther, so she cannot charge in. But MC keeps moving forward. Mitch thanks him, saying he wanted to meet him again. He says he felt the same, and Mitch says the protagonist pulled him out of his slump. Now he will destroy everything and climb even higher. Incred admits he almost feels sorry because he has already seen Mitch at his peak again and again, and he knows he cannot win through a fair sword fight. So when he charges in, his first move catches Mitch off guard, though Mitch still manages to block it. As he slides back, Mitch digs in and begins pushing Incred back with pure strength. MC grabs the hand holding the sword and wrenches Mitch's thumb, forcing him to drop the blade with a cry of pain. Mitch responds with a kick to Encred's chest. He drives his sword downward to stop himself from falling. With Mitch's weapon on the ground, Mitch curses him for fighting so underhandedly. The protagonist says that across all these loops, he has only beaten Mitch with a sword, but his left arm will not improve if he keeps repeating the same duel over and over. The blade fight was fun, but now he has to move beyond it. The sword will not save him anyway. He picks up the blade with his left hand and warns that he can fight with either arm. Encred says he can do the same. That is exactly what he trained for. Still, he wants to overcome the next wall, and a sword alone will not be enough. He has to use the move he saved for a truly desperate moment. It is the peak of the Veil and Mercy. Mercenary sword style. Drawing his arm back, Encred throws his sword with all his strength. Mitch blocks it with his own blade. Confused, Encred rushes in and grabs his throat, saying the only way through is an all-out brawl. He throws a punch, and Mitch slips past it. Mitch calls him a bastard and tries to bring his sword back in, but Encred gives him no room. He grabs Mitch's waist, drives him down. He only needs to get close, no matter what. Both of them crash to the ground. Encred pins Mitch's wrist with his knees so he cannot use the blade, swearing he will win no matter what. Even if he has. As he pins him down, he raises his fist and prepares to pound Mitch's face, saying victory means using every tool and every method available. Mitch reels from one blow, and Encred drives in another. This is what a true brawl looks like. Mitch sees the next strike coming and knows how to respond, kicking upward and flipping the protagonist over him. MC crashes to the ground, and Mitch rushes in, shouting at him to fight properly and use his sword like a real man. He wants an honest duel. He swings his blade down, and Encred does not move aside. He takes the blow on his shoulder. Mitch is stunned, but armor had been placed there for exactly that purpose. The protagonist tells him he is completely serious. Mitch attacks again, but Encred slips in the hidden blade technique and cuts across his face while avoiding the punch. Mitch's left eye is hit and blood runs down half his face from the hidden blade. He lets out a furious scream and bears down with all his strength, cutting through the shoulder plate and into MC's shoulder. Then he follows up with another swing, opening a serious wound. Encred thinks his wrist was already bad, and now his shoulder is injured too. If this continues, he will lose, so before Mitch adjusts to fighting with one eye, he must use that opening. Mitch charges in enraged, and the protagonist snaps his wrist, sending the hidden dagger flying toward him. Mitch raises his sword to block, but the dagger drives into his hand, and Encred rushes for another tackle. He takes advantage of that gap, and as they crash down, Mitch's sword is knocked loose and slides away from them. Mitch spits out another curse, and MC grabs his leg, locks the ankle, and twists it out in one move. Mitch cries out and starts punching, desperately trying to force him away. Encred switches to the other leg and disables that ankle as well. Mitch realizes he can no longer move properly and releases another raw shout from deep in his chest. Everyone around them is left wondering what just happened. They remember Mitch as the lazy genius, a man blessed with talent but too content with what he had. After returning from the last battlefield, that fire finally came back into his eyes. He remained on the training grounds until talent and effort together made his sword shine. Even so, it ends like this, with him crawling toward his sword despite both legs being ruined. He cannot understand how things turned out this way. Encred reaches the sword first and stands before it. Mitch looks up and calls to him, while Encred looks down, not completely satisfied with this outcome either. Even so, he says Mitch was a massive wall, and both times they met, he gave Encred a brutal wake-up call. Mitch says this is not the kind of fight he wanted. As that wall begins to crumble, Mitch crawls forward and begs for a proper fight. All he wanted was a true clash of blades, and he reaches out toward the protagonist. Encred picks up the sword and says he wanted that too, but this is a battlefield. In the end, this is war. Then he drives the sword through Mitch's neck, ending him and pinning him to the ground. As Encred says this, he does not feel good about it. He is a swordsman too, and he truly respected Mitch. Mitch's men begin rushing over, shouting his name, while Vancento orders his soldiers to fire and drive back the Aspen troops. They are forced back and cannot reach Mitch's body. Encred gives him one final look, knowing that Paul is finally gone. After a few deep breaths, his eyes are already fixed on the next wall. Then he tells Mitch it was fun. It did not end how either of them wanted, but Encred will use it to break past his limits, climb even higher. Back in the barracks, Craze says it would have been a complete disaster if they had lost this position, and headquarters saved them by sending archers. As a precaution, Vengeance enters and says he only made it back because the MC bought them enough time. Then he tosses over a sword he found, telling him not to leave it lying out there. Cray says he thought Encred already had his own sword, but when the protagonist examines it, he draws the blade and realizes it belongs to Mitch, the enemy he just fought. Vengeance says it is a fine weapon, and Craze wants to take a closer look. The blade gleams blue in the light, so Craze says it must be made from steel from Demp. Encrid asks what that means. Krace explains it is a famous Aspen iron mine, and that metal is worth more than the Valyrian or Norse steel he has been using, so he could sell it for a fortune. Encrid ignores that and asks Vengeance if he is heading to the front. Vengeance asks if he wants to come too, but the protagonist says he cannot leave his people alone for that long. Krace asks if he plans to use Mitch's sword now, and Vengeance says he should stay with the blade he already knows. But the MC grabs it and says there is no need to choose only one. He wants to use both. Back on the front lines, the squad has gathered. While Rem whistles, he says the boss is ready for the next stage, and he can hardly believe he has grown fond of someone from mainland. Krace might even go further with Heart of the Beast and learn that secret technique now. Odon is thinking the same thing. His muscles have developed, so now it is time to work on his joints. After that, his posture and whole body can change, making him harder to break with locks and heavy blows, but trying everything at once would be too much. It is better to strengthen him step by step. Lost in thought, he suddenly slows down, and Rem walks straight into his back. Holding his head, Rem complains, while Odon turns around and reminisces. He asks what happened to Rem's feet and says he needs to keep moving. Odon says Rem still does not seem to have grown much, and the two are about to clash when Ragnar steps between them. With a yawn, Odon says laziness is not a reason to cut between them, and both of them call him crazy. Ragnar says Encrid needs to train his body to match the sword. He wants the protagonist to swing more freely and control the tip like an extension of himself. But first, he needs sleep. Then Odon adds that teaching the MC how to walk properly could help. He will not move like an assassin, but he can waste less motion and fight more efficiently. Even so, Odon wonders why he is putting in this much effort. While he watches the squad, Rem grabs Ragnar to stop him from wandering off, calling him an idiot for always getting lost. Ragnar replies that he is still more normal than Rem. As they begin shouting, Odon says he cannot let Encrid turn into idiots like them. He will keep him steady. The ferry commander is there too. She notices something, then tells everyone to stop. A moment later, Aspen soldiers step out from the bushes. She wonders whether they are about to force a fight, but a man named Oil steps forward and asks if anyone will face him one-on-one. She says here it comes, their usual cheap tactic, forcing a duel. It may not seem important, but they keep losing these matches and morale keeps falling. They cannot ignore him either, or people will think they are afraid because they cannot win. She cannot step forward herself, since they would call that cowardly, and one clean victory would raise everyone's spirits. She remembers Krace telling her to bring the lunatics back while they are in a good mood so they might listen for a while. She looks over and asks if he wants to go. He has no idea what she means. Then he looks toward the soldiers as they begin talking. He says he will take the duel to ease his boredom. The men burst into laughter, mocking them for sending a barbarian. Then Rem strikes the man down before the other side can even react. They look up as the severed head drops back down, spraying them with blue blood while they scream. Rem laughs wildly and asks who is next. The soldiers call him insane, but they admit he can fight. When the Aspen side starts begging for mercy, the ferry commander figures that this should lift morale, but her face twists with disgust when Rem keeps striking the man even after he surrenders. He still does not stop, and even their own soldiers look away, because it is too harsh to watch. She finally orders him to stop. One Aspen soldier begs Rem to quit, but by then he is already hacking at the fallen body with his axe and getting. Someone calls him a monster, but Rem ignores the words and keeps going. He continues brutalizing the fallen body, only laughing as he does. He says he cannot hear them, while everyone watches in horror and says they do not even want to stand on the same side as him. The ferry commander sighs, realizing morale has fallen all over again, making the whole effort feel pointless, because the only one who can keep them under control is Encrid, and he is already on his way. Once the camp is set up, he finally arrives. Jackson asks how he got even more injured after being told to rest, and Rem says he is not allowed to fight, not until he has healed. Then the ferry commander enters, teasing that her fiancé really does play rough. Encrid greets her, and she tosses him a small vial, telling him to use it. He asks what it is, and Jackson recognizes it immediately. Fairy medicine is not something that can simply be bought with money. He even says it is better than his ointment, while Rem teases him, saying she truly does care. The protagonist thanks her but asks why she is giving it to him. She says they promised each other a future together, and since she has never given him anything before, this is a small engagement gift. He still cannot believe she is continuing the joke, but she simply welcomes him back, then tells him to rest. The three watch her leave, and Krace says they should sell it. Encrid tells him to get lost, while Rem jokes that MC is smoother with women than with a sword. Ragnar agrees, but Encrid is still stuck wondering why she keeps keeping up the engagement act. A few days after they reach the front, the Aspens continue small clashes while avoiding a true battle, which gives his wounds enough time to heal. During that time, he trains. Odon notices him early in the morning and asks if it body is feeling any better. Encrid says the fairy cream helped a great deal. Odon asks if he is trying to get beaten up again, and the protagonist says maybe. Then the scene shifts to the result of that fight. Odon checks him over, noting his right wrist, shoulder, and the bruises spread across his body. He says Encrid should not push himself yet, but if battle starts, he will join anyway, will he not? MC answers that if he can still move, then yes. Odon glances around to make sure no one is watching, then calls him closer. Encrid asks what he wants, just as a warm sensation suddenly spreads through his body. Odon begins shining with a bright golden light that flows through Encrid, and the protagonist realizes this is divinity. Odon keeps working on him as a great beam of golden light falls over them both. Then Odon draws his hand back. The glow fades, and Encrid stares in shock as Odon warns him not to tell anyone. Encrid promises to stay silent, swearing it on their lord's name. He understands Odon must have his reasons, so he agrees. Odon walks away, saying the morning fog is God's blessing. Divinity is the mark of clerics who serve God, and miracles like this can heal the wounded. Though Odon always prayed, he had never used divinity before, so no one truly knew whether he was really a cleric. Now he is begging his lord for forgiveness. Encrid figures there must be some rule against it, because it felt as if Odon broke one in order to heal him. As Odon leaves, Encrid thanks him. Odon says that if anyone learns he used divinity, the Inquisitors will come. He left the church under strict limits, and they bound his body so he could not use divine power. Even with pain stabbing through his chest, he still could not leave Encrid in that state. Odon says the Lord always watches over them, but never answers. After meeting the protagonist, though, he began to believe those words live on through people, so he will do what he believes is right. Neil Kreis asks MC if he needs help with his wound again, and offers to apply more ointment, but he says he is fine. He is not fully healed, but close enough, and if he wants to protect Odon's secret, the others cannot notice, so he must be careful in battle. Then he asks when the real fighting will begin, and Kreis says both sides are still testing each other. Marcus leads their vanguard, blocking the enemy from circling around while the main force waits at the Green Pearl. Since the Aspens broke the usual rules by bringing in sorcerers and casters, both sides are likely preparing for all-out war. The Night Orders are ready. Rem complains that they should have been there, saying these little one-on-one duels are dull. Kreis says this cannot continue for much longer. Before long, things shift. The soldiers begin moving. War horns sound and both armies line up against each other, filling the entire field with the whole squad present as well. Their commander stands by the ferry, while 3 enemy soldiers step forward and begin mocking them like a group of spoiled children. Rem wonders why they keep talking and asks if their swords are only useful for cooking. Kreis explains that this is battle of words. Without a night-level force to break the balance, both sides are evenly matched, so the Aspens are trying to win the men mentally first. One arrow could silence those loudmouths, but morale is already unstable. If they attack first, they will suffer more losses. Meanwhile, the Aspen side keeps jeering, saying they will fall before ever knowing a woman. Kreis says their commander is not moving because he understands that as well. Marcus says he had a plan, but it cannot be used here. Sending the lunatics to win that duel only made the situation worse. What they need right now is one victory. He is hoping for the same thing, just one moment to turn morale around, while the enemy keeps calling them virgins and laughing. Then Kreis tells Andrew. He says Andrew will have a chance to release that anger later. Andrew only looks confused and asks what he means. So the protagonist tells him that being a virgin is not such a big deal and to save that fury for the battlefield. This only leaves the nearby soldiers even more puzzled. Andrew insists he is not angry, but Encrid tells him to calm down anyway. Then Henry and Matt start laughing and even Rem joins in. Odon says if Andrew has come this far, perhaps he should just follow the holy path. Ragnar says he will probably get his chance later, while Andrew wonders what he did to deserve this. The other soldiers whisper about him, asking whether the taunt really got to him, and how a normal-looking man his age is still untouched by women. Andrew snaps at them to shut up and says he is not mad, which only makes them laugh harder. They even offer to introduce him somewhere when they return, but he refuses. Jackson says MC was cruel for teasing him on purpose. MC says Andrew is still young and might have taken it seriously, so he was trying to steady him, though Rem thinks it is absolutely hilarious. Cannot tell whether he is joking or completely serious. Then he grins. He says the protagonist really is one of Odin's people and tells him to answer the enemy. MC says he has nothing to say, but Kreis offers to give him a few lines, though Kreis says that will not be needed. And he steps forward. Kreis says his sharp tongue can raise their morale, and whatever he starts will spread through the ranks. The protagonist walks out, and the enemy immediately notices him, shouting that he is coming forward. Kreis is certain this will lead them toward victory. He told Encrid to show courage, step into the enemy archer's range, and provoke them. Vancento asks what he is doing up there. MC says Vancento must have terrible luck if he is still stuck in the vanguard. After coming back, Vancento tells him to shut up and warns warns that if he keeps walking without fear, arrows will fly. Then he demands to know what he is trying to do. The Aspen soldiers sneer, saying they cannot believe another fool has stepped forward. Encred stares at them and remembers Kreis telling him to simply get closer first, since he never knows what to say until the moment arrives. That kind of insult just comes naturally to him. So the protagonist asks one of them what is wrong with his face. His head looks like a ghoul's. The man instantly loses his temper and demands to know what he means. The others start laughing, and Vincento realizes Encred did it on purpose. The insulted soldier tries to defend himself, saying he knows he is handsome. MC says he is right, and that he judged too quickly. After all, perhaps only his mother was a ghoul. That sends the man into furious outburst. Odon says God will punish Encred for that, but Rem laughs so hard, and even Ragnar wonders if that man is human, with a face like that. Andrew joins in too, saying no woman would want him looking that way, so he has no right to mock anyone. Matt guesses this must have bothered the man for a very long time. The enraged soldier screams for him to come closer so he can silence his tongue. The protagonist figures that if the enemy took the bait and wants a duel, then all he has to do is beat him soundly. He reaches for his sword, but Rem blocks him with his axe, and Ragnar steps in too. They refuse to let him go. Jackson reminds him that his wounds still have not fully healed. Encred knows he cannot reveal that Odon already treated him, so they simply exchange a look. Rem says Andrew should handle it and finish the man off. Andrew says he has spent his whole life living for his family, so he never cared about pride and shame aside. Being mocked and called a virgin still makes his anger flare. He draws his sword and swears he will make that ugly bastard pay. Gul refuses the match, saying he wants the one who insulted his face, then asks if Encred is scared. Andrew snaps at him to shut up, saying he is about to tear that ugly jaw apart. He rushes in with the first strike, but Gul slips away. Marcus warns that the Aspen soldiers who stepped forward first are veterans, the type who can hold an entire line. They are not easy opponents. Then Gul swings and knocks Andrew's blade off course, catching him slightly by surprise. For a brief moment, it looks like Gul has taken control, but Rem says Andrew is not going to lose this. Andrew charges again, forcing Gul onto the defensive. With a powerful swing, he prepares the next blow, pushing himself even harder. Then he starts shouting out his full name. He, Andrew Gardner, no matter how difficult things became or what stood before him, always rose again for his family. As he drives forward, his blade reaches Gul's throat and ends the duel. Andrew says someone like him is nothing compared to his resolve. Marcus says Andrew was always talented, but it stayed hidden because of the people around him. Then the soldiers start cheering about the virgin. Encred says he can tell Andrew is one of the crazies, and the others pick up on it too. Now he is Andrew the lunatic, and he releases a massive victory roar. He yells for everyone to admit they saw it, as if he has finally proven himself. Marcus cringes while Rem laughs so hard he can barely breathe. He calls Andrew pathetic, but Odon and Ragnar still clap for him. Even Encred lets out a small laugh. Kreis says the MC did not fight but thinks it still worked out in their favor. Marcus says that is enough and orders his men to break the Aspen formation. Then Torres and his squadron descend from above, cutting through the soldiers. Right before them, the Aspens turn and realize the border guards are striking from the side, but by then it is already too late. Their line begins to fall apart. While the enemy is busy handling the flank, Marcus orders the archers to get ready and fire. A wave of arrows fills the sky. Encred and the others charge under that cover. Just like that, the battle begins to shift. Marcus calls the Aspen soldiers dogs and says cheap mind games mean nothing if they cannot win the real fight. Even as the others finally move in, they still keep Encred out of it. Then the enemy command is brought up as well. It is the leader of the Greyhound Company, the Grey Dog. He says their preparations are complete and they can begin. The commander smiles and says finally, since the Aspens are retreating, it seems the fight belongs to them. Kreis does not believe it. Everything feels far too easy. Something is wrong and his men want to chase them, but he says they must hold the position because the enemy is clearly preparing something. That night, the Grey Dog goes to a tent where the commander is waiting with two others. The commander asks if he passed along the order, and he says yes, but they still cannot reveal themselves. They are staying far away, and they doubled the old formation with 100 men in place. The commander says Nalian fights the same way as always, using border guards, disrupt and heavy infantry to break through. Kavner's plan is different. The knights have already proven that a small elite unit can. They need to control the battlefield, but that kind of strength does not have to come from knights this time. The Aspens will win. The next day at camp, a coin spins through the air. Kreis says they have been stuck waiting for 2 days since returning from the field. He expected another battle immediately, but this silence feels like the calm before something major. Now the Aspens only have two choices: retreat or send in another force. The commander said he was ready for another spellcaster, and even after doubling the scouts, they still found nothing. Kreis cannot understand what the enemy is planning planning, or why everyone else seems so calm. Meanwhile, Encrid is stretching with Jackson and Ragnar nearby when the ferry commander asks if he is already ready to move. He asks why she is here, and she wonders if it is strange for a commander to check on her own troops. He says most company commanders do not do that personally. Then Encrid steps forward, saying enough time has passed that he should have healed on his own, so he ought to be ready for a duel. Ragnar asks what he is doing. Encrid says Ragnar held back last time because he was injured, but that will not be necessary today. Ragnar says he never planned. Take it easy anyway. Then he swings straight at the protagonist, who blocks, but is pushed backward. Encrid thinks Ragnar's swordsmanship is clean, most beautiful, while his own style is rough and unpolished, but it is the path he has built so far. He rushes in with what he has learned, dragging his blade across the ground to kick up dirt and throw it. Ragnar, who shields himself with his sword. Ragnar recognizes it as the Valen technique, and Encrid says this is the road he has walked, and he brings down a heavy overhead strike. Ragnar steps back and says that is the technique he taught him. MC says it is also time to try something different. He grips his other weapon with his left hand and draws it just as Ragnar closes in and drives a thrust toward his head, but Ragnar reads it and slams forward. Encrid slips aside just in time. Ragnar asks why he is using two swords. The protagonist replies that this is the path he chose to keep moving forward. Ragnar says that is interesting and attacks again, while Encrid catches the blow with both blades. Ragnar tells him to do better. The match is still not over, and MC smiles. Their swords collide again and again nearby. Rem bites his nails, saying Ragnar is serious today. He hates that stupid bet and wishes it were already his turn. Jackson says he dislikes going into battle, but he would gladly fight Encrid. That thought makes him pause because it does not sound like him. Odon is lost in thought, saying next time he will be bolder in training, even if he ends up damaging his joints. He is not quite there yet, though he almost sent Encrid to meet the Lord already. It makes him laugh. Craze stares at them and says they are all insane, then admits they have always been that way. The ferry commander says they look like children waiting for their turn to play. She notes that Ragnar and the others only get this excited around Encrid and wonders what it is about him. He has a strange pull, even on her. She says she wants to test her sword as well, and Craze sighs, asking if she is a freak too. Rem finally snaps, shouting that he cannot take it anymore, and that it is his turn. He even says he will kill her if she cuts in line, commander, or not. She asks if that is mutiny, and Encrid thinks everyone here is incredibly strong. They've never truly shown him everything, but now he can finally glimpse part of it, because they are all eager to win, as they all stare at him, waiting for their chance. The protagonist says that ever since he returned from the recon mission in the tall grass field, these were the faces he wanted to bring out. If they have time to talk, they have time to fight, and he will not rest until he has dueled every one of them. Later that night, he is thrown face first onto a bed. Andrew tells him to wash up, but Rem says he is dead tired and should be left alone. Craze says they fought so many times even though Encrid had barely recovered and could have reopened his wounds. Rem asks if he wants to get hit while MC falls into a deep sleep. When he opens his eyes, he is in a forest. Confused, he wonders what kind of dream is this? There is no boat and no flower, no field like before. This place is unfamiliar, and the animals begin fleeing from something. Then he hears a man shouting for everyone to fight. Encrid realizes that this comes from his past, from when he was a mercenary battling harpies, and he sees himself running as well. Someone is hiding among the trees with a smile. He understands at once that this is the man who claimed they all died because of him, and he is left stunned. Another memory strikes him, one of his comrades telling him to get behind him, moments before a harpy attacks them. Encrid says those mercenaries were good people. They accepted him even when he was useless, except for the one man who turned against his own allies from behind. The protagonist could not believe it, and the wounded man asks why. Then the harpies descend on him, and another mercenary calls out to Encrid only to fall as well. They realize how dangerous things are and shout that they must retreat, while calling his name Encrid, but that same man betrays them too. He was the strongest among them, yet he used that power against the people who trusted him. He tells Encrid there is no escape. He will die here. MC asks why, and the man says he was offered something better than this worthless mercenary group. He does not want loose ends. He also says their lack of talent annoyed him, even while they talked about friendship, then spits on a body. Encrid charges, but his sword is knocked away. The man slams him to the ground and says he will let him live because he will never become anything anyway. Then he pats Encrid's cheek and calls him pathetic. The protagonist says the man was strong, or perhaps MC was simply too weak. He could only watch his comrades fall, and the worst part was that the one spared by that man's mercy was him. That shame became one reason he trained so fiercely, because he was the one left alive. He kept chasing his dream with his fallen friends in his heart, still thinking that if he had possessed enough strength back then. The man interrupts, shouting and asking whether Encrid wants to fall by his hand again. He rushes in and hears Esther telling him it is only a nightmare. She tells him to break free from it, and the moment he does, his heart begins to calm as Esther presses a hand to his chest. Back in the real world, he slowly returns and she calls him real nuisance. At the rear base, she did everything she could to ease his exhaustion, yet when he truly needed help, she could do nothing, and she refuses to let that happen again. A sudden alarm rings through the camp, waking everyone. Ingrid asks what is happening and Rem says the Aspen bastards have returned, so it is time to move. The squad begins getting ready. Craig grumbles that they came too early, saying it is bad for his skin. Ingrid looks down at Esther sleeping and thinks the voice at the end of his dream sounded exactly like hers. He quietly tells her to guard the tin, then gently rubs her neck and leaves. On the way to the battlefield, Rem says the enemy must have prepared something if they waited this long. He has a feeling today will be fun. Ingrid agrees and wonders what sort of trick they brought with them. Then the ground begins to tremble and panic spreads among the soldiers. They shout to fire immediately, just as a massive giant steps forward. The archers draw their bows and release a full volley, but the arrows simply bounce off without piercing its skin. Everyone is caught off guard when it raises its club and swings. Everything in its path is smashed apart. Bodies are hurled in every direction. The men who survived the first impact freeze in terror, only to realize there is more than one giant. Several of them shove their way past the front line. They advance while laughing. Now the races of this continent are explained further. Frogs live for dreams. Dreams and desire guide them. Fairies revere nature. Dwarves are devoted to metal, while half-humans value reproduction above all else. Dragons prefer solitude. Giants, however, crave violence and love crushing enemies with their own bodies, earning the name the beasts of red blood. Jackson warns that enemies are closing in. They are coming from both sides, not only from the front. Mercenaries appear on one side, and fairies on the other. Cray says if they fail to stop them here, they will be surrounded and wiped out. Yet Incrid simply says they only have to hold them back, leaving Cray's unable to understand why he can stay so calm. Then the commander appears. She says he is right. Her own people are on the left, so she will take that side. Incrid asks if that is truly her plan, and she teases him, asking for a good luck kiss. He refuses, so she calls him cold. He says she is joking at a time like this, but if she takes the left, the giant remains ahead on the right flank. Rem grins. He says that part belongs to him. If the protagonist watches carefully, he will understand what he is supposed to learn next. MC wonders why Rem looks so thrilled and what exactly he intends to do. Rem steps forward, calling it fun. He says it feels like the first time he ever stood on a battlefield. He lifts his axe and says that even before Heart of the Beast, he never flinched when an axe came toward his head. That is why he trained with it. It has a purpose of its own. His heartbeat begins pounding as he says he can force it faster than normal, driving his blood through his body at high speed. Meanwhile, the soldiers begin to panic. They shout in fear and ask where the retreat order is. Just then, the giant leaps in and Rem rushes straight toward it. His heart keeps pounding like a war drum. The giant descends with a devastating strike, and Rem jumps in front of the soldiers. He catches the blow with his axe, sliding backward, but he manages to hold it. Then he explains. As his heart beats harder, his blood vessels open and his muscles swell and tighten. This technique begins from the heart and strengthens his entire body. Then he shouts for Encrid to remember it. Step by step, Rem forces the giant back, roaring that this is the heart of a superhuman. He pushes with everything he has until his axe heads break free. But it is enough. The giant's arm is blown backward as well, and the clash sends a shockwave across the battlefield. It even knocks helmets from nearby soldiers, leaving one of them too stunned to move. Rem charges in with his remaining axe. The giant snarls and calls him an insect, then swings again. Rem runs up its knee toward its head and grabs its mustache before driving his axe into the side of its skull. The giant roars and strikes back. Rem avoids the blow, but the rest of his axe breaks apart. Looking at the ruined weapon, he curses how fragile it is, while his last good axe remains stuck, lodged in the giant's head. Suddenly, another weapon flies toward him, and he catches it without even looking. When he glances back, a soldier shouts that he has to win. Rem laughs and says that is not bad at all. Then he charges again. The men start shouting that they can win if they support the lunatic, so they begin throwing spears at the giant to keep Rem armed. Watching it unfold, Incrid realizes Rem is facing the giant as an equal, or perhaps even with an edge in raw strength, reaching power no ordinary human should ever possess. If this is what he is meant to learn next, he cannot help but smile. Ragnar tells him he has seen enough. Rem is simply playing with it now. Krace reminds him that the company commander went left, and since Rem is handling the giant, they only need to crush the right flank to defeat the Aspens. Incrid agrees. The rest of the squad has already split off, so he asks Ragnar what he will do, and Ragnar says he is coming too. Just watching is boring. Incrid tells himself this is not the time to get excited about learning a new skill. First, they need to act. They have to win this battle. Close by, his men keep apologizing, but Vanceno snaps at them to shut up and stay behind him. A man laughs. mocking their loyalty, then rushes forward and asks how long Vincento thinks he can keep standing. Encred closes the gap at once and knocks the attack aside with a single swing. He tells Vincento he looks terrible, and Vincento replies that every one of these wounds is a mark of honor. The protagonist simply stares at him, and the attacker hears his name and stops. He lowers his hood, and the moment Encred sees his face, he immediately knows who it is. The man smiles and says it has been a long time. Surely Encred has forgotten his old friend. Ragnar asks if that man is truly his friend, and Encred says that back when he had to bow to his strength, maybe he could not deny it. But not anymore. A man who betrays his own comrades cannot compare to those who risk their lives to protect the people beside them. He says he does remember the man's name. Was it Bastard? The man bristles, and Encred says right, that was only the nickname. His real name. Piece of trash. Furious, the man charges in, shouting that Encred needs to remember his place. The protagonist meets the blade with ease and says he could not do that the last time they met. Then he counters, sending the man's sword flying. As the traitor stares in shock, Encred tells him this is revenge for his fallen friends. The man lets out a laugh. Rafson says he has always questioned how someone as weak as MC managed to survive, so this must be the reason. Krace charges forward and asks if he plans to fight again. Another mercenary gives a mocking grin and says he will fall as well. Their entire group failed against the leader, so one lone soldier has no real chance. Ragnar watches them closely and says their weapons and posture reveal they have learned the murderous blade style. In true combat, the leader says he kept pushing ahead with his life. While Encred remained chained to revenge, he attacks and brags that after this fight, a lordship has been promised to him, raising him far above others. He will rise so high he will not even notice his own feet. Encred only stares back at him and then asks if that is all he has. The man leaps forward, shouting that he has always hated. Encred's stare, he thrusts his weapon, but the protagonist slips neatly past the strike. He notices the blade is as narrow as a needle and flexes like the Eastern Kai sword. As he lifts his own weapon, he remembers the man's words, saying that even if he survived, he would never become anything meaningful. Encred rushes in as old memories surge through him. The traitor lunges and says he will end things this time, calling him Encred again as the blade begins to twist. Krazo Alman yells that the protagonist will not be able to read that move and calls out to warn him, but Pinky keeps pressing forward, his gaze fixed tightly on the blade, and it is revealed that Ragnar had already taught him how to overcome this style. He slips beneath the strike as Ragnar's advice rings in his mind. Trust his own method and put real force into every motion. No matter how dangerous murderous blade users are, if they fail to remove unnecessary movement, they create gaps. Ragnar says he already understands that. Then Encred swings and strikes the man down in a clean blow. Blood rises to his mouth as the protagonist corrects him. He was never important enough to become MC's purpose in life. Encred's blade carries through to the end, finishing the strike completely, and he says he is no longer the same. Same man who could only stand by while his friends fell, and he will not allow this man to keep lingering in his nightmares. Looking up, the protagonist says the dead cannot answer him, but he hopes his friends can take comfort in this. Ragnar's sheath scrapes against the ground as he approaches, removes it, and says that was well done. Now it is Ragnar's turn to move. One mercenary starts running his mouth, asking who Ragnar thinks he is, but Ragnar simply raises his sword and flashes past him, bringing him down instantly. With one precise strike, the body drops and the other mercenaries go rigid. Ragnar coolly asks if he had been trying to say something. Kreese remarks that it is difficult to answer. After being taken down like that, they rush him all at once. Ragnar steps forward, glides past an incoming attack, and brings down another man as well. Then he drives his sword into the next opponent and in the same fluid motion, pierces another straight through. It all happens in an instant. Encred realizes Ragnar moved only a few steps and used the smallest motions needed to defeat them. Once more, he is stunned by how powerful his squad truly is. 3 more mercenaries charge in, claiming they will bring him down. Together this time, Ragnar tells him to watch carefully. This is something he must learn. He raises his sword and lowers his stance. As the men close in, he releases a breath, and his eyes fix on the target. With a single step, he appears behind all 3 men, their bodies already struck through. Encred is left silent, as if a wall is just rising before him. Ragnar says he has just thought of a name for that move. Scission. He simply stares at him, then asks if that is truly the best name he could come up with. The war continues to rage, while the Aspens still feel safe with a giant fighting for them. The Nalalia soldiers begin to lose their nerve, until Aurelus steps in. Oro rises behind them, swinging his clubs as he crashes through the front line. Now the Aspen forces are the ones falling into panic, shouting in confusion about why their enemy has a giant as well. Oro laughs and says he is only a normal man, but they call that impossible. He is far too massive for that. He tells them he will give them a short chance to protect themselves. Confused, they ask what he means, and he begins advancing toward them. He counts down from 5, and with each number, He moves even closer. A commander shouts for the soldiers to tighten formation. They rush forward. By the time he reaches 3, but Aura continues counting down to 1. Then he slams his foot down and the sheer force sends soldiers flying. Their weapons shatter from the impact as he charges in, with both weapons crossed. Blood trails from them as he says he called upon the war god today and vowed to send a few souls upward. That line hits hard. The soldiers break in terror, yelling that they need to bring him down, but Aura charges again, tearing through their ranks and hurling bodies into the air. Some fall instantly. Their cries grow louder, yet Aura only laughs and says he will send every one of them to meet God. On the left flank, the fairy commander faces someone from her own race. She says fairies normally remain hidden, deep inside forest villages, living quietly with their families. But things are different now. When one of them calls out to her, she explains that some fairies now trade their talents and ideals for coin, turning into hired killers and joining armies. The man raises his nidal and says he will not pursue her if she chooses to flee. She draws her own and says she feels the same. He wants to know whose nidal is superior, as a leaf floats down between them, and both disappear. Only the ring of clashing blades reveals where they are. She pulls away. Sparks burst as he twists his arm, flips his grip, and drives the blade into the place where she had been standing. He realizes he is in danger. She appears behind him and says no fairy. Weapon stands above another. Everything depends on the person wielding it. He pulls his blade free and barely manages to block her attack, saving himself at the last moment. Then he seizes her by the throat and commands his men to join in, but at that very instant, they all collapse. As they fall, a blade slips free from one man's throat, and Jackson calmly wipes it clean. He is basically moving like the Flash here. The man asks how that even happened. The commander says using his men to distract her was a clever move, but still not clever enough. Then she drives her blade into his head and lifts his body with her nidal. She tosses the body aside. Afterwards, she asks Jackson whether Incrid will be all right, and Jackson says if this could finish him, he would have gone long ago. She understands that is faith in him. Jackson agrees, but says they now have the upper hand. She says Commander Marcus truly knows how to fight, unlike the worthless one from earlier, so they cannot afford to waste this opportunity. He orders the heavy turtle infantry forward. The Aspen soldiers recognize them and begin stepping back in fear, while Andrew charges ahead, shouting that they are not escaping. In panic, they recognize him as Andrew the Virgin, saying they will end up like Ghoul if they stay. He leaps after them with the same wild energy Rem would show. Even Matt notices and says that Maniac is starting to rub off on him. Mana fills the spring air, and it feels as though that breeze is spreading across the entire battlefield, wrapping around everything. He regroups with Encrid, and that spring breeze seems to signal the beginning of something new. The enemy commanders start fleeing, while Marcus orders his men to warn the border guard. Now it is their turn. He has shattered the enemy's plan and changed the flow of battle, all because of one squad of lunatics. Cray says their platoon would never have fought. They had struggled fiercely before, but Encrid changed everything. That was the weight one man could carry. His presence altered the entire course of the battle. The commander scans the group and says they all look as if they are drunk on spring mana. Then Marcus roars for everyone to raise their voices. They cry out the heroes' names, and the chant for the lunatics bursts to life. Some even shout for the Virgin. Poor Andrew. Cray says he is not completely sure this is proper, but if Encrid is pleased, that is enough. He lifts his fist, and the cheering. The shouting grows even louder. The Aspen command keeps pulling back. One man says Lord Abner's plan was not bad. They simply never imagined someone strong enough to defeat a giant. Whether Marcus predicted this or not, the Greyhound is there as well. He is furious too, saying that bastard keeps wrecking every plan, and even dealt with Mitch. Then 3 daggers strike the back of his horse, making it cry out. The horse screams and throws him down. He yells for the other commander to move. It is the border guard. The soldiers turn toward the cavalry charging in. A flail swings straight toward the Greyhound, but he blocks it just before the border guard. Commander comes down on him. This commander says the Greyhounds always behave like equals, but now they are exhausted after fighting the rear line. Their soldiers begin falling quickly, fast. The Greyhound admits too many were lost while supporting Mitch, and they cannot fight the border guard anymore. The other commander looks back and just mutters, "Oh crap," and that brief distraction lets Torres rush in and give him the trim he needed. The Greyhound sees it, swings with force, and knocks the commander off him. He orders his men to fall back. Torres asks his commander whether they should pursue, but the answer is no. They will be discarded like dogs, and the survivors are nothing more than strays. It is a massive victory against the Aspens, but this battle is only the beginning. The true war still waits in the tall grass fields. Back inside the tent, Cray says they will move camp tomorrow and wait near Crossguard while continuing to pressure the Aspens. Incrid notes there is no liquor or celebration for the win, but rewards will go to those who contributed the most. Rem says their reward is avoiding the move which is excellent, and it is all thanks to the protagonist defeating the giant. Wara says he crushed many enemy soldiers, and Ragnar adds that the dangerous blade users would have become a problem if he had not stepped in. Rem snaps at them for boasting and asks who gave them permission to interfere. Jackson watches all of it and calls fools. Encrid tells them that is enough. If they want to fight, they can duel him instead. Jackson says he never, ever lets a chance slip by. Andrew is delighted, saying it is the first time he has felt anything like this. Hearing everyone call out their name felt incredible. Cram says that is because he is still young and calls him a virgin again. Andrew tells him to stop and Rem asks whether he wants to fight. Liz then glances outside and notices Henry sitting by himself. Henry looks troubled, so the MC asks what is wrong. When Henry flinches, the MC sits beside him and asks what is weighing on him. Perhaps the widowed florist again. He laughs and blushes. He says he heard in the grass fields that Enrique wants to marry her, but that cannot happen if he stays here fighting. So does he want to return? Enrique admits he does, but says it feels wrong to leave while everyone else is still in battle. Enrique reminds him they have survived more than once because of his skill as a hunter. He helped them make it through the grass fields and warned them about the snakes hidden under the stones. He is excellent with a bow as well. Then the protagonist rises and begins walking away while Henry calls after him. Enrique says he carries his sword for a dream, and Henry must live for his own dream too. Henry has left, wondering what those words meant. The next morning, inside the ferry commander's tent, she tells Henry he has received a special discharge. She tells him to board the wagon with the wounded, since it will leave soon. Confused, he asks what she means, and she explains that his platoon commander requested this as a gesture of thanks. Henry is left speechless. Then he goes to pack. Rem asks if he is truly leaving. Bora gives him his blessing, and Ragnar says he can finally sleep as much as he wants. Chrysler Allman tells him he did well with them, and Andrew pats his shoulder and says to make sure he gets home safely. Nods and heads outside. Encrid is waiting there. The MC says that unlike Andrew and Matt, who quickly found their place, and Trez never truly blended with the group, likely because combat was never where he belonged. From the very beginning, he reaches out. He places his hand on Trez's shoulder and tells him that he hopes he manages to win her heart. Trez smiles and thanks him for all he has done. Then Trez gets onto the wagon carrying the injured and sets off. The commander asks Encrid whether he came to send him off. He thanks her for accepting his request, and she says she would do that, much for her fiancé. Then she asks him he intends to marry her. He answers that it will be 10 years later, years down the road. She says that is fine with her, but she says she's not fond of old men. He replies that, if they are being honest, fairies are not exactly his preference either. She falls silent. Then she fixes him with a cold stare, saying he truly does not understand how deeply words can wound someone. Encrid says she looks all right, at least from what he can see. She clicks her tongue and tells him to follow her before they return. As they walk, she mentions that Marcus has been searching for him. On the way there, Marcus is already waiting, with his back facing them. Craze had warned Encrid this could happen, since all of his recent missions, including what he achieved in yesterday's battle, might be enough to get him transferred. The protagonist stops in front of him, and Marcus asks whether he likes tea and would care for a cup. Encrid turns it down. Marcus says he must be busy preparing to move and hopes he is not interrupting work, but the MC says he is free and barely has anything to pack. Marcus laughs, saying he did not expect flattery from him. Encrid answers that he was simply telling the truth. Marcus accepts that, then adds that it is also true the protagonist has accomplished a great deal. The MC notes that if Marcus wants to recruit him while his own commander is standing nearby, then he must want him quite badly. Marcus asks if that means he already knew Marcus had his eye on him. Encrid says he did, so Marcus asks for his decision. Encrid refuses. Marcus says he has heard the protagonist rejected other commanders in the past, but this offer is not the same. The MC says he has a dream, even if it sounds far too grand. Marcus asks what that dream is. Encrid says he will become a knight. Marcus says that a man who carries a dream shines brightly. He was once the same back when he trained to become the crown sword, but time slowly wore him down, and he compromised with reality. Now he merely moves through a dull existence, a life where having no dream becomes a chain that restrains others. He says he has no right to keep Encrid beneath him, then raises his hand to dismiss him. Encrid bows. After he walks away, Marcus asks her whether she thinks the protagonist will truly become a knight. She says she does not know. That will depend entirely on him. Marcus says that blunt honesty is one of a fairy's strengths, and also one of their weaknesses. Even so, he respects Encrid's dream, and it makes him want to start pursuing something again. Norelia is ruled by the royal family, but recently the nobles have grown stronger, so their influence now reaches far and wide. Marcus says he once stood with the nobles as well, but now he wants to chase his own dream once more. As the base begins to move, they have nothing to do in the middle of it. Rimmer says having no assignments feels nice, but he is bored, completely out of his mind. He tries to drag Encrid into training, insisting that muscles only develop through constant effort. Before that can go further, another cuts in and says the MC should focus on swordsmanship. When asked about the blanket, he ignores it and says dual wielding requires far better balance. Jackson says Encrid should refine his senses instead. With everything so chaotic, this is the ideal chance for it. Encrid asks whether Jackson shouting from far away counts as training as well. Rem tells all of them to get lost. The protagonist still has more to learn about the heart of a superhuman, but the commander interrupts him, saying the tent has to be set up over there and they are blocking the way. Also, Ragnar is. She lies stretched across her blanket and says she actually enjoys all the chatter. Still, they have to get moving, and the two are pushed aside on their own. Rem complains that Odon should have been folded up since he takes too much room, while Odon says Rem is very skilled at pushing blame onto others. That sparks yet another argument. As everyone else looks on, Matt says they did not even do anything. Andrew thought only Encrid could speak to them that way, but Matt says the commander is simply made differently. Cray says she is just as much a Crace as the rest of them. Andrew asks if he can really say that, and Matt warns him not to get pulled to the madness with them. Chrysler says these planes feel strange, almost as if this place once used to be the enemy's base. He begins examining the ground and says he has discovered something. Encrid asks what he is doing, and Kreese explains that soldiers often hide valuables before marching into battle. MC asks how he knows where to search. It is obvious once you think about it. If he were a soldier, he would hide his belongings somewhere easy to find again, even if the base was destroyed. Then he asks what kind of place that would be, and he answers, somewhere easy to recognize. Kreese says that is exactly right. He points to an Odon tree root, a spot that is both noticeable and simple to reach. Something must be hidden there, Encrid tells him. He is seriously sharp. Even in the middle of battle, Chrysy sees the wider field and reads the flow better than most people. Crace says that came from fighting to survive, though his true dream is to open a salon for wealthy women, because he is still a money-obsessed Crace freak. Then he digs up a map, and the moment the protagonist sees it, he understands what it is and wonders why it is here. Rem says he is getting far too excited. Since they are here to deal with big eyes, Encrid looks up and says there is still some time before nightfall, and they need something to keep busy while the tents are being set up. Then he asks Rem what he had been about to say earlier. Rem grins and says it concerns part of the superhuman. He explains that he created it to push beyond normal human limits, but it places enormous strain on the heart, and using it incorrectly can cost your life. Encrid tells him not to worry since death by itself will not be enough to stop him. Rem says that is an absurdly greedy way to think, but because of it he cannot help placing his hopes in him. He puts a hand against his chest, and MC does the same with him. Rem says now they can make their hearts surge together. He smiles while Encrid grows fired up to master the new technique. Rem explains that people only draw out superhuman strength in desperate situations. This method allows him to summon that power at will. Still, everything depends on concentration and sharpened senses. Looking at him, Rem says he has learned something from every one of them, so he should be capable of handling this as well. What he needs now is belief. He only has to make his heart expand, without allowing it to give out. He asks what that means, and then he feels heartbeat beating. It pounds so fiercely that it feels ready to burst from his chest, and the protagonist can sense it clearly beneath his fingertips. Now he finally understands what Rem meant. Rem tells him to begin small, perhaps only a quarter of that, because anything more and his heart could fail and end him. Encrid says that means he simply has to follow Rem's instructions exactly, and make his heart swell. Everyone watches as Rem keeps moving his hand for a while, then admits his worries were pointless because Encrid is making no progress. Usually he improves like a genius, but this time he has suddenly run straight into a wall. Someone asks if he is messing with them. Odon says he cannot even disagree, while Jackson and Rodney also agree. MC asks if controlling the heart is even possible. Rem shoots him a glare, and Encrid says he is doing everything he can. Things continue like that. Next morning, Rem asks whether he is even trying, and the same pattern continues day after day. Rem storms into the tent. Pricey asks where Encrid is, and Rem says he went off to practice swinging his sword again. Jackson says maybe he cannot learn the skill because it is useless, and he would be better off training with him instead. Rem tells him to wait for his turn. Ragnar adds that if motivation is not the problem, then perhaps the teacher is. Rem snaps back that there is absolutely no way he is worse than Ragnar. While they continue arguing, Rem thinks it over. He explains that this technique came from adapting his tribe's old methods. Usually, a spell gives the first sensation, and afterward, you learn to control it by yourself. Yet no matter how hard Encrid tries, he still cannot grasp it, and Rem assumes even the casters from his village probably did not master it on their first attempt. Even when they succeeded, most nearly died by mistake, so he understands. Trying to rush the process will not help. He thinks back to how long the protagonist needed to learn Heart of the the beast. Encrid wants it desperately, so all he can do is keep pushing forward, and if there truly is no chance, then he should quit. That thought still irritates Rem, so he tries to sleep it off. The main character is still training. Alone, he keeps trying to understand how to recreate that same sensation by tomorrow. The following day they return to training once again. Rem lets out a sigh and says they should call it off for today, because it still does not seem like he is getting it. Encrid grabs his hand and tells him not to stop yet. Rem says he knows Encrid is trying, but there is no meaning if nothing is changing. Then he tells him to drive his heart even harder. The request catches Rem off guard. He says Encrid must be forgetting something. If his heart is pushed beyond its limit, it will burst, and surely he is not asking Rem to end his life. The protagonist simply tells him to do it. Rem hesitates and says that going along with this will not teach him the technique. It will only leave him dead or ruined. He is not the one enduring the pain, yet he still cannot bring himself to turn Encrid down. He starts wondering how someone can be this reckless, then decides Encrid must be asking, because he believes it will work. Rem increases the pressure and Encrid's heart begins pounding violently. His expression tightens and his eyes turn red and strained. Then Cedric says, "This was the correct decision." Rem asks what he means, and then he feels Encrid's heart rupture. Blood spills from the protagonist's mouth and Rem realizes he has made a terrible mistake. Jackson pulls Rem's hand away, Odon yanks Encrid back, and Ragna nearly cuts off Rem's arm. Everyone begins shouting, demanding to know what he did to their brother. As the main character's sight fades, he finds himself back in the underworld. The boatman says he don't understand. Today was not supposed to be a wall. Encrid implies that he decides what counts as his wall. The boatman asks what he is thinking. Encrid says he is using the only method he knows to learn. Part of the superhuman. We return to the moment just before his looping began. By focusing on his own heartbeat, he can feel what Rem is doing to his heart, but he still cannot reproduce it. He remembers Rem warning him not to force things, saying he needs to understand his limits, and sometimes he must stop. Encrid despises that idea. To him, giving up means being completely finished. It means accepting weakness, and if he stops moving forward, he may as well already be dead. So he chooses the method that suits him best, the same kind of approach that once helped him face someone far stronger without freezing in fear. Now he must learn a fragment of the superhuman, and the first step is simple: control his heart. In the next loop, heart gives out again, and everyone rushes toward him, trying to wake him up. The boatman asks whether that is truly all he can do, but Encrid keeps falling the same way. His heart ruptures each time. He explains that heart of the superhuman allows him to draw on the power he only reaches near death, so forcing himself into that state should make the trigger easier to find. The boatman calls him mad and asks whether he is even considering the pain. Encrid says he can bear it as long as it helps him advance. In the next loop, Rem says it will not happen today, and tells him to wash, sleep, and stop practicing alone. This is already the 27th loop. The main character admits he still cannot manage it on his own. Then he tells him to push even harder. Rem snaps back, asking if he seriously wants him to finish him off. Encrid answers that he does. That only irritates Rem further. He tells him not to pull him into this insanity because he has no desire to strike down his own superior. That response catches the protagonist by surprise. He notes that Rem clearly never cared much about rank, especially since he has taken down nobles before. Rem warns him to keep talking that way and see what happens, while Encrid wonders why he is acting so different this time. Even if this wall is one the MC created for himself, failure simply sends the day back to the start, so he can keep training. He cannot understand why Rem refuses to obey, but he decides to continue until the answer becomes clear. Even by the 40th loop, he is still telling him to apply more pressure. The same pattern repeats in the 50th and 60th loops. 60th. Then at last he gives it as a direct order to Rem. Encrid finally realizes this is the only moment when Rem listens. He is ordered directly. He starts concentrating again. He thinks Rem and the others ended up with him because they do not truly obey orders, and he never seriously tried to lead them because he believed they would ignore him. Yet somewhere along the way, they began following his commands, and he wonders what changed. Still, that question can wait. For now, he has to focus only on himself. He feels his heartbeat growing faster with every passing moment. He tells Rem not to stop. Rem looks uncomfortable, but keeps pressing until the protagonist's heart gives out and blood rises from his mouth. That is how each loop continues. He keeps falling because of his heart until he finally grasps the sensation and can perform it alone. Rem asks if he truly managed to learn it in a single day, while Encrid sits there with his heart pounding wildly. After countless loops, he finally succeeds by himself. He takes up his sword and says there were more than 100 loops, though at some point he stopped keeping count. Then he moves toward a cliff, while the others look on, watching what he is about to attempt. Without drawing the blade, Encrid thrusts the sheathed sword ahead and drives his heartbeat faster and faster until the blow lands against the rock. The cliff splits instantly and fragments of stone scatter as the MC says he finally saw it. He broke through the wall. he had built around himself. Ragnar and the others are stunned by the force behind it, and then Rem says he has two questions. The first is whether he was born in the West. The second is whether he is actually a genius. He says no to both. Later, he is stuck in bed, admitting he learned the heart of the superhuman but not its side effects. Steam rises from his body as he asks Rem if being unable to move is normal. He still cannot control it properly. Odon adds that he pushed his muscles beyond their limits for the first time, so this result was unavoidable. Even so, Encrid still tries to move, saying that despite the pain, the heart of the superhuman is incredible. It lets him surpass human limits, even if it tears down his body afterward. He can clearly feel that damage. Still, he thinks knights already exist beyond ordinary humans. They may appear human, but they possess giant-like strength, frog-like movement, and fairy-like control. That is what a true knight is, so he knows he still has a long road ahead. Odon tells him to rest for at least an entire day. He says he will help him recover through blood, sweat, and tears. Encrid asks what that even means, and Odon grabs his calf before beginning a painfully intense massage. The protagonist screams into his pillow, saying this might finish him and that it feels like a wall the boatman created himself. Odon tells him to remember points he is pressing, because this method releases stiff muscles. Its proper name is the bottom A-style massage. Encrid says then he should learn it too, since it will be useful, and he will endure it even as tears gather in his eyes. As he starts seeing the boatman again, Rem tells Odon to stop before he really sends him over. The next morning, the MC says Odon nearly returned him to the boatman, but his muscles actually feel better. He was told to rest and do nothing, but that feels like a waste of time. At the very least, he decides he can maintain his weapon, but Odon suddenly appears behind him and startles him, saying he is not doing anything. He already told him not to move at all, and her crutch says he only meant to clean it. But Kreis says he will take care of it. He reminds him he never works for nothing, and Kreis grins before saying good. Then pay 20 coppers. They start bargaining, and when Encrid asks if he is joking, Kreis lowers it to 17. That is his final price. The protagonist asks why it costs so much, and Kreis explains that the sword is large and well made, so it requires careful handling. Then he asks for the second blade too, since the MC fights with two swords. He says he did mention dual wielding, but everyone is treating it far too calmly. He expected at least one of them to try talking him out of it. Most swordsmen avoid that style. Many say it is more difficult and more dangerous than it is worth. Without the right training, both swords become hard to control, and each strike loses force, compared with fighting using a single blade. Still curious, he asks why no one is trying to stop him. They simply stare at him as if the answer should already be clear. Alden asks why he thinks they would not. Jackson says it is because he is stubborn. When Encrid questions that, Alden says he is proving it right now by refusing to accept their explanation. The protagonist says he is not doing it intentionally, and Ragnar asks whether there is even a reason for using two blades. Encrid says there is. He wants to try it because it felt right to him. It is the same reason he wanted to become a knight, back when he was captivated by a mercenary's tale about a knight called the Peacemaker, the one destined to bring wars to an end. That story stirred something inside him. Then some man kicked him and said listening to a song like that would never make him a knight. He called him pitiful, while everyone laughed and said he would never succeed. Even so, Encrid kept pursuing what he wanted and loved, so he refuses to abandon his dream of becoming a knight, and he will not give up on fighting with two swords either, no matter what happens, no matter what anyone says. Rem sees how different Encrid is from him, a man who once had everything and cast it aside. Encrid began with only one sword, yet he still keeps moving forward. Graham laughs and says that is exactly why he likes him. Ragnar says he always knew Rem had strange taste, and Rem tells him not to worry. He dislikes the rest of them too. Ragnar says the feeling is mutual. Jackson agrees as well. Odon says God teaches people to love all creation, but he is only human, so he does not like them either. Rem says Odon is just as awful and talks too much. Somehow they truly do get along. Then Jackson comes over and says that if the protagonist is tired of sitting around, they should train. The MC reminds him that Odon had ordered him to stay still, but Jackson says training is still possible. He only needs to use his eyes. Jackson wants to teach him his sense for dodging next. Meanwhile, outside, Kreis is polishing Encrid's sword and says it will look as good as new. He overhears soldiers saying that the main battle is dragging on longer than expected because neither side is willing to pull back, so he keeps listening as they walk past. Apparently, the enemy has formed a new unit made up of those who fled after clashing with them. Kreis understands that this is troubling news, but he needs more information. If the Aspens are shifting their tactics, he has to figure out how. While Evanir begins working out a plan, Jackson explains that dodging is about out, noticing what must be avoided and forcing the reflexes to their limit, though that also requires keen eyesight. He will throw stones marked with letters, and have Incrid read them as they fly. He tosses one past him and the protagonist only looks puzzled. Jackson sighs and tells him to do it again, so they repeat the drill again and again, with Jackson ordering him to focus through the chaos. During that time, Alden keeps guiding him through pain and recovery, until he finally says Incrid can begin moving again. But the moment he tries to sit up, a stone flashes past his face. Jackson asks what. There were letters written on the stone. Then he asks whether the main character dropped his guard on purpose, adding that a real fight would never wait for him. Outside the fortress, someone hides close by, quietly preparing a weapon. Meanwhile, Jackson keeps throwing stones and Incrid turns, catching a brief glimpse of the writing before the stone lands beside him. He begins to answer, but before he can speak, the camp bursts into chaos. Men shout that they are under attack and everyone must assemble. Even then, Jackson keeps asking about the letters, and Incrid cannot believe he wants an answer at a moment like this. The letters were CR. Jackson says he finally got it after 40 tries, congratulates him, and says it is time to develop a new skill. Incrid asks if that was meant to be praise. Before he can continue, the ambush has Rem rushing out of the tent, shouting for the enemy. Incrid wonders if Rem has finally lost it, and Jackson says he has just been bottling things up since they have not been able to duel. Apparently he has been bothering poor Andrew the entire time, and even that still was not enough. Rem runs over and starts yelling about why everyone is standing around, as if he expected giants or some exciting opponent to fight. Andrew asks a soldier what happened, and the man says the enemy fired a single arrow and fled. The border guard is already chasing the shooter, so there is nothing more for them to handle, but Rem suddenly notices something and says the border guard will not be enough. He points ahead and tells them to examine the arrow. It is longer than usual, with reversed feathers, meaning it came from a special bow built for extreme distance shots. That means it is the same man from before. The claw of the hawk. The protagonist jokes about what kind of hawk has fingernails, then guesses teeth instead. Rem says that is wrong too, making him grumble that his memory is terrible. For everyone else, only a few months have gone by, but for the main character, it feels like years have passed. Rem reminds him of when he got knocked out by the frog while that bowman was sweeping through the battlefield at the time. Incrid says he remembers a soldier named Bell saved him from being taken down, and yes, name was Claw of the Hawk. Later, he returns to the tent and Ragnar asks if there really was an attack. He starts to ask what Incrid was doing to miss it, then notices the drool and sleep marks on him and lets the question go. Ragnar says he was thinking about fighting with two swords, so now he needs to train his body to handle them both. When Incrid asks how, Ragnar says he will explain. From now on, it is like the protagonist having two girlfriends. Incrid asks what Ragnar's fiancée would think, and Ragnar again says she is not his fiancée. He says the answer is simple: eat, sleep, and even use the bathroom with the swords nearby until carrying. Both of them feels completely natural. When Esther Klein climbs onto the bed, she notices Rem is not there for her, so she flops onto Incrid's chest and complains that even his sleep training is irritating. Another alarm wakes them, but it is only another hit-and-run attack. They head back to bed and Rem says this is boring. After getting knocked to the floor, she grabs a pot and starts hitting him with it, telling him to sleep like a normal person. While that is happening, Craze watches from the side. He cannot believe there has already been a second attack. They really struck again. Jackson's training continues, and so do the flying arrows from Claw of the Hawk. Another stone shoots past, and Incrid says it read bar. Someone else is caught off guard as well, and Rem is furious about it. Incrid keeps reading every stone that flashes by over and over again. Esther grows increasingly irritated because she still cannot get any sleep. Another rock zips by and Jackson asks what it said. Incrid answers Ian, so the words together currently spell Craze Barbarian. That only makes Rem angrier, and he swears he will crush the guy. The protagonist notes that Jackson has been stirring up quite a few fights lately. Jackson simply shrugs as some border guards pass by, complaining that they cannot even catch a glimpse of that bastard. Kreese listens and realizes the attacks are happening several times a day now, yet nobody can catch the shooter. The damage is still minor, but it will only grow worse. So why are the higher-ups still doing nothing? Kreese lets out a heavy sigh. He had wanted to keep himself far from danger. Now he steps forward and tells Incrid he has an idea, but only if they can arrange a meeting with the commanders. Before long, the commanders gather inside the tent, arguing that they should strike the Aspens immediately. As the discussion stretches on, Marcus says none of these suggestions are actually helpful. He admits that combat is his strong point, not handling problems like this. Then the ferry commander arrives late, offers an apology, and Marcus asks what delayed her. She says Encrid's wild platoon requested temporary command over the operation, so they could present a plan. Marcus asks whether MC truly brought something worth hearing, but she says no, it was one of his men, Cray, who came up with it. The others ask what the plan is. She explains it to them. As she speaks, Marcus says the idea is not bad, and agrees to put it into action. He orders everyone to prepare for deployment and sends the lunatics to chase the hawk through the mountains while everyone climbs into full gear. Revan says he expected this to be entertaining, but now he wants to know why they are not going straight after the target, and are instead moving through enemy territory. Craze explains that they are not hunting the claw of the hawk, they are forcing him to come to them. Encrid says their platoon will act like a guerrilla unit, striking the enemy's rear until the enemy sends someone to deal with them as well. Rabin asks if that hawk bastard will show up, and Crassus says he will. If the plan succeeds, and even if he does not, they will still damage the enemy. Rem calls it far too complicated, but Cray says he knows Rem is slow, and this is still the best choice. Rem tells him to repeat that and steps right into his face, but Encrid stops it there. Rem says Crazy should consider himself lucky, and Crazy admits he almost lost control from fear. Then he asks whether they are near the target, and the one who answers is Pin. She says she thinks she can see it. The protagonist explains that the plan relies entirely on moving fast enough to strike and withdraw. For that, they needed a skilled ranger who knew safe routes. So he asked command for help, and Pin joined them as a new squad leader. Encrid asks why she had to join the platoon completely when a temporary assignment should have been enough. She says she has her own reasons. He wonders what those reasons are, but she only says joining them has put her in a difficult position. MC thanks her, and she says he can repay her later. It had better be worthwhile. They are alone next time. He asks if she is really still on that, and Rem warns him to be careful since he has a fiancée. Encrid reminds them again that he is not. With the ferry commander, sometime later, they stop on a hill, overlooking the enemy camp. Pin tells everyone to stay low because the base is just ahead. Craze says if things go wrong, they will need an escape route, and since he cannot fight, they can leave him there while the others carry out the hit and run strike. Rem gets fired up and immediately jumps down, shouting that battle is calling him and he will take down anyone in his path. Encrid says no, nobody told him to do that. Ragnar says he will use this to test how stable the protagonist's form has become. He realizes this is another lesson, so even in this place, his training continues as he and Ragnar move into position. Rem then shouts toward the Aspens, and when they turn to look at him, he greets them with cheerful confidence. The guards wonder who he is, and while they are distracted, he throws his axe and drops one of them at once, while the other guards realize enemies are here by the time Encrid and Radna move close. They see Rem lowering his body and surging forward at incredible speed, already using Heart of the Superhuman to close the distance. Encrid asks what that was, and Ragnar grins, saying it is the fastest discharge he has ever seen. Rem still has techniques MC has never witnessed, and that only makes him even more eager to learn. The Gunalias are here. He tells everyone to retreat before the enemy can reorganize, while Ragnar complains that he did not even get to join in. The protagonist says Rem also needs to read the rhythm because it was not his turn either. Rem threatens to attack him next if he is upset, and the protagonist tells both of them to be quiet because they are still fighting. There will be more chances later. A few hours afterward, Jackson and Odin are with them. The Aspens are prepared this time and throw a dagger to stop them from breaking through. Again, Encrid remembers Jack's lesson: use his eyes, read the path, and avoid it. He evades it neatly. Jackson says it took him 4 seconds to notice and avoid the attack, but he still needs to react faster. Before Jackson can say Encrid has truly mastered dodging since is still improving. MC asks if Jackson was seriously counting. Odin says training is, that is good, but they need to stay focused because the enemy is approaching. He says fine, that means it is time to move. They draw the pursuers deeper into the forest, with Andrew and Matt running as well. Crass, carried by Odin, says he doubted these madmen could finish the mission, but now he has no reason to worry. As they head farther into the woods, Rem asks why they do not just turn back and crush these fools. Encrid refuses, then pulls Ragnar back when he begins wandering off. Even though Ragnar insisted is a shortcut, he still says no. Crace admits he never thought he could guide them this well. He had no idea he had that ability in him. When they finally stop, the MC says the chase is over for now, so they can camp here. After the loop where he learned the heart of the superhuman, leading his squad became easier. They obey his orders now, though Rem's charge from this morning was on a completely different level. Rem has actually been listening lately, and Incrid wonders whether he would teach him that technique if he ordered it, so he calls out and asks about the charge. Graham immediately shuts him down, saying he needs to rethink how he is asking. He notes that Rem has never refused to teach him before. Rem says wanting to learn is fine, but the protagonist is lacking something crucial. That is when Incrid understands. He admits he had not considered it and had grown too used to giving orders. Growth handed over by others stays shallow, so he must return to the fundamentals. Rem smiles, pleased that he finally understands. Rem adds that if the MC figures it out himself, it will carry more weight. When it comes to the skill, the next day, they start moving again. Andrew is exhausted, and keeping this pace for so long makes him feel like he might collapse at any moment. He expected the lunatics to handle it, but even Cray's keeping up. This well comes as a surprise. Then there is the boss. Incrid was definitely not this strong when Andrew first met him, so how did he improve so much such a short time? Andrew releases a weary sigh. It frustrates him, but it also makes him want to become stronger himself. Matt notices that fire in him. Since entering Andrew's life as his father's friend, Matt has stayed beside him, honoring the friend he lost when House Andrew Gardner collapsed. Matt always viewed Andrew as a child, but not anymore, and now he can sense that something important is about to happen. Emotion rises in him as he realizes Andrew may truly restore their house. Then Incrid tells Rem that he thinks he has figured out the charge. It uses the heart of the superhuman to strengthen the legs and launch forward in a burst. Rem says that is good, so he really can understand things when he thinks. Now he should test it himself. Incrid agrees, and then Pin tells everyone to stop and look ahead. The next base stands between two cliffs, which means their escape could be blocked quickly, but it is also the perfect spot for an ambush. Incrid says it is clearly a trap. Craze agrees, saying they are probably hoping the group avoids this route so they can force them down another path and finish them there. But once Craze mentions the hawk's claw, the others perk up, leaving him stunned by their ignorance. They ignore the danger again. The protagonist wonders whether they should play along. Ragnar says they should simply crush the enemy already because it is annoying and he wants sleep. Incrid says he is thinking the same thing. Still, if the trap fails, the hawk will arrive even sooner. Since many armed soldiers are inside, they should enter together. Craze asks if that includes him, but the MC tells him no. He will stay behind with Pin, Andrew, and Matt as guards. They agree, and Craze looks clearly relieved. Incrid tells the others to prepare. Once they are ready, they move in. Inside, a familiar face appears, the Greyhound. This is the final chance he has been given. His task is to help the Hawk's Claw hunt the guerrilla force destroying their rear bases. For a famous Aspen elite, supporting a single soldier feels humiliating, but he has no choice but to accept it. If he wants to rise again, then his men shout, the guerrillas have arrived. He cannot believe they truly walked into such an obvious trap, and he spots Incrid and is shocked to discover that he is part of the guerrilla force. Incrid only looks puzzled. He asks Rem if he knows the man, and Rem snaps back, asking why he would ask him. The protagonist says he's not remember that face at all, and Rem tells him his memory is terrible. The Greyhound calls him insolent, and says it does not matter whether Incrid remembers him or not. Incrid will fall here. He will become the stepping stone for the Greyhound's return. The Greyhound charges forward, as the MC draws one sword and blocks the attack. The Greyhound recognizes it immediately. It is Mitch's sword. Then Incrid remembers that this was the man who guarded the flag during the fog of annihilation. The Greyhound says that memory will not save him, and strikes from the side. Incrid deflects it, forcing the man's arm back. He remembers when this was someone he could only run from. Now he wants to test himself against him and see just how much stronger he has become. Another man steps forward and says they have a past together, but none of that will matter. Once every one of them is wiped out, he walks toward Rem and the others, but they ignore him completely for now. That treatment frustrates him so badly that he finally snaps. He charges in, but Rem stops the strike without moving. Rem tells him to be quiet. While they watch, the Greyhound thrusts his weapon straight toward Incrid's head. The protagonist reads the move, steps aside, and wounds his back. Jackson notes the dodge came only 0.1 seconds after he sensed the attack. Barely good enough. Jackson says that reaction speed is passable, but only by a narrow margin. Using that momentum, the Greyhound spins right back toward him. Incrid draws his second sword and blocks with both blades. Ragnar observes that he drew and defended at the same time. Bit by bit, the MC is learning how to fight with two swords, but with both hands on one weapon. The Greyhound still holds the advantage in raw strength. He forces Incrid back and sends one of his swords flying away. Odon says that will become another part of his training. He lacked the strength to stop it with one hand. The protagonist regains his balance just as the Greyhound rushes in again, mocking him for trying to wield two swords. The MC barely hears him. His heart is beating far too quickly, and Rem grins. This is exactly what he had been waiting for, the heart of the superhuman. Incrid drives it even higher, lifts his arms to cut through the wind, and bursts forward just like Rem once did, moving so fast that the greyhound never sees the attack coming. He has no way to counter, so he is forced to defend. But the instant their weapons clash, his blade begins to chip, and while he has only one sword, Encred has two. He drives the second one directly into the man's throat. The greyhound collapses backward and falls motionless on the ground. His soldiers can only stare. Their commander has just lost. Rem bursts into laughter, saying he knew the heart of the superhuman suited Encred perfectly. It was genuinely impressive, though Jackson, of course, says nothing. Bram raises axe and says it is time to deal with the rest. His weapon seems eager to celebrate in battle. The soldiers charge forward, shouting that they will show what greyhounds are capable of. One swings an iron club down and Odon blocks it. With his bare arm, he says the man's courage has earned him a direct meeting with God. Then he brings his hammer down on the soldier's helmet, crushing it with a heavy blow and dropping him instantly. Andrew watches in disbelief, unable to accept that Odon blocked the attack with his own body. What is this man even made of? Pin says he is exactly her type and clearly more than capable. Rem lifts his axe and swings toward a soldier's hammer, but Ragnar cuts in with a wide slash, forcing Rem to dodge. Rem curses at him and asks whether he was trying to hit him as well. While they argue, the soldier tries to end it. Ragnar avoids him and drives his blade through the man's shoulder and throat, saying it is a shame he missed the first time. Rem says Ragnar will pay for that, but another soldier jumps at him from behind, and Rem instantly cuts him down, saying he will deal with Ragnar soon enough. Ragnar asks whether he is too afraid to do it now. Rem tells Odon to warn his god that a new friend is coming soon. Odon says God does not want him, and Kreis tells them this is not the time. The soldiers try to surround them, while they are distracted, but before they can move, blades have already reached their throats. He drops 8 men in an instant, and calls them idiots. Kreis says there is no need to bring down every single one of them, since many can no longer fight. Then something rustles in the bushes. Jackson notices it before anyone else, just as an arrow flies in. He knocks it aside with his dagger, and when it lands, they recognize the arrow. It came from the claw of the hawk, and Encred asks if he has finally arrived. Jackson says yes. Rem asks whether he knows the difference between a sharpshooter and a hunter. Being a hunter is far more entertaining, especially when the hunt is done with an axe. The protagonist asks what he means by that. Rem says they received a gift, so now it is time to send one back. Then he begins climbing the cliff like some wild beast. Pin asks if they really let him act like this, and Kreis says he probably will not get himself killed, so they should leave him be. Andrew says they need to move, because if the enemy sends more men, staying here will only make them easier targets. Encred agrees. They should distract whoever remains and withdraw, so they decide to set the camp ablaze. The MC says this is starting to become a habit. When Pin asks what he means, the answer is obvious. He is turning into a little fire starter. From above the cliff, the hawk's claw says the smoke is blocking his sight. One soldier says the enemy has disappeared from view and asks what they should do next. The answer is simple: chase them. As the group moves sideways along the cliff, Encred thinks Rem's move was unexpected, but not a bad idea. Since Rem is hunting the claw while the claw is chasing them, they choose to use themselves as bait and draw his attention. The terrain might reveal their plan, but they chose this place because it is difficult to shoot into from any direction. While the group waits against the cliff, Ragnar finds a crack to curl into and tells Rem to hunt however he likes. Out in the forest, Rem does exactly that, saying it brings back old memories. He was once a skilled hunter, and his tribe expected great things from him. He left and can never return, but this is enough to awaken those memories once more. Ever since their first encounter, the claw has been nothing but prey to him. Rem slips up behind the group, casually talking to himself about those old days, and then one soldier suddenly falls before anyone can react. The others realize far too late that they have walked into a trap, and they shout as they scatter in every direction. Rem pays none of it any mind. His only focus is his prey, and he clears away anyone who blocks his path. He strikes one soldier down, and before that man even hits the ground, another falls as well. The soldier nearest the claw starts screaming, and all the claw hears is his men being overwhelmed. He clenches his teeth, shocked that he never even noticed the barbarian approaching, but by then Rem is already close. He closes in and swings. The claw snarls that he is supposed to be the hunter, not the hunted, then fires an arrow. Rem lifts his axe and splits the shot cleanly apart, then drives the axe into his shoulder and knocks him down. Rem tells him to stop this nonsense. Stand back up. It has been a while since his last hunt, and this one was far too boring. When the claw raises his own arrow, a flash crosses his face, right before Rem drives it into his chest. Rem calls it pathetic. He had wanted a man to struggle longer, but it was still enough to awaken his hunting instincts again. Then he realizes he was acting like Encred, wondering whether staying beside him for too long has started to influence him. The protagonist fully accepts his lack of talent, so he always searches for ways to improve. Rem takes on that same mindset, accepting himself while improving little by little. He wonders how far he might go, and the fire in his eyes begins to return. He admits he does not know whether the choice he made has any meaning, and maybe it means nothing at all. Even so, he wants to try. Just like his boss, it is his turn to pursue growth. After the platoon brings down the hawk's claw, the story shifts to the tall grass fields, where a knight stands waiting. Across from him is an Aspen knight. The Gnola unit kneels, then bursts forward and swings straight toward the other's helmet. The strike is blocked, but the force alone sends a ripple through the field and catches Encrid's attention. Even from a distance, he hears it. Jackson explains that those at the front are not full knights. They are squires. The MC says he wants to watch. Rem says he wants to head over. Encrid says no. Victory matters more, and according to Kray's plan, Marcus and his men should arrive at Crossguard City soon. Back in the Aspen camp, panic spreads as everyone shouts that the enemy is at their gates and they cannot allow Crossguard to fall. Someone demands that part of the night force be sent back, but Avner says the city already has soldiers, so they should keep their attention here. The others snap at him, asking what a foolish peasant could possibly know. He realizes no one will listen while nobles are commanding, even though losing a few knights can change the entire battle, which means the war is already decided. So he orders his men to return to the capital. At Crossguard, a man on the wall asks where the enemy is. He is told they are just beyond the hill, but when he looks out, no one is there. Marcus explains that the whole strategy was to pretend they were attacking Crossguard. Once the Aspens sent real troops back, that was enough, because their knights would take advantage of the opening. With the enemy divided, they could not stop their advance, and the squires cut through them with ease. Marcus says this single plan brought them a major victory, all thanks to the lunatics. After that defeat, the Aspens had suffered too much damage to continue the war. They requested an armistice and offered the land near the tall grass fields, and Nalili accepted it. Back in the city, the gates open as spring arrives. The long war against the Aspens is finally over. Everyone can finally breathe again. Encrid says it has been 10 days since they returned to the border guard. Most soldiers have grown lazy, doing only the minimum, but he refuses to live that way. He still has battles to review and abilities to polish. Then a soldier approaches and asks for training, introducing himself as Paul, a low-ranking soldier. Encrid recognizes him as one of the few who continued training just like he did. He says Paul looks familiar and asks why he chose him, since he has never taught anyone and doubts he can offer useful advice. Paul asks him anyway. His eyes are burning with determination. Even the protagonist can see that fire clearly. He cannot ignore it because it reminds him of himself, so he agrees to spar with him during training. While Ragnar nearly falls asleep while standing, Encrid rushes forward with one sword, and the sound of Paul hitting the ground wakes Ragnar. The MC tells Paul his legs need more power, but Paul asks to try again. Ragnar is stunned that Encrid is actually teaching someone. He should be decent at it, since he learned from a strong teacher like Ragnar, but he forgot the basics, so Ragnar says he will remind him later. As training continues, Encrid remembers something an instructor once told him: to improve, you first need to understand where you stand. After being surrounded by platoon members far stronger than him, he is finally facing someone weaker, and now he can clearly recognize his own level, along with everything he still needs to fix. He has relied on flashy techniques for too long, so now he returns to the basics and tightens his form. Ragnar notices it immediately and realizes Encrid found the flaw and corrected it. That begins to stir Ragnar's own fighting spirit too. Someone asks what he said and tells Aura that Ragnar must be possessed because he keeps muttering. Aura says people are not possessed that easily. He is probably praying. Aura asks what God said and Ragnar tells him to get lost. Rem laughs, saying those are rather harsh words from a god. The two begin arguing until Aura tells them to stop acting like fools. Encrid says they are doing it again, and Jackson points out that they have quite a crowd watching. The protagonist flinches because he did not notice Jackson nearby. Jackson says the crowd is lively and asks whether he has truly been training his senses. When Encrid reacts, Jackson explains that the eyes are not on those idiots, but on him. Nearby low-ranking soldiers envy Paul. They are tired of wasting away and now believe that if they train, they may improve and perhaps become like Encrid as well. Soon, it is time for the announcements, and Marcus steps onto the stage. He says the man who went from leading the losers to leading the lunatics has become a model soldier through constant growth, as well as a hero of the war. A hero everyone recognizes. He called both the nobles and soldiers of the border guard here to honor those who contributed most to this war and changed its outcome. If he has to explain who that is, their heads are not even fit to hold a helmet. Some nobles are startled by his bluntness, but Marcus says those fools may fail to understand, while the soldiers understand perfectly. Then Marcus shouts that the man who led them to victory is the lunatic. No, platoon leader Encrid. He remembers the last time he stood on this stage, when he broke the spell. Back then, people stared at him with contempt. Now the crowd. Instead, he falls quiet. Marcus says he spent a long time considering what kind of reward a soldier like the protagonist would truly want, so he prepared something special, a gift he had put genuine thought into. He opens a chest and Incred immediately realizes it is a royal dagger. Marcus explains that this blade is bestowed by the royal family on those who have offered great service to them. It stands as a symbol of honor and grants its owner the right to be received by the royal house at any time. The dagger is covered with elegant engravings, but as an actual weapon, it holds little value. Even so, he finally understands what honor feels like as the crowd repeats his name again and again. He realizes that a knight who only faces strength is no different from a mercenary. A real knight needs honor just as much as skill. He tightens his fist and raises it high, declaring, "This is what defines them all." He knows this moment will become the first step on his path to knighthood, and one he will never forget. Rem grumbles that he fought too, so why is only Incred standing up there? Boris says it is as if the gods themselves are responding to the cheers. The noise continues and Rana asks if they can leave already. Andrew starts shouting too, calling MC a major, while sobbing uncontrollably. Marcus says he is pleased Incred likes the reward, but he should not be content just yet. Marcus has also prepared a personal gift for him, and he will see it soon. Incred wonders what it could be when Marcus suddenly announces a banquet. He has brought the finest wine, and everyone drink until they collapse. The nobles murmur again that he is too rough, but the protagonist can tell Marcus is simply caught up in the excitement. The banquet sounds fairly appealing to him, and that night everyone gets completely drunk. They are enjoying themselves fully. Incred asks Ragnar why he is not drinking, and Ragnar says his taste is far too refined for this. Rem splashes beer on him and tells him to stop complaining and drink. Ragnar snaps back that he will not touch anything a filthy barbarian enjoys. Then Odin pours an entire keg over both of them and tells them to behave. Rem says they should just throw Ragnar into the barrel already, while Ragnar merely complains about feeling sticky. Incred jokes that if the wine were bad, he would cause trouble, but everyone is having fun. Then he notices Jackson is nowhere to be seen, though this kind of party never seemed like his style anyway. When Esther climbs onto him, MC says he would rather be practicing with his sword than sitting through a feast. Pin approaches and asks if he is thinking about training again. She tells him to take it easy for once and share a drink with her. When the ferry commander appears, she walks straight toward Incred without hesitation. With a playful smile, she says he has another woman, making her heart flutter. What an awful man. He tells her to go away, and everyone immediately yells at him. Being so cold, her eyes even look so wounded that Pin is shocked. Incred insists he did nothing wrong and says her eyes just shine like that. Esther cuts in and says she understands now. While everyone is trying to help someone, he is just sitting here flirting. Then she headbutts him. The others laugh that even the leopard is jealous, and Incred's charm now works across species too. Poor Vengeance groans that after Jen Orson, this is happening as well, and he cannot handle it anymore. He says he will show the protected protagonist what he can do. MC only smiles and Vengeance instantly realizes he made a mistake. He says this is exactly what Incred wanted. Vengeance immediately pushes his sword back into its sheath and gives up, but the others shove him forward anyway. Soon they are cheering for a duel, and Incred sees a chance to earn money. He begins taking bets. A man approaches the ferry commander and says, "At least it seems everyone is here." He adds that this is the person he had wanted to introduce to Incred. The man is clearly captivated by her. She says the protagonist is usually stationed at the border, so he likely has not met many of the battalion's famous figures. Even so, they chose the wrong moment. Right now MC only cares about sparring. The crowd starts shouting at Vengeance to return their money. Incred says if they think fighting him is unfair, then even this still is not enough. Once he gets moving, he only wants to fight more. If he is going to spar, he wants someone stronger. So he turns toward the ferry commander, but damn, she shakes her head right away. He glances at the man who arrived with her, but the guy is too drunk and far too busy staring at her to notice anything else. Incred asks why nobody wants to duel him, and Craze says no one is quite as Craze-like as he is. Meanwhile, Matt asks Andrew if he is truly going through with it, and Andrew says yes. This is the way he will prove himself. The others turn in surprise when they see Andrew step forward next. He does not look angry at all. As Andrew draws his blade, he says Incred taught him what it really means to never give up. He once dreamed of restoring his family name, just as his mother wished, but his weakness made him anxious and impatient. To someone like him, the protagonist, charging straight toward his dream became both an example to follow and someone he deeply admired. Andrew says he even asked his commander for a duel, and has been training as well. He refuses to fall behind, and he will prove that here and now. Incred breathes in the wind. He says people claim the spring breeze carries mana, and this one feels like the beginning of something new. Looking up at the moon, he says tonight is truly perfect for a fight, and he accepts Andrew's challenge. He will face him with everything he has. Andrew looks nervous, but also excited. Andrew makes the first move. It reminds Incred of before, when Andrew said he could take command if he won. Embarrassed, Andrew tells him to stop bringing that up. That was the past. Incred agrees, then swings, and sends Andrew's sword flying upward. Andrew says he is different now. Incred answers that he knows. From the side, Rem shouts at him to stop holding back, because there is no squad leader who ever goes easy. Andrew strikes down again, and Incred blocks. He can feel that Andrew's old arrogance is gone, replaced by care and experience. Andrew sets his blade and thrusts, but the protagonist slips beneath it. Andrew truly has changed, and it is not only him. Their relationship has changed as well, along with their skill. Andrew manages to guard, but the impact alone forces him backward toward the ground until he completely loses balance and is thrown away. He pushes himself upright again. Incred holds out a hand, waiting for him to take it. Instead, Andrew says he is leaving. The main character stays silent, and Andrew says it is time for House Andrew Gardner to rise again. If Incred ever comes to the capital, he can stay at his manor. Though with the royal dagger, he could likely stay at the palace too. Incred ruffles his hair and says he looks forward to that. Andrew holds back tears, then smiles, and says he is looking forward to it too. Ragnar asks Matt whether he is going with Andrew, only to find Matt sobbing instead. Ragnar calls it gross, while Matt wonders when Andrew grew up so much. Odin tells Matt to wipe his tears, then grabs Rem's hair, which disgusts Ragnar and irritates Rem. Andrew tells Rem not to pick on Matt, but Rem snaps back that he is the one being messed with. Incred says the party will last all night with no regrets. He tells Andrew and Matt to enjoy their final night hanging out with the boys. Like this. By sunrise, Andrew and Matt climb onto a wagon headed for the capital. Both of them look completely worn out. After the whole platoon bothered them all night, they both cried plenty. Still, the next time they meet, Andrew will be the head of a noble house. So it was not a bad farewell. Even after the feast, Incred does not skip morning training, because it is a promise to himself and part of his road toward becoming a knight. Marcus finds him there and says he really has come out every morning. The protagonist greets him, then notices who is behind him, the frog and the squire, who fought on the front lines. Marcus reminds him that he promised a personal gift and tells him to watch closely. The squire immediately lowers her body, settling into a sprinter's starting stance. Rickard realizes what is about to happen, just as she bursts forward. A red aura trails behind her as she leaps straight at him. The MC blocks her strike while Frog begins observing the fight closely. The squire is impressed that he stopped it and says she will see what else he is capable of. She unleashes a rapid storm of thrusts toward his head, and Incred senses only one thing: death. Blades flash, as if they are coming at him from every direction inside his mind. His entire body feels pierced, his arms feel severed, and even his head feels cut away. Every single blade gives him the same warning: step back and survive, stay where he is and fall. But to Incred, death is nothing more than another step forward. So he calmly chooses that path and forces himself ahead. Every instinct screams for him to retreat, yet he refuses to leave his dream as nothing but a dream. Even if he falls hundreds or thousands of times, one step closer is enough. If he cannot walk, he will crawl. When Incred truly pushes one full step forward, the squire is genuinely stunned. At that moment, the frog speaks up and says this is enough, then stops the match. The squire admits she has never seen anyone like him before. He endured all of that without even being able to control it himself. Removing her helmet, she says that one more moment, and he truly would have fallen. Incred asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Asia, a proto-knight. His vision begins to blur, and he falls backwards straight into Jackson's arms before losing consciousness. The others prepare to step in, and Rem says being a proto-knight does not mean she can simply get away with this. Asia only asks who they are. As she stares them down, the frog is just as surprised, wondering how people like them ended up here. The barbarian in front, the quiet one, and the huge fool. All of them are incredibly talented. She is especially drawn to the swordsman in the back, saying his blonde hair and red eyes make him look as if he might be from the north. He seems half asleep, but the way he holds his sword excites her enough to start ribbiting. Marcus tells them to settle down because this is not what they think. Aisha realizes these must be the lunatics and says the name suits them. Rem asks what they are even talking about. Then Marcus asks the frog whether Incred can become a knight. Everyone is shocked. Now they understand what this was really about. Marcus brought Asia because frog can judge a person's talent and tell whether Incred has the qualities needed. That was Marcus's true gift to him, but unfortunately she says it is impossible. His limits are far too clear, and making it this far is already impressive. Instead, she is more interested in Ragnar. She asks whether he has any interest. Ragnar answers with a firm no, and she says she heard these lunatics only follow their leader, which appears to be true. Refusing the red cape knight order is madness. Asia tells Marcus she has done the favor he asked of her, and he thanks her. Then she tells the frog it is time to leave, but the frog wants to stay for the day. Asia asks why and Marcus asks if she truly means it. She says she has a request. Asia assumes it is about the blonde one again, since frogs always chase whatever catches their interest. But the frog says she is more interested in Encrid. He endured her aura and even stepped forward something she has never witnessed before. She says that if he ever awakens that power, he will become a monster. But if it were easy, anyone could become a knight. As they carry Encrid away, Vengeance starts brooding. He had heard the commotion while standing guard, but what he just witnessed leaves him stunned. Protagonist's dream of becoming a knight was never hidden. Everyone in the battalion already knew about it. That is what unsettles Vengeance. The MC always held his head high no matter what people said, but hearing impossible from someone who had already become a knight must have struck hard, even for Encrid. He decides to check on him, so he heads the barracks and knocks. Rem greets him with ugly, "What are you doing here?" Vengeance snaps back, asking if he really has to call him that, and Rem shrugs, then asks what he wants, but Vengeance freezes when he notices the frog sitting beside Encrid. She asks what he needs, yet he is too confused to answer. Everyone is acting far too normally. The dream their leader carried, the one they all followed him for, had just been shattered. He thought Encrid would be completely crushed. The protagonist begins to wake. He asks where he is, and then Frog says it is about time. Robert bluntly tells him they said he would never become a knight, not even if hell froze over. Vengeance quickly covers Rem's mouth and tells him to stop. Ankara simply asks if that is really what happened. Vengeance says the MC does not need to act like he is fine, but Encrid cuts in asking what he is even talking about. Robert grows annoyed about having his mouth covered. Encrid says he is going out to train and Rem is right. The protagonist says he cannot afford to waste time training just because he passed out. After he leaves, Ragnar wakes up and asks if the MC really went outside. Then he says he is going too. The frog follows, saying this seems interesting, while Vengeance cannot understand how Encrid can stay so calm. Rem says the reason is simple. Bro is just stubborn. Odon adds that Encrid would act the same even if a real knight had said it instead of a frog. Jackson says stubborn is one way to describe it. Persistence sounds better. Vengeance cannot believe the protagonist shows no despair and no hint of giving up. That is why no one could ever talk him out of anything. And now Vengeance feels foolish for worrying. Rem asks if he is coming, and Vengeance says yes, since he should train too. He does not want to fall behind Encrid. Outside, the MC is doing one-arm push-ups. He says Aisha's power and that storm of blaze opened his eyes. That was not ordinary killing intent. It was something entirely different. The frog asks if he wants to know what Aisha used. Encrid guesses it was intimidation and asks if that is what it is called. Ragnar steps forward and asks what separates knights from everyone else. Many people surpass their limits and dream of becoming knights, but they can never reach knighthood until they understand this power. Only 1 in 10,000 can learn it. It is a strange ability that does not work for everyone. The frog warns that hearing this may make him give up, but Encrid only asks what the power actually is. She is surprised that he is still this interested. He says he has to know, and the frog explains that Aisha's intimidation was only one part of it. Ragnar says the general name for the powers knights use to go beyond human limits is will. He explains that will is the strength of one's own mind. It could be called willpower, but it is humanity's greatest ability. To use it, a person must reach their limits, break beyond them, and truly understand how it functions. Then he stops, saying the protagonist must discover the rest himself. The protagonist asks what he means, but Ragnar says he cannot explain it yet. When the MC asks if that means he does not know, the frog says will appears differently in every person. The way to awaken it is different for everyone. Still, none of that matters until he surpasses his own limits. Ragnar says that is the whole point, so the protagonist asks what he needs to do. The frog says only he can answer that. A person cannot know their limit until they reach it, but there is one thing he can do now. Before she can finish, Encrid grabs his sword and says he understands. He will keep doing what he has always done. Do it until he collapses. The frog grows excited and says, in her opinion, that still will not work. A frog's sense for talent is almost instinctive, sharpened through experience. She has seen countless humans, and she says no frog is better than her at judging talent. She looks at two things first, whether someone has genuine talent, and second, whether they have determination to keep going. Usually, the second does not matter if the first is missing. But with Encrid, no matter how many times she checks, his will remain strong, stronger than anyone else's. His conviction is on a completely different level. He is a mystery, and maybe he is willing to become that very idea in human form. Then she says frogs live to change their deepest desires. Some devote their entire lives to pursuing pure strength. Others spend their lives chasing love. What she wants most is to study the unknown, so she tells Encrid that she will stay by his side. He offers his hand and asks what her name is. She says she is Lua Garnet, and she cannot help being drawn to someone as unusual as him. That night in the mess hall, people at every table keep staring because the lunatics now have a frog with them. Vengeance asks if she truly chose to stay, and his men gather around, asking what is happening and why a frog is eating with them. They crowd him so tightly that he tells them to move back. Rem calls them uncultured, and Jackson says that sounds hilarious coming from him. Rem tries to jab him with a fork, but Jackson slips away. That starts a fight with utensils, and Kreese calls both of them uncivilized. Luagarn says she has already judged every one of them, and all four are unbelievably talented. Each has already pushed past their limits. If they awakened their will, they could have become knights too, though luck also matters. Bond asks why MC is not stopping them, and MC says they are fine. She says he must be blind. He says they do not hide anything from one another, and they are close enough that they probably will not truly harm each other. It will calm down on its own. She questions that, since Ragnar is drawing his sword and Rem has his axes ready, but Jackson suddenly asks Luagarni where she intends to stay. She says, somewhere near the protagonist. An axe suddenly flies in, and Encred deflects it with his sword. Rem says that is his place and she had better not take it, while Luagarni simply says, they really are all craze. MC apologizes for him, but Luagarni says it is fine. She is more forgiving toward good-looking people. He says he heard frogs care about appearances, and Bond agrees, saying, they are all quite handsome. Luagarn says, Bond gets a pass as well. She asks what he wants to know. Smiling, he says he wants to duel her. She asks if he is serious after training all day. Encred says he will train again after the duel, and she calls him the craziest one there. Bond agrees, but Luagarn says anyone else would be exhausted after what he did today. His mindset is far beyond most people's, and she wonders what he might become if he awakened his will. The protagonist says he is only being practical, while Bond calls him delusional. Luagarn says she never wastes time on anyone without potential, but she will entertain him for now. She removes her robe, draws a whip, and warns him that she will not go easy. Encred looks at her and grins, saying he likes that. Then the story shifts to the Principality of Aspen. In a noble's room, Avner says it was foolish to expect complete victory, but even with all his planning, he never imagined they would lose outright. He taps his fingers on the table in frustration and says the chain of defeats began with Mitch's death. After that, the taunts failed and their giant was brought down. At the heart of it all stood a single soldier, the lunatic platoon's leader. The war is not finished yet. Once the armistice ends, Aspen will move again. But if that soldier interferes another time, Evner does not know what he should do. The Greyhounds already sent one assassin after him, and it seems strange to spend so much effort on a low-ranking officer. Now that seems to be the answer, so he decides to contact the swamps of Montreal, which are controlled by Aspen's crown. They have never failed a mission. In the name of Aspen's crown, he orders them to eliminate the soldier called Encred. Back at the mess hall, an assassin watches from outside and peers in through the window. He raises his knife and whispers, target confirmed, but Jackson suddenly appears beside him and presses a blade to his throat, asking who he is. The scene then shifts to the outskirts of Aspen, one of the Monterey Guild's hideouts. A man slams his hand on the table and demands to know if they lost contact with another assassin. That makes more than 5. One of his men says, someone keeps taking them out. They even sent an intermediate assassin this time, yet he was still stopped before he could do anything. The leader says the order came directly from Aspen's crown, and because the guild serves that same crown, failing this mission could put their future in danger. That leaves only one team for the job, the finest assassins in the guild, the Locks brothers, and this time they must finish it. The next day in town, people greet Encred like a hero and ask if he is out on patrol. They hand him gifts because many of their loved ones were saved by him in the war, and he ended the fighting quickly enough that fewer people ended up suffering. Even the shoemaker asks whether he likes the shoes. Nearby, one assassin lies hidden on the ground, while another waits overhead and stays ready on the second floor. The two above attack, at the same time sending poison needles flying while the one on the ground moves in. But pair above are taken down quickly. Daggers drop them both at once, while the man feels a wire tighten around his neck, and Encred turns at the sound, but sees nothing there. As that assassin is dragged into an alley, one of the brothers realizes who is behind it. It is the same man who has been ruining their work. He jumps in, but Jackson wraps the wire around his throat as well, throws him hard to the ground. Then the one from the second floor rushes out, bursting from the building and ready to fire another poison needle, but the shot is sliced apart and a wire closes around his neck. Then Encred steps into the alley and asks what he is doing there. Jackson says these drunken fools nearly got struck in the street, so he pulled them out of harm's way. The main character catches the scent of alcohol and asks if he would really help strangers like that. Jackson asks whether that is a problem, but Encred simply says no and leaves. Alone, Jackson mutters that he must keep growing stronger, and he will not let these fools get in his way. The real problem is the assassins keep getting better, and just like before, more of them continue continue to appear. That finally makes him angry. Who do they think they are, causing trouble in his territory? So he heads for the Red Lake district in the slums, then climbs to the second floor of a crowded inn, where a woman is waiting for him. She turns as soon as he enters, and he tells her he left 3 bodies in the market, covered in alcohol to hide the signs. She bows and reports they came from the swamps of Monetaire, then asks how he wants it handled. Jackson tells her to dispose of them in their own way, then starts to walk away. She sighs and asks why he is always so cold. Then she looks out the window as men arrive and orders them to follow his command. She also tells them to send a warning to the swamps of Monetar. Later, the Montari Guild leader stares at the 3 brothers' heads and declares she is done playing games. From now on, any assassin entering the city will be handled by them, and she is clearly preparing something major. Later, Abner receives a report from the Montari Guild leader and asks if it truly cannot be done. The answer is no. Encred is protected by people far beyond their level. They may be strong in Aspen, but those guards are among the finest on the continent. Abner realizes the assassination plan has failed, so he withdraws his request. If the protagonist really is that exceptional, then they will meet him again on the battlefield. 3 months pass, and the soldiers complain that the heat is so intense they feel exhausted even while doing nothing. Even so, Encred has not missed a single day of training. They realize his strength was never luck, and one soldier wonders how much stronger all that effort has made him. Rem calls it nonsense. He says it makes no sense. He taught him everything properly. Cora prays and says his brother must be cursed. Jackson looks annoyed. Karn starts wondering whether she was mistaken, but decides she was not. He truly is as talentless as he appears. She tells Encred he has reached a wall. He only smiles and says that is not true. In his mind, he is taking huge steps they cannot see. Ironically, all their protection may be slowing him down, and without it, he might have risen faster, even if the path would have been harsh. The next morning, while everyone else is still asleep, while everyone sleeps, Kreese lies in bed trying to make sense of a strange letter hidden inside a book. He mutters loudly enough for Luagern to hear, so she walks over, pulls the blanket off him, and asks why he is making so much noise and talking to himself like that. Kreese shows her the writing and asks whether she can read it. As sunlight begins to stretch across the mountains, Encred suddenly wakes up and announces that it is time for morning training. Even as he does lunges while holding rocks, everyone agrees. He does not appear to be getting any better. Jackson says Encred probably already knows he has hit a wall too, yet he still seems happy. Rackham wonders what is happening in his head, since although he acts like the dumbest one there, he is probably among the smartest. A soldier approaches and says someone is asking for him. The MC asks who, and the man says Marcus is calling him. Marcus says he has a mercenary assignment for him. He wants him to clear out a colony near a frontier town. Marcus explains that summer beyond the city is dangerous because monsters and beasts multiply quickly. Once enough gather under a leader, they form a colony that can threaten an entire town. A large one has been found near the frontier, so he will put Encred in charge of defending the town and cleaning up the threat. The protagonist returns to the barracks and Pin asks if he is really going. She notes that, just like at Crossguard, he is carrying a pile of weapons. He says it is better to be prepared. Luagarn agrees that against a large colony, that much equipment makes sense. Kreis adds that even mindless ghouls become dangerous when gathered in large numbers. Looking over the request, Encred says, it would be useful to have whistle daggers, but they are too rare to replace right now, so there is nothing he can do. Jackson keeps staring at him, and then Kreis realizes what is happening. Suddenly, he shouts that he has to come too. His eyes shine like he has smelled money. Encred asks what is wrong with him and tells him to get off, but Kreis says, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. There is hidden treasure near that frontier town. Supposedly, it is the lost fortune of the legendary trader Dolph from more than a century ago. The MC recognizes it immediately. It is the same map he found on the last battlefield. Kreis explains that anyone involved with treasure knows the tale. Dolph's riches must be inside an old dungeon, and if it is that ancient, the traps probably no longer work. They only need to find it. Pin says she cannot read any of it, and Encred agrees that it looks like some kind of ancient script. Luagern says she has already helped Kreis with it. She is a scholar, so old writing is simple for her. Everyone is shocked that a battle-crazed frog like Kreis is a scholar, even Pin. Lugarn tells them not to judge people that way. Kreis asks if he can explore it with them, and Encred agrees as long as it does not take too much time. Kreis immediately starts shouting. He tells everyone they are leaving tomorrow morning, so they should prepare themselves. Rem says he is not going. Odon says God is not guiding him this time. Dragon only wants to sleep late. Jackson says he has matters to handle. Kreis can hardly believe it. They are usually eager to follow along with Encred. Pin worries whether they will be alright with so few people, but Luagern says she will go. Without him, she has no real reason to stay behind anyway. Esther pokes her in the side. Kreis says they will be fine with the frog coming along, and tells everyone to start packing. But Encred remains deep in thought at the people who are staying behind. Even so, Marcus gave him this mission, so he has to leave. When the time finally comes, Argon tells him they need to go. Craze asks if the panther is really coming too. She growls at him, and he understands that she truly does not like him. Just as the protagonist is about to leave, Jackson stops him and hands over a package. Ingrid asks what is inside, and Jackson says they are whistle daggers, then tells him not to ask where they came from. The MC asks if this is what kept him busy yesterday. Jackson says, "We'll need every bit of help he can get." Rem and the others simply watch as Ingrid gets ready to depart. Now he understands. He says he knows why they are doing this and smiles, telling them that he will see them when he returns. Then it will be even more entertaining. Rem still cannot understand what Ingrid is thinking, and even Rogan says there is no sign he is improving. Jackson replies that there were moments when he grew much better, without anyone realizing it. He says at least he believes in him. The others begin wondering how Ingrid will surprise them this time, and how much stronger he will become. Rem calls out to Odon, grabs his axe, and tells Ragnar he wants at least 50 rounds of fighting. Ragnar agrees, but says not to blame him if Rem ends up dead. Jackson decides to join as well. Rem says it had better be as enjoyable as Ingrid promised, and they will use this time to grow stronger before he returns. Since colonies attract nearby monsters and beasts, they expect the journey to town to be difficult, and the protagonist is already cutting monsters down. Lugarn and Craze fight as well, and they have already encountered more than 6 groups after setting out. Pin sighs, saying she was certain this was the right path, but Ingrid tells her not to worry about it since they will simply keep moving. By nightfall, they reach a thorn-covered path. The MC says this route probably will not have monsters, and Pin should know the road, but he is wrong again. More beasts come charging at them. Pin asks how this keeps happening, and he says they meet monsters no matter which direction they choose. Lugarn says that is strange. Even with a colony nearby, this place is not Devil's Gate. Why are so many gathering here? Ingrid explains that Devil's Gate is believed to be the origin of monsters and beasts. It is a place humans cannot reach. People believe all monsters come from there, and this situation is giving him a very bad feeling. When they finally arrive at the town, the leader greets them with lifeless eyes. Ingrid says he is here for the mercenary job and asks about the colony. Another man says he will explain the details. Even though the town leader tells him to wait, he walks past him without stopping. Craze seems to notice something. The man introduces himself as the town watch captain Ditch Pullman, and Ingrid starts to introduce himself as well. But the man cuts him off and says bluntly that they have already handled the colony. He claims the town watch is made up of capable mercenaries, so monsters are no threat to them. He also boasts about their wall, saying a local engineer built it with strong defenses, and no ordinary beast can get inside, so the protagonist is not needed here. He will report that the job is complete, and Ingrid can leave. The MC answers that he will decide for himself once everything is settled. Craze steps in and says they have spent a long time on the road. They should rest before returning. Ditch Pullman agrees to provide rooms and calls for Hugo to handle it. Hugo smiles and says he will take care of them, but Lugarn immediately senses something wrong. When Craze asks, she says she can barely stand looking at him and wants to smash his face. Craze tells her to calm herself, but she can feel something from him, something wrong, almost like one of them. She does not say anything more, and Hugo leads them to their rooms while Lugarn tells herself it has to be a coincidence. Once they arrive, Craze says the town watch was openly hostile. Ingrid asks why, and Craze explains that he arrived with authority over them, so Ditch Pullman probably feels his control slipping away. The protagonist says there must be more to it than that. Pin asks Lugarn if she believes they truly destroyed the colony. Lugarn says probably not. Judging from all the monsters they met on the way, the colony is still active, and handling it without help from the town will be difficult. Ingrid tells her that does not really change anything. They will do what they must. They ask how long he plans to keep training, and the MC says there is still time. Then they wonder where he even found those rocks. Pin loses patience and says she is going to sleep. Craze says he will do the same. Lugarn notices Ingrid repeating the same training, even though he does not seem to be improving. Yet even so, she cannot stop, wondering what gives him that expression, as if he is always enjoying himself. She remembers someone else once telling her that training was fun, smiling with real happiness every time they swung their sword. She never understood it, but then she tells Ingrid she will help him for as long as he needs. She reveals that person was her lover. The rocks slip from his hands. Lugarn says that when she had the mental bond, the feelings shared between frogs and humans stayed unchanged, and if only her lover had not fallen to them. She asked Ingrid if he truly thought training was enjoyable, and he said yes without hesitation. That answer pulls her back into Memories of the lover she lost. Elsewhere in town, the leader calls out to Deutsch Paulman, saying they have repelled the beastward many times, but there are still far too many, and they need to accept outside support. Paulman is clearly enraged and says that is absolutely out of the question. This is their town. Everyone here fled from corrupt nobles, then built this place from nothing with their own hands. If they let outsiders interfere over a few monsters, those city people will take control. He tells the leader not to worry because his men can handle it, and even now, his trusted watchmen are guarding the walls. The leader asks whether Hugo is stationed there, which Pullman says yes. He says Hugo may be new, but he is dependable and skilled. In truth, Hugo is not on the tower at all. He walks up to the watch and asks if anything is wrong. They say everything is ready, and he smiles, telling them they can stop keeping watch and begin. By morning, countless glowing eyes gather beyond the city. The monster swarm has arrived. Warning bell begins ringing, alerting everyone that the colony is under attack. A pack of gnolls rushes straight toward the town. Garn says her instinct was correct. The people here are cultists. Hugo says everything they did was for their god sealed inside Devil's Gate. A flashback reveals what had happened shortly before. The chaos arrived without warning. People were simply living their ordinary lives, and Encrid was still absorbed in training. Then the howls began and everyone immediately knew something was wrong. The entire town was filled with the scent of blood. That was when the bell started ringing, and then the townspeople tried to flee only to be cut down by the gnolls. Deutsch Paulman rushed in, ordering the watch to protect the townspeople. Encrid quickly tells Craig and the others what is happening, then tells Luagarn they have to stop every monster. She says she has to go. She swore she would bring down every cultist who stole her lover from her. She blasts straight through the wall of the house just as Gnoll lunges at Encrid and more gnolls crash inside. 3 rush in first, with even more following behind them. The protagonist orders Pin to check the wall and tells both Kreis and Escher to remain close to him. As the gnolls close in, he steps forward and thrusts his blade forward, driving it through one gnoll's chest, then pushing with enough force to knock the others back. He says he has to clear a path. He has survived a monster pack once before. Now he only has to keep evading and force a way through, whatever it takes. He drives his focus to the very limit, just like before. He steps onto a head and raises his sword. When they look up to attack, he brings it down and takes one out with a clean strike. At the same moment, others rush in from the side. He slips away and notes that the mutant gnolls are far larger than the rest. This is nothing like the Lake Camp battle. Cannot see where the swarm ends. As the town watch falls, he sees fear and hears screams all around him. Even Deutsch Paulman is desperate, trying to protect a child with a weapon that has already broken. Even so, he keeps fighting. He pushes the child away, giving them a chance to escape. Then he charges the horde alone. In mere moments, the town built from hard work and hope is torn apart by monsters. A mutant charges at Encrid, and he tightens his hold on the sword. He uses Heart of the Superhuman to cut it down, then bursts past and takes out several gnolls at once. Esther says there is no way her magic can clear a horde this large unless she changes back into her human form first. Kreis gets struck from behind through the throat. Esther turns, thinking that if not for her curse she could climb onto a roof, and says there is no other option. If this continues, she will die here, so she leaves it behind and swears to avenge Encrid. Hugo throws on a robe and heads for the rear exit, saying everything went exactly as planned, and now he only needs to slip out the back. Of course, Luagarn is already waiting. She bursts through the wall to greet him. When she swings, a purple barrier stops the blow, and she says she knew he was a cultist after all. Hugo points at her, and a dark purple orb gathers at his fingertip. She stares it down as it flies straight toward her face. Back with Encrid. Gnoll bites into his back, but he keeps moving and cuts down the attacker, then removes its arm and defeats another in front of him. He realizes his body is ruined, and he can no longer even raise his arm. Then he hears a child crying, and notices one hiding beneath its mother, too terrified to even breathe. Encrid understands immediately. Somehow, he has to protect that child, but then all the gnolls begin stomping together and opening a path. The colony's leader steps forward. The child stops breathing entirely. Frozen with fear, Encrid calls the leader out and tells it to come at him. It charges straight in, and when the creature thrusts, the main character slips aside and tries to counter. He raises his sword to bring it down, but the leader avoids the strike. Encrid turns to follow up, yet he is too late. The colony's leader already has its blade prepared and drives it toward his face. Thanks to his eye training, he barely dodges, though the blade still slices across his face. The leader rushes past him, and he turns for the next exchange. Then he realizes what just happened. His eyes turn bloodshot. The blade was poisoned. That means the others likely were too. Leader grins widely while the gnolls continue stomping, and Encrid begins coughing up blood. He falls, choking as blood rises in his throat. The poison has left him unable to move, but this is still the beginning of the day. As he keeps spitting blood, he tries to crawl forward and realizes the leader is enjoying his suffering instead of ending it. To wipe out the colony, he has to bring down that leader. Unlike ordinary gnolls with short legs, this one is terrifyingly fast. fast, and its blade is poisoned. Next time he cannot let it touch him even once, yet he has no idea how he is supposed to do that. As the thought hits him, he slips into the boatman's realm and wonders what a single human can do against such overwhelming power. Then he wakes in his bed and grabs his sword. He says he told Kreis Almond to stay behind him, but near the end, he could no longer sense him, so he probably died. He also sent Pin beyond the walls, and since she never returned, she most likely died as well. While the others are still asleep, Lugern is awake and asks why he is fully armed so early. Instead, Encred asks what she knows about the cultists. He is surprised by the sudden question and says they are complete lunatics. Among all the cults spreading across the continent, the worst is the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They treat Devil's Gate as sacred land and worship the Demon of Sixes. Then she asks why he wants to know. He can already feel the gnolls attacking. As people scream, he tells Lugern that he has a bad feeling. He opens the door and draws his sword. He says he does not know why cultists are here, but she clearly has a history with them. Leaping overhead, Lugern says she knew she sensed cultists nearby yesterday. Encred says it would be nice to have the frog with them, but he has no way to control her. Noel charges toward an unarmed villager, and the protagonist moves in before anyone else. He catches the axe with his sword and cleaves it apart. He drives his blade straight through the gnoll. The boatman's question echoes in his mind. What can a single man do here? Pulling his sword free, Encred decides there is only one answer: use everything he has learned up to this point. Kreis and the others rush out asking what is going on. Even George Pullman and his men step forward to help protect the villagers, but they freeze when they see Encred already dealing with the gnolls on his own. The gnolls try to impale him all at once, but he uses the heart of the beast to slip beneath their attacks, making them strike each other instead. Then he heightens every sense he has, just as Jackson taught him to do, and hears a woman scream behind him. He pulls out a whistle dagger and hurls it across the battlefield. It cuts through the air toward her, barely passing by, before slamming into the gnoll's face and bringing it down. She turns in shock, just as another gnoll swings at Encred's head. He ducks beneath the blow and focuses sharply, meeting the attack at the exact point needed to block it cleanly, and sees the other gnoll's attention, drawing them away from the villagers, and onto himself. Without losing focus, he adds hand-to-hand fighting as well, kicking one gnoll back before cutting it apart. While it is still in the air, he keeps pushing forward, moving through them with mechanical precision. Kreis can only stare, while the villagers begin to believe they might survive. If Encred can keep this up, even Dutch Pullman admits they have a real chance with him here, then orders his men to support the MC any way they can. They rush the nearest gnolls, and the fight turns into a full-scale brawl. Encred keeps swinging both swords, each one moving opposite the other, so the gnolls cannot even approach him. The moment they enter his range, he cuts them down. While he holds them off by himself, the leader notices him from a distance and realizes he is the real threat. The leader points its blade straight at Encred, ordering the others to take him down. As the horde surges toward him, the watchmen panic and begin to run. He feels death closing in as the boatman tells him this is his limit and that he should accept it.